Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto time traveled to past and fallen in love with Mito Uzumaki? Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. Mito Uzumaki took a calming deep breath of the magnificent air around her. The fragrance of the various amounts of flowers, along with the colorful flower of lilies, the lilacs and the sweet-scented lavenders filled her senses. She heard the distant waves of the sea clashing against the shores, the cheerful singing of the birds that flew from tree to tree, as well as the leaves crashing against one another from the help of the wind. She felt the grass blades that ran through her right hand, the pleasant heat of the morning bright sun that hit her skin, the smooth breeze that ran through her vibrant red hair. She usually tied it up in buns, but this was the exception. Her own hair wasn't long. It just reached her shoulders, at least compared to other Uzumakis. She usually came here to relax, her own personal meadow that only she knew about. Nearly a 2-hour walk away from Uzushiogakure, a recent village that hardly had a 4-month lifespan, but one of the very first of its kind, a ninja village. She took in another breath. She had found this meadow weeks after when construction began. While Mito was more calm and composed compared to other Uzumakis, she did enjoy satisfying her curiosity. She thought a bit of her childhood, but perhaps she was a bit too curious since she did get into trouble when she was younger. Her walks in and around the village were frequent. She found that it was more enjoyable when the elements were around. Like rain or snow that would cover the landscape, it sort of added a different aura when it wasn't. Originally, she had found her personal area when a light layer of snow coated it. When spring had came in, she was pleasantly surprised to find various species of flowers blooming. Now she frequently visited here to relieve stress and to simply relax. Being an exceptional sensory type, she would make sure that no one would follow her, going as far to suppress her own chakra. She stood up from where she sat, making sure to brush off any grass off her kimono. Her white garb was intricate, a white high-collared kimono with an obi tied around her waist, the Uzumaki crest the back of the obi. She walked around the daisies, making sure ever so to take a moment to take in the fragrances of different plants. Her life was fairly mild now. Ever since they had ended their she had to admit dangerous nomadic lifestyle. It was that she much preferred to travel and to see new sights. She admitted to herself that it was the only thing she missed. That life ended when Konohagakure was formed by the Uchiha and Senju clan, and their village was formed by the recommendation of the Senju clan, whom they always had close ties with. She thought about Hashirama. She sighed. She was a bit enamored with the clan leader. Perhaps it had something to do with his personality, which carried an unpredictability she found interesting. She would have thought that the power he wielded would have given him an arrogant personality, but she had found that she was wrong. Since their villages had close ties, frequent village visits were common. The visits were composed of groups. Whenever she had the chance, she would always traverse to Konoha, usually to satisfy her curiosity of a different place, since greatly enjoyed discovering new things. Except she greatly enjoyed a place to come back to. Sleep, something that she enjoyed to sleep privately. Now whenever she went to the village, it was usually to see the Senju clan leader, and he had very recently taken a slight interest with her. Last group she ventured out with, they had a small talk. That she greatly enjoyed. They were still acquaintances, and she had a growing crush on Hashirama. As she found out, Konohagakure was about a 1/3 larger than their own, with large walls and a gate that surrounded them. Their visit would last for several days, and then the trek back home would be made. At the several trips she had been on in Konoha, she had debated on staying there, but she decided not to, since she wanted to explore it first, little by little, to get the most out of the village. Some things are best to savor after all. She was also reluctant to move out of her home. The Uzumaki clan was like a family to her. She narrowed her brow at the sudden chakra she had felt. It seemingly appeared out of nowhere. She disregarded a sunflower that she had been looking at to focus on searching where the chakra signature was. What? Her small frustration at possibly being followed turned to confusion. She turned to the south, whereas the north contained her village. It can't possibly. She looked up in the sky, a figure falling 50 meters from the ground and some distance away from the meadow. No way. The figure quickly approached the forest. She heard the distant sounds of tree branches snapping and a muted thud when the figure hit the ground. Surely whoever that must be. She sensed that his chakra signature present, but faded into a more subdued state. She stood in her meadow in slight shock at the sudden appearance of the figure. She stood there for a few more moments before her curious nature got to her. Making sure her kimono wouldn't let up, she set a brisk pace and traversed for a few minutes to where the person fell. She got cautious as she approached closer to the site, preparing to defend herself at a possible ambush. Her ninja training had told her to return and report this to the clan, but she didn't want anyone to find the meadow or this person to possibly die from the 40-minute sprint to get to the village and back. Besides, she was told that she was one of the best kunoichi that Uzu had to offer. She approached slowly and saw numerous broken branches and fallen leaves that littered the impact site. She saw a small crater embedded in the ground. At her distance she couldn't see the person due to the depression in the ground, but they were still there. She took careful steps, making sure she would react to any sort of action. She saw a blond young man, around her age. He had 3 whiskers on each cheek, his rough blonde hair hung over his closed eyes which was surrounded by orange eyeshadow. His face devoid of any baby fat, leaving a firm jaw. He wore a orange and black jacket, its zipper partway down, letting the collar run free and showed he wore a fishnet shirt. He also wore orange pants, showing her that he preferred orange-colored clothing. Handsome. He was unconscious but somehow peacefully, despite from the height he fell from. She now stood over him, knowing he was really out of it. She deduced from the size of the crater, which was several feet deep, that he had fell even further that she saw him fall. Which confused her because he looked unharmed, other than he was unconscious. One of his hands clutched a black bag that was over his chest, no doubt to protect the contents in the bag. Dirt was strewn everywhere on him, some leaves still in wild hair. He was still alive, told by his rising chest and active chakra that still hung weakly. She looked to the sky to check of any indication of where he had fell from. I never met of anyone who could fly. She remembered hearing of a person who can, somewhere in the land of Earth. She looked back at the blonde on the ground and saw the orange marking around his eyes disappear. As that, some sort of jutsu. His chakra got noticeably weaker, but his condition showed no outward signs of change. She felt his chakra, which strongly reminded her of chakra of the Uzumaki clan possessed. She kneeled down and nudged him a few times, no response. He breathed in deeply and slow. He's definitely out of it. She had limited knowledge of anything that involved medicine. She checked him for any broken bones. After several moments and to her shock, found nothing that he had anything broken. She was immensely curious about this person. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why does he have similar chakra to an Uzumaki? Why did he fall from the sky? Nonetheless, she couldn't just leave him here. She took the bag he clutched in his hand and set it aside. Preparing herself, she moved the obi on her waist, letting to tie to the side and quickly tied her hair into the buns. She stood up and slung his one-strap bag in front of her and she clumsily brought him on her back. It was clear that he was taller than she was, as his feet slightly dragged on the ground. She shifted his weight around and slouched forward so that his feet wouldn't graze the ground. She groaned that she was going to be carrying him in an uncomfortable position for a 40-minute run. He owes me cinnamon buns later. Making sure nothing was left behind, she started in a run to bring him to Uzushiogakur. Mito Uzumaki stood in front of clan leader, Shin Uzumaki. He stood at 5 feet and 10 inches, 56 years old, despite his age, and because of the life force of the Uzumakis was still considered one of the strongest in the clan. He's very knowledgeable in Fuinjutsu, one of the best. He had long white hair that reached midway of his back. He sported a thick white square goatee and mustache that slightly sagged down. He wore the usual attire for when Uzumaki went to battle. A high-collared, long-sleeved black garb with the red Uzumaki swirl on the shoulders, along with black pants and wearing the gray armor that went down to cover the thighs, with a black sash to keep the armor in place. They were a large room decorated with various items, flowers, stands, the large Uzumaki crest that hung behind him. The building was obviously new from the recent village that was erected. Shin sat on a simple chair behind a large desk that had several papers in a pile. Mito wondered how the situation differs at Konoha, since there was several large clans. There was only one major clan, which was the Uzumaki, and several minor ninja clans that made up Uzushiogakure. It was clear what the leadership that was present here, so she wondered if the clan leaders in Konoha all convened to discuss matters concerning their village. Whatever it was obvious that such meetings would take time, unlike the matter that she had presented to her grandfather. Fell from the sky, you say? He spoke loudly. It was something most Uzumakis shared. She nodded at his question. I see. That is quite peculiar indeed. We'll wait on his medical report before we decide anything more on the matter. She nodded in agreement. She had brought back the spiky-haired blonde back to her village, straight to the large building which the clan leader resided. He was immediately brought to the infirmary to be checked out on his current status, and now she had just finished explaining on how she found him. Now, we'll see the contents that's within the bag. She approached the desk and gave him the small black bag that she found with the blonde, and he roughly dumped out its contents. She slightly cringed at the manner. What if there was something fragile? Shin quickly organized the items that had spilled out, which wasn't much. She quickly inspected the stuff. Several scrolls, ink, a calligraphy pen, a tool pouch, a shuriken holster, some rice balls and a red cloak that had black flames patterned at the bottom. She controlled her amusement at the last two things she saw, a black and white nightcap that looked like a dog and along with a fat green frog wallet which had some Rio spilling out. That's how I'll get my cinnamon buns. Her grandfather was less subtle. A hearty chuckle escaped from him as he looked at the nightcap. She didn't think that this person was dangerous, or at the least mean any harm to her clan. It was only one person after all. So he must be a shinobi, Mito commented. Shin nodded as he emptied the tool pouch, which contained some wire and some peculiar-looking kunai. She watched at how her grandfather picked up the kunai. It was triple-bladed with a faint yellow handle. She saw a strange formula written on the grip. What is it? She asked. It took several long moments of him inspecting the kunai before the older man answered. It seems like a formula similar to summoning. So a space-time formula. Really? So he's a fuinjutsu user then? The writing supplies had hinted that, but it didn't really confirm it. He nodded at her questioning. She was glad that she found out something about the mysterious blonde. Yes, this formula is no simple task. No doubt it needs a trigger to activate, most likely from our guest. Whoever he is quite adept in fuinjutsu. He praised him, which had surprised Mito, since he hardly ever praises anyone. He proceeded to check through the remaining items. Some of the scrolls were blank except for one. It seems that this one holds many of the same item. He inspected the scroll and channeled some chakra. The same tri-prong kunai earlier before popped out of the scroll. How many of them? Around 300. Wow, that's quite the number, Mito commented. One of the medical ninja entered by this time. He was plain looking and forgettable. He was dressed in a doctor's uniform composed of white and smelled of antiseptic. He came to step beside her, no doubt to report on the mystery guy. Shin, he bowed in a formal manner. I came to report on our guest. The clan leader mentioned for him to continue on with his report. Anyways, he's completely fine, no injuries whatsoever, other than the case of major chakra exhaustion. But nothing can be told of his mental status as of currently. Shin nodded in understanding, knowing that they hadn't received any of the machinery to check for any brain damage yet. Nothing was found on him. Shin asked, prompting a shake of the medical nin's head. You can go. The doctor turned on his heel and walked out, the door shutting close. Mito looked back to her grandfather, who sported a contemplative look. She opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by him. You said his chakra is reminiscent of Uzumaki, correct? It is. Well, I don't think that he had any plot against us, other than the kunai he possessed. He had nothing that would pose a danger to us, he replied. He closed his eyes in a contemplative state. I know how you are, Mito. You're curious about him. She didn't respond for a moment. So, my granddaughter, I want you to watch over our guest until he awakes. Is that a mission? She asked. Yes. But since he's not a POW, think of it as community service, he replied. Uzumakis were usually optimistic, and a rowdy bunch. They were quite unusual compared to other larger clans, like the Senju, Uchiha, or Hyuga. Although Shin did worry a little, if he turned out to be hostile, he was confident that Mito would be able to put him down, which he believed that it wouldn't come to pass. We'll want him to be relaxed as possible when he awakes, so I think your apartment should be okay. We don't want him to feel intimidated or escape should he stay in a hospital or a prison. Shin watched her nod a little too fast for her usual behavior. He slightly chuckled as she closed the door. Mito looked at the blonde guy curiously. He was like a puzzle she was eager to solve. Her life was filled null expectation. While she had a calm demeanor compared to other Uzumaki, her curiosity had taken over. She liked unpredictability, something sudden and extravagant. Her clan was predictable in her sense. Despite being uncommon, her clan was usually optimistic about everything, but also careful. There was something lacking. She couldn't pinpoint what though, and it made her somewhat uneasy. Perhaps she needed a change in her life, something to excite it. Something foreign for her to solve, that would ease her curiosity. This wild blonde-haired teen was able to satisfy it, somewhat. He was a complicated puzzle in her mind, an anomaly. She wondered if he continued to be so, or if the puzzle would solve for her when he awoke. His sudden appearance over the sky was something of interest, so did the formula on his kunai. She couldn't lie that she was immensely curious about things she didn't understand, and she usually tried to figure out the basics to it, and once she figured it out, it would bore her a little. Over the course of the yesterday and today, she would occasionally watch this handsome blonde sleep in the guest room in her home. Fours and such medical equipment was present in the room, to monitor his well-being. She knew her skills as a kunoichi was being used here. Her exceptional fuinjutsu would hopefully be enough to restrain him, should he be less than friendly. She lived in a 2-bedroom apartment that only she alone lived in. He slept in a mostly unused bedroom, decorated by neutral objects, such as an Uzumaki flag, several drawers for storage, and flowers picked from her personal meadow. He slept on a plain beige bed and matching pillows and blankets. His gear that he had brought with him was laid out on a desk on the left side of the bed, his jacket under it, the side which she sat on. The door was opened behind her. After the first day, she thought that he would have awakened, but he didn't. Her fascination of this odd character continued to grow, simply because of his chakra continued to grow stronger, and continuously did so over the next day. It was not all. His chakra seemed to rival the relaxed state of Hashirama Senju, already known as one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. Even if she had never spoken with the unnamed blonde, her fascination continued to grow. Once again she wondered if the mystery would be solved right when he awoke. If it did, she would be immensely disappointed. Still, she had taken her clan's optimistic nature, that he wouldn't be like a disappointed ending to a clever puzzle. Perhaps he was something she had needed. She liked puzzles that could be solved. Mysteries that kept her on her toes, something interesting. One thing was his chakra. It feels amazing, so warm and welcoming. She had never sensed a chakra so happy, so full of life and vibrant. She felt an uncharacteristic faint wave of heat appear on her cheeks. The closest that she could compare was Hashirama, while it carried a pleasant feeling. His was a torch in the darkness, but the blonde was a bonfire that radiated warmth. Like his chakra, carried a purity to it, untainted by negative emotions and hate. She wondered how such a thing was possible. Now it was the second day, and she partially controlled her excitement. She began to get impatient for him to awake. She wanted to get started on her puzzle. To her surprise and excitement, his chakra and its warmth continued to grow. Mito felt the fabric of the blanket on her hands. Her head rested against the softness of a bed. Her back and neck ached in protest at the awkward position she slept in. It took her a while to determine where she had slept in her drowsy state. She groaned as she rose after leaning on the bed, and she figured out that she had slept in the guest room. She heard some of the children laughing and running outside her apartment. The sun shone through the blinds of the room. She heard the constant ticking from the clock that hung to the right. She looked to see that only an hour had passed since she was in this room. I actually slept in here. She looked back to the bed to see the ruffled blonde asleep peacefully. It was late in the day as the sun would begin to set in an hour or so. She stood from the chair and walked out of the room. Her apartment wasn't exactly large, but fairly sizable since she lived alone. She walked out into the hall, her room directly across from the guest room. Her apartment had 2 small bedrooms, one for herself and a possible guest. She walked down a small hall to enter the bathroom on the right to freshen herself before continuing on with her day. She stood in front of the mirror to gauge herself. Her hair had some loose strands that had escaped from her buns, and that her white kimono had misplaced itself. She quickly freed her hair from her tie and gathered the loose strands of her red hair to retie it. Satisfied, she quickly straightened her kimono into a more suitable position and exited the bathroom. She felt a little embarrassment from her reactions towards the blonde. She was worried of his well-being for sure, but to sleep at his bedside like a concerned lover. She shook her head at that and continued down the short hall. Immediately at the end of the hall was the exit out of the house. To her left was the living room and to her right the kitchen. It was her home, but she didn't really consider it to be one. Her apartment was decorated with various items, but it didn't feel homey to her. Just a place where she slept and ate food in private. Although it did feel more like a home whenever her sister was here. She traversed into her kitchen and grabbed a cup in one of the 3 cupboards. She felt a little childish that she was excited for him to awake. She filled her cup with water and felt the pleasant sensation of the cool liquid going down her throat. She sighed as she put the glass down in the sink. She reminisced about her mother as she walked down to her room. Her words resounded in her mind as she recalled a moment from her childhood. "My dear daughter." A mother bent down while little Mito ran after her and slammed into her, encasing her moth. In a desperate hug, she felt her mother's arms slid around in a near-similar embrace. "Mommy." She clutched her tightly, some tears escaping from her. "I don't want you to go," she pleaded. She was dressed in her battle attire, preparing to be sent off on a mission. Mito had heard that the skirmishes between clans had begun to get rougher, and that more fatalities were occurring. 7-year-old Mito was worried that she might never see her mother again. She felt her mother's hand run through her hair in a calming manner. "It's okay, dear." Mito continued to cry as her mother started to hum for her. Slowly, she felt her tears lessen, but the sadness was still present. She looked up in the warm eyes of her red-haired mother. "Listen, I want to tell you something," she said softly. Mito nodded in understanding and listened intently at her next words. "Love is powerful. It will always beat negative emotions. It can save you from the dark." She smiled lovingly at her. "That's why I'll always be with you, because you're a part of it, did you know?" Mito smiled shyly at her and nodded enthusiastically. She felt the hold her mother had on her disappear. She rose a little and planted a kiss on forehead. "Please take care your little sister for me, okay? Until I get back." She smiled at her. Mito walked slowly down the hall, taking each step carefully as she hummed a tune that her mother would do whenever she was put to bed. She recalled what her mother had said before she left. Love will always beat hate and save you from darkness." It was one of the last words that her mother had passed down to her. At that time, she was reassured that her mother would return, only to be devastated at the news that she had fallen. Nonetheless, she carried on with her mother's wishes. She cared very much of her sister, and it took a long while before she realized what kind of love her mother had meant. The love of a family. Not just from her sister. Her mother took strength of her own family, of her 2 daughters. She couldn't remember her father as he had died when she was young, but her mother had reassured her that he was a great man. She vaguely remembered the love she had in her voice and the sadness that was it as she talked about him. Mito wondered when she would have children of her own as she opened the door to her room. She felt a slight change of the warm chakra radiating from behind her. Not one to leave her curiosity be disappointed, she closed the door to room and went directly to the guest room. Although his chakra had fluctuated several times before, she thought that there would be no change this time. Since the one earlier today was more pronounced than this one, she opened the door and suddenly found herself looking at impossibly blue eyes. His eyes widened, in fear. You're really beautiful, you know, he blurted out hoarsely. She looked at him for a moment. So bold, she thought to herself. He started to cough roughly and he clutched at his throat, and Mito realized he would need something to drink. I'll return soon. As she quickly exited the room, she felt her excitement as some of her questions would be answered. She quickly grabbed another glass from the cupboard and filled with it water. She felt an unfamiliar sensation on her cheeks. Blushing. Again, she realized as she was subtly bouncing as she finished filling the cup. This time she slowed down on her pace to return to the room where the mysterious blonde sat in. It wasn't that she wasn't called beautiful by other men, in fact there were many who had called her that, but never did he ever respond to it or react that way. Perhaps it was how he had said it, it wasn't a simple courtesy or him trying to flirt. He had said it with conviction, his voice and eyes told no lies or carried an emotion that made her uncomfortable. It was innocent, and he truly believed in his words. She made her way into the room. She saw him looking down and breathing shallowly on the bed. He looked up and their eyes met for a moment before he caught the cup of water in her hand. Here, she said to him as she closed the distance and handed him the glass. He eagerly took and nodded in appreciation. He disregarded his manners as he completely poured the water straight down his mouth. Loud gulping and trails of water running down his chin and neck from his inability to drink the water quickly. She watched him curiously as he quickly finished the rest of the water. Whoa! As he wiped away the moisture on his chin. God, that was amazing, he sputtered. Mito was a bit amused at his actions, a slight smile on her face. He looked at her and she saw mass confusion in his cerulean. Where the hell am I? As he scratched his neck. In Uzushiogakure, the red-haired said calmly to him. It didn't seem to lessen in curiosity and only increased his confusion. Yeah, that didn't help at all, no idea where that is. In fact, he replied. Mito heard no form of worry in his voice, showing her that he was either unconcerned or hid it well. She did the confusion grow within his eyes. She thought she might start out simple. What's your name? She asked softly, trying to sound as comforting as possible. He looked at her for a long moment. It seemed his ocean blue eyes sort of had a piercing element as she attempted not to break his gaze. Damn. I don't even know that either, he replied, sounding defeated. His eyebrows furrowed, as in pain. Mito felt the need to help him, to comfort him from his confusion. She could tell that he sounded genuinely believed in his words. Do you not remember anything at all? She asked. Now she was definitely curious about the strange and she had to admit handsome character. Well, the last thing is, falling from the sky, he chuckled. Although how I got there, I got no clue. Mito was amazed at how relaxed he was, like it didn't bother him at all. That's okay, she replied happily, something unusual as she would mostly reply in a more calm demeanor. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her. She was glad that the mystery would keep going. That the puzzle had actually grown in size, rather than solved. I'm Mito Uzumaki, she smiled at him. Which he had responded with one of his own, which made her heart stutter for a moment, not that she noticed. Hi, he replied happily. She heard the loud grumbling of his stomach. He scratched his neck in an embarrassed manner. Hey, I don't suppose that you have anything to eat? He asked. Mito thought about the options. I suppose I can cook something up, and try to get something out of him. She didn't really know if it would work. Or we could go to a restaurant, if he could recognize anyone or anything. Certainly he had never been around here, she had never felt such a unique chakra before. She could never forget something like that. We can go eat somewhere of your choosing, she suggested. Man, I'm starving, as he pushed the blankets off him. He immediately tried to stand, only to fall straight to floor. Are you all right? As he attempted to stand, she was at a loss on whether to help him or not. If he would be grateful for such a thing or if he would feel like it was an insult to his pride. Yeah, as he shakily stood up on his feet. He stood at least 2 inches taller than her, whereas she stood at 5.7. Mito remembered that he had a jacket. His snug fishnet shirt was slightly distracting to say the least. She walked over to the desk beside the bed and grabbed the jacket under the bag. These were found on you, she mentioned to the items, and she gave him the orange and black jacket. She hadn't touched it at all since he was placed here by some doctors and shinobi. Thanks, as he put on the jacket. Should I take the bag? He asked, pointing towards the said item. She thought about it for a moment. What would the situation be now that he was awake? I think you can leave it for now, she replied. They would need to visit her grandfather later on. They would figure out the situation by then. He nodded quickly as zipped up the jacket partway, and he checked to see if it really fit. She looked at him in shock, as he turned slightly to look at his back. That's the Uzumaki crest. Could he be a Senju? Or from Konoha? While the Senju wore the crest in their friendship, there was talks that they were going to add it to Junin uniforms in Konoha. It was odd, it looked like an ordinary jacket and she hadn't heard of the crest being used as fashion. While the Uzumaki was known for their fuinjutsu, they weren't that famous as to be used a part of everyday clothing, other than the fact that the crest might hold something of value to him. Could he be an Uzumaki? There was many questions that she wanted to ask him. She restrained herself before she fired them off and possibly scare him away. I think I'm ready now. Mito caught the slight stammer, but ignored it for his sake. She nodded and pointed at the sandals under the table. He understood as he went to put it on. Now I think you're ready, as she walked out of the room with him trailing behind. Do I really like orange this much? He commented sourly. She peeked behind her to see him looking at his clothing of choice. I don't think. He seemed to be knocked out of his thought process for a moment. No wait, I think orange is an awesome color. She was amused at his sudden direction in opinion. She could easily tell that he was about to insult his taste in color. Although it did slightly interest her at one other thing being confirmed, he liked the color orange. Insignificant really, but it was a small piece that would make him up. Is there reason why? She asked. They had reached exit from out of the apartment and she reached down to the mat to grab her own sandals and went to put them. I wish I knew, but I like the way it looks on me, he replied. Mito looked up at him for a moment. He was peering at various decorations strewn in her apartment. For a flicker of a moment, she saw some fear in his eyes before it dissipated and he turned to look at her as she finished putting on her sandals. You have really pretty hair, you know, he complimented. Staring straight into her eyes, he had said it so nonchalantly, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. She was entirely unprepared for such a sudden and unusual compliment as she felt another blush flash on her face. No one really compliments on my hair, she stated, trying to get rid of the blush. He simply shrugged his shoulders in response. Well, I don't see why. He merely waved away her comment. It's only the truth. She could almost feel the sincerity in his words, no matter casually he said it. I see. She turned away from him to open the door, and hide herself from him. Thank you. I suppose. She opened it for him while he went on ahead. She locked the door and joined him outside. By then she had gotten control of her blush. She silently berated herself at being so flustered at such a comment. The sun was about to set and the sky was beginning to darken. Purple clashed across the sky. She took in a breath of cool air and she led the way down a hall. the right side filled with doors that entered other apartment while the left had a rail and showed other villagers on the streets below. The blonde followed silently behind as she walked down some stairs. They reached the open street when Mito saw a couple or two going for a night out. The blonde ended up standing beside her, and at her realization it very much looked like they were going on a date. I don't even know his name. Nor does he. She couldn't just back out now. She proceeded on her with the blue-eyed man following beside her. She noticed that he looked a bit anxious as his posture was slightly rigid than before while she was in her apartment. She recalled earlier before being distracted by his compliment. I guess he does feel a little scared. She guessed that he had hidden those emotions by distracting himself. With her as a victim, somehow, she didn't feel the slightest bit insulted. He was in an unfamiliar setting, and he didn't even know himself. She felt a little sorry for him and she made the attempt to converse with him. So, she said, trying to catch his attention, in which he immediately looked at her. She could see a little relief in his eyes, like he had begun to be overwhelmed. Since we don't exactly know where you had come from, how about you get to know me? She suggested. Where was she supposed to start with him? Ask him the same questions and hope there's something that comes out of it. She thought that she might as well make him more comfortable around her, and help him distract himself. Okay. He nodded in agreement. So how did you find me? He questioned. I remember seeing nothing like a village around before I hit the ground. At least I think I do. I was at a personal spot when I sensed you in the sky. Really? What's the spot? She took a careful moment before she decided to answer him. It's a beautiful meadow, with all various species of flowers, she replied. You can hear the waves crashing against the shore as you look at all the color in the field. She got a hold of herself before she blabbered on. Wow, he replied. Wait, you said sensed. How did you do that? He asked curiously. Mito made a right turn on the street. They were getting closer to the restaurant area. I'm a sensory-type shinobi. It's what I can do, she replied. Cool. I'm a ninja too? He asked, avoiding a small child that ran in front of him. I think so, she replied back to him. Remembering seeing the gear he had in his bag, she heard a whispered, awesome, from him. Mito saw several more couples in the crowd, all heading towards where no doubt she was heading. I can only hope that no one recognizes me. She never had a boyfriend before. Caring for her sister had been a top priority before, and so was being a shinobi of her clan. Except now her sister was old enough to live on her own and all the fighting had begun to die down drastically since the forming of ninja villages. If she was recognized by one of her friends with a handsome young man, it would spread like a wildfire since she was known as being sort of a prude. Even her own little sister had begun to comment on that, saying how she needed to find a man. Mito shook her head at that. There was already some talks that she had begun to flirt with the esteemed Senju clan leader. Much to the delight of her sister. Can I ask you something? She nodded. Why are you helping me? He asked. She looked at him as they made a left turn on a street. You looked like you needed help, she replied. He didn't look convinced. Nah, I don't think that's it. He waved her off. I thought that you might have gotten hurt, so I brought you here. He didn't reply straight away, making her relieved at the stop in his questioning. I don't think that's all of it. She nearly wanted to sigh in exasperation, before she reined it down. I mean, you could have just dropped me off at the hospital, right? She had nothing to say. She could only nod at being caught. I was ordered to. She didn't like that answer at all. Although she did try to sound as convincing as possible. She hoped it was the last one in his questioning. She regretted trying make him more comfortable by getting him to know he also had this cute smug smile on his face. Nah, that's not it either, he replied, a grin on his face. What? She replied rather loudly for someone like her. He was starting to infuriate her. Why doesn't he take the hint? She definitely did want to talk about why She got in control of herself before she yelled like that. She quickly looked around to see nobody had noticed the calm Mito slightly yell out in anger. "Why do you keep pestering about it?" She replied sourly. I don't know really. I guess that's the way I am," he replied, no change of his personality that she basically just yelled at him. He still had this wide smile on his face. "I mean, you were so friendly when you didn't have to be," he added. She sighed as they continued to walk, returning to her normal self. "How would you know something like that? What if I was feigning?" she asked curiously. He scratched his chin as he contemplated. "I guess. I just sorta know," he simply responded. "It's all in your eyes." She was a bit stunned by his answer. She didn't think that he could simply tell just by looking into someone's eyes. She had wanted to know him, this mysterious person she just began to talk to barely an hour ago. She wanted to know about him, but she didn't want to let him know too much about herself. She never really opened up to anyone else but her sister. She couldn't just lie to this person, since he somehow could tell them apart just by looking into her eyes. She definitely couldn't handle it not looking into someone's eyes while they conversed. It just wasn't proper. "I was curious about you," she admitted. She felt a little embarrassed at that. She could almost imagine him laughing at him at such a lame reason and for him to call her out on another lie. "Yeah, I guess it's not every day that you see someone randomly fall out of the sky, He chuckled. As they continued walking on, she looked him wondrously. "You really are odd." They turned around another corner. "Hey, are we close? Starving here," as he patted his stomach. "One more turn," she replied. "Wait." She felt a hand on her shoulder, and she resisted glaring at him as she turned to look at him. It seemed he was oblivious to social etiquette or didn't care about it. She ignored it since he was suffering from amnesia. Luckily the hand came off as he pointed towards a direction behind her. "Yes, there's a ramen stand." "What about ramen?" As she turned to look at the direction he pointed at. "No." He pointed towards a particular ramen stand titled Whirling Ramen. "It's just that. I think that ramen would be amazing right now." She turned to look at him, and saw some slight drool at the edge of his mouth. He quickly got in control of himself and turned to look at her. "Can we?" he asked. "Does ramen sound better than fresh red bean soup, sizzling grilled chicken, seasoned fried rice and grilled salmon with miso paste and a whisked egg?" She frantically tried to formulate appetizing dishes so that they wouldn't go there. He stared into space as she finished. She thought that had accomplished it. "Nope, ramen does sound better," he stated. "Come on, let's eat," as he crossed the street to go ahead without. It definitely seemed that he was ignorant of social etiquette. "He's really stubborn," she sighed as she made her way to Whirling Ramen. He had already made his way inside the stand. It was small, it had flaps that separated the outside and a few chairs that the unnamed blonde sat on. She didn't hate ramen, it was a bit too low class compared to what she regularly ate. It wasn't that she hated the place, in fact, there was someone that she visited all the time in there. She didn't want to be seen with him, to be mistaken that she had a boyfriend. She ventured inside and sat herself beside the orange-clad man. Mito. A thin middle-aged man by the name of Kenji appeared from the back. He wore a white apron and had short brown hair and had a small scar running down his left cheek. He looked more welcoming rather than intimidating despite this. He was the owner of the small ramen stand. "Good evening, Kenji," she replied out of courtesy. She saw him look back and forth between the blonde at her several times. He luckily made no attempt at commenting on this and continued on with business. "What can I get you to?" he asked. She breathed out a quiet sigh of relief. She was thankful to him. She was already going to get enough torture from the next person that would inevitably show up. "Miso pork ramen," the blonde replied after looking at the menu in the back for several long moments. "Same here please," Mito added. It seemed Kenji couldn't help but make a little jab. "One bowl or separate?" She looked at him for a moment, willing down a blush. "Separate I'm guessing," as he went to the back. After A minute or so she waited impatiently for the next person to arrive. The cerulean eyed her curiously, but she ignored him. She wanted to know more about him, and she loved that he had a ninja. She wanted to know what kind of skills he had in fuinjutsu, since it was enough to impress her grandfather. She wanted to know his name and how he came out of the sky. Soon a red-haired teen popped out of the back. Her long red hair was tied into a bun to keep it out of the soup. She wore a white apron with a green short-sleeved shirt. She was fair-skinned like her and also shared the same eyes, black and pupil-less. She was slender and was several inches shorter than her and had a more rounded face. The teenager's face instantly brightened as she saw her. Mito. As he rushed to put down the soup. Soon as she did, she leaned from across the counter to try and plant a hug, which she had to complete. "Hello, Emmy. So where were you?" she asked. As she stepped back from the hug, she looked at the blonde beside her, still waiting for his ramen that hadn't been set down in front of him. "Dates, right?" Seeing the blonde beside her. "He's an acquaintance," Mito replied to her. He paid no attention as he looked hungrily at the ramen that was out of reach. "It starts off that way. Next thing you know you're married." She made her way to the blonde, who had only noticed as she walked in front of him. "I'm Emmy, Mito's sister." She let out a hand, which he completed the handshake. "What's up? I don't know my name though." "Weird." She shot at a glance at Mito, which Mito mentioned to the ramen. "I guess I'll talk to you later." She handed down the ramen, and left to the back. "Yeah," the spiky blonde said as he snapped his chopsticks. Finally, surprisingly, he waited for her to grab hers. It seems he's not entirely oblivious to it after all. As she prepared herself, "Itadakimasu," he yelled out. She silently watched as he dove into his ramen, her being impressed forgotten as he ate his food like a starved dog. She reasoned to herself that he hadn't really ate anything filling lately. She ignored him, returned to ramen and ate hers quietly. She thought about his energy and attitude, which was filled with positivity, like his warm chakra was of any indication. She felt the need to be beside him, to feel his chakra. She was immensely curious about him, the way she had complimented her red hair, which actually made her feel pretty, despite all of the constant compliments other men made towards her. It felt like she could actually believe in him. He had energy, but it actually made her feel like her outlook had brightened. He actually made her blush. Several times today, she turned to look at him. She could lightly compare his personality to Hashirama right now. He was positive, but he had several outlooks that she didn't know if Naruto would share. She wanted to know more about him. "Is something the matter?" she asked, seeing him slow down on his eating. He looked down at his soup for another moment. He turned to look at her. "My name is Naruto," he replied. "A ramen condiment." She remembered that she actually came out to see if he could remember anything. She was far too concerned with it looking like a date. "Hello, Naruto," she smiled, which he easily beat with one of his flashy grins. She noticed that it made her heart flutter pleasantly. She realized she actually wouldn't have minded if it looked like a date. "How could you have eaten so much?" Mito asked as she handed an unpleasant amount of ryo over to Kenji. He smiled widely and deposited the ryo into the register. Naruto looked at a stack of bowls. The top slightly teetered, threatening to fall over. He rubbed in his belly in satisfaction over the amount of ramen he ate. He looked over the red-haired woman, her look in mild disbelief at the bowls. He could imagine the succulent taste of the dish, the texture of the noodle on his tongue, along with each and every distinct flavor that the miso pork ramen provided to his taste buds. The broth was near perfection to his opinion, and he would simply drink it after finishing the noodles and other ingredients. One thing was for certain, it was amazing. He nodded to himself in agreement. Except there was something missing, something he couldn't point his finger on. "Sorry, I guess I forgot my money. If I have any," he replied embarrassingly. He could go for more, but he didn't want to keep Mito any longer than he had to. She had finished her bowl of ramen long before, and had looked in shock at how fast he had eaten his share and amongst others. He had gotten so distracted that he had completely forgotten he didn't have any method of payment for the noodles. Luckily for him, Mito had agreed to pay for his meal. He felt a little disappointment that he had forgotten about it. He reasoned that he would make it up for her one way or another. "It's all right," he heard her say. She stood from her seat and straightened her white kimono. He stood up himself and followed her out the flaps of the small ramen shop. "Come again," he heard Kenji yell out from within the restaurant. He had a hopeful tone of voice, satisfied from the amount of ramen he had eaten. He once again thought about what was missing. Something that could have been added to make it to perfection. "Mito, I'll see you after," he heard her sister call out soon after. Single quote. Emmy. Was it? Recalling her name. The duo walked together and she replied with her own goodbyes. He followed Mito and he quickly figured out that they were going a different direction. He looked at the sky. It seemed the night had fallen instead of the dying rays of sunlight. Some street lights had turned on to keep the darkness away. The streets were mostly bare, but occasionally a couple or so would come out from another street, enjoying their private walk. He looked back up to see the beautiful amount of stars in the sky, shining brightly, as well as the crescent moon. A smooth, pleasant breeze came by and he felt it flick his hair calmingly. Naruto suddenly felt at peace, like tomorrow wouldn't matter and that he was relaxing somewhere and feeling the burning sun on his skin. He reveled in the feeling, and disregarded on why he was feeling such tenderness. "Hey," he randomly called out. It felt natural to him as he turned to face the woman beside him. He flinched a little as he saw who was beside him. She turned her head towards him to look into his eyes. He saw the unmistakable aura she held in her eyes. Yes, oddly, he was expecting someone else. There was only the red-haired woman beside him. Luckily she didn't notice the flinch he gave off, but the feeling he felt earlier whisked away. He hid his disappointment, but confusion washed over him. "Where are we going?" he asked. A question he had wanted to ask just disappeared and he had no hints as to what it was. He decided to ask an earlier concern, since they obviously weren't going back to her place. He was completely lost and had no idea what event might unfold before him. Night had taken over and he had no place to stay. "We're going to see my grandfather." "Oh, for what?" "Find a place for you to sleep in," she replied. "Oh, cool." He certainly felt like an oddity here. He had woken barely more than an hour ago and in some beautiful stranger's home, no less. He peeked at woman beside him, who carried herself proudly. She had beautiful smooth red hair tied in buns, but some swept aside that hugged her cheeks and jawline. Her lips were pursed, but he could tell they were quite supple and pink. Her skin was quite porcelain in comparison to his, and she had a purple-ish diamond mark on her forehead. She wore some sort of small golden crown between her tied-up buns. Under her white kimono she wore some sort red dress underneath and flowed gently above the ground. He wondered if he had ever met someone who dressed as elegant as she did. Despite her regal appearance she had this childlike curiosity in her eyes. He also just felt the warmth and tenderness within them. "Don't worry, I'll visit you," she said reassuringly. "Thanks, so how long was I out?" he asked. 2 days, she replied. He could tell she was eager to ask some questions, but was holding back. It was obvious as to why. "I don't even know myself. What's my last name?" He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Only one surname kept appearing in his head. "So how does a Naruto Uzumaki sound?" As he continued tapping his chin. Although the only connection was that was only the surname he'd heard. He looked curiously at the red head. It did have a nice ring to it. He thought he saw a faint blush appear for a split second before it disappeared. It sounds perfect actually," although he did catch the small stammer. "I really like your hair. It's like gold," she added almost nervously. He noticed that were plenty of red-haired people around here. Occasionally he found the brown-haired or raven-haired individual when they walking to find something to eat. Thanks," he replied with a smile. He swept a hand over his unruly hair. He realized that he hadn't exactly looked over himself in a mirror as of yet. "It might be a possibility," she added. That you actually could be an Uzumaki. Really? How's that? Your chakra, it's similar to ours, she explained. No means of really confirming that you are though. Well, we'll figure it out eventually, you know, he replied. A calm silence swept over them. Mito added a nod and he decided to take another peek at her. He saw a different expression on her face. Her eyes were focused and her lips were slightly unnatural compared to before. With nothing to focus on, and with the lack of talk with their companionable silence, he attempted to recreate her expression. After a moment or so, he found that she was biting the inside of her right cheek, and which made her lips slightly misplaced. Getting the little mystery over and done with, his thoughts pranced about nothing in particular. This amnesia thing is boring. He tried to contemplate, but it lacked cohesive direction. There wasn't much to think about when he couldn't recall anything. All it did was create more questions that couldn't be answered. He might as well share it with Mito later on. Bringing his mind together, he focused about the dinner they shared together and felt himself slightly drooling at the thought of the dish. Oh yeah, thanks for paying for the ramen, wiping the hint of drool starting to form at the corner of his mouth. It's of no concern, I was the one who had forgotten you had money. So I do have some money, huh? I promise I'll pay you back. He figured that it was in the bag that he had left behind at her apartment. You don't need to, she replied, which surprised him a little. Really? But I want to. He was met with silence, looked over to her to see a contemplative look. An anticipating smile revealed itself after a moment. Well, if you insist, I do. Then I suppose I can come up with something, she replied. He saw an expression that showed him that she was anticipating for when he did. He speculated on what it might be about. Looking forward to it, he answered honestly. He wanted to be around her, since she was so intent on helping him with his memories. The red-haired woman did carry a welcoming presence. He noticed her slow down on her pace and looked to her to see what it was. Here we are, she added, looking in up front. He followed her gaze to see a large building on an incline, and stairs led the way to the top. It wasn't exactly grand, but it did look impressive compared to the other buildings surrounding it. This is weird. He was lost at what he was comparing the building to. The thought escaped from him before he could catch it. This is the Uzumaki mansion. This is where the clan leader resides and the village's leader. So are there two people? He asked, only for the redhead to shake her head. They are the one and the same. She took the lead once more and Naruto followed. Oh. He inspected the building more closely as they walked up the stairs. The building was 3 stories in height, although the third floor seemed to be smaller in width. He speculated that the clan leader resided on that floor. 4 large decorated wooden pillars were supporting an open roof before the doors that led inside. Right above the doors were a large crest of a red swirl. Beside the stairs were grass and several flowers popping from out of the ground. Naruto was brought out of his detailing when he noticed the woman was walking slightly in front of him. He would be blind if he didn't notice her swaying hips. The obi tied around her waist only accentuated her bottom. He cleared his throat and furthered his pace to match hers. He quickly willed down the heat on his cheeks. So, your grandfather is here, right? Yes, he's the clan leader. He reached the door first and opened it for her. Thank you. He nodded and followed her inside. Damn it. When he noticed she was in front, once eyes trailed over before he quickly looked straight ahead. I'm no perv. He felt a little awkward speeding up to walk beside her once more. He focused on surroundings of the building to distract himself. After a short walk through a small hallway, they entered a large room. There was a pair of stairs that they took that led to the 3rd floor in the middle of the room, while there was surrounding hallways that led to different rooms on each floor. The room itself was painted beige that was added with some brownish colors. He heard several people talking nearby, muffled by their distance and barriers. He briefly thought of the purpose of the building before reasoning that their intent was on caring for the village. So how long has the village been here? He asked, noticing the relatively new furniture and lack of worn items. They reached the top on the 3rd floor. It was relatively smaller than the other floors as there was no hallways. There was only one open door, which was on the opposite side of the room. It's only been a few months since it's been formed, otherwise one of the first of the hidden ninja villages, he nodded. Hidden villages. It felt familiar to him. He felt a little frustrated that he couldn't recall it. Quickly closing the distance, they entered the open doorway that had a receptionist just beside another closed door. Mito walked up to a middle-aged woman, dressed in formal attire. The blonde stood some distance behind and decided to inspect the room but was listening on their conversation. "Excuse me. Is my grandfather here?" The woman took a brief peek at both the guest before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, he left on an important meeting that the clans of Konohagakure wanted to discuss with him," she replied. Konohagakure. He heard some talking between both Mito and the secretary. "So it's another ninja village, huh? That's pretty cool. I wonder how many other villages there are." He mused a little about this, before he noticed that Mito had turned to him out of the corner of his eye. "What's up?" Turning his attention to the red-haired woman, she held a slight look of disbelief. "It seemed my grandfather will not be here for another few days." It took a moment for him to click on his predicament. "Oh," he chuckled nervously, "so I guess that I just sleep on the streets then," he joked. She scoffed and shook her head at his distasteful joke. "Nonsense." "Okay then, what now?" Mito walked alongside the blonde, well with her slightly in the lead. She didn't exactly think she would have suggested that he stay over at her apartment. He was someone that needed help, and she couldn't turn him away. He didn't deserve to spend a night on the streets, or spend most of his money staying at a hotel. What kind of first impression would that send him? She wasn't given a definite estimate on her grandfather returning to the village. She wondered how important their meeting was, since Shin seemed to have forgotten about their mysterious guest. She looked over to the mysterious blonde. He was far too interesting for her own good. "So how do you feel so far?" The blue-eyed man looked her in the eye. Well, he wore a slight confused expression, along with a contemplative look. "I feel really weird, like I don't belong here," he replied. "That's putting it a bit mildly, but he hasn't been here long either." "Perhaps that you can get accustomed to this place," Mito suggested. They were halfway towards her apartment. Several kids ran through an alleyway, playing hide and seek or tag. That was one thing that was missing from before, a feeling of safeness that their previous lifestyle that couldn't be accomplished before. "I hope so, but I feel," she turned to look at her companion. "I feel like something's missing. Other than my memories, I mean." Mito was a little bewildered by his comment, but mostly fascinated. What could it be? Was it something that was a part of him? A companion? Or a personal item? For a moment she thought amusingly that it might have been the nightcap he had in his pack. "We might find something in your pack that I found alongside you." "Maybe. I think it's something big though." He seemed to have forgotten about his little dilemma and simply relaxed. He put his hands over the back of his neck as they walked ever closer to her place. Interesting how nonchalant and unworried he is, she thought to herself. There was a chance that he might never recall the rest of his memories at all. Yet, even with the casual comment, she felt certain that he thought he would regain his past. They walked the rest of the way to her apartment in a companionable silence. She was followed up the stairs and to her door. Unlocking the door with her key, she opened the door to invite him inside. "Thanks again. I really like that you're a nice person," he said rather loudly. "It's what anyone would have done," she replied. He merely waved her off while he took off his sandals. "Maybe, but that still doesn't take away that you're a good person," he retorted. "I just see the kindness in you, I guess," he added. "Even if you are a private person." That again, she thought. He certainly was on the mark that she didn't exactly share details of her life to others. Mito wondered on what made her share things of herself, but she reasoned that it was to make him comfortable and to help him. He walked off to the hallway without her leading the way. She was a little agitated that he went off, and not be like a normal guest and wait for her to show him around. He rounded off the hallway and into the guest room while she took off her sandals. Perhaps that's why she was a little drawn to him. Normal was a little stale. Naruto was nearly on the opposite spectrum on that scale, well as far as she knew. Mito walked through the hallway. The door was wide open to his impromptu room. He was in the middle of fumbling with his bag on the desk. He looked up and smiled after a quick second. You want to see if I can remember anything, right? Let's check it out. He mentioned for her to come in. Am I that predictable? She did say that she curious in him. She felt regret that she had actually told him that. Her curiosity easily won over her frustration and entered into the room. She sat herself down on the side of the bed. Naruto came over and recklessly spilled the contents on the mattress. It's like he doesn't care at all. She was still somewhat amused at this, more especially at next comment. Whoa, do I actually wear this? Picking up the toothy nightcap. I'd like to think so, she snickered. He gave a heartwarming smile before returning to the items. The next thing he picked up was the red-black flamed cloak, which he quickly wore. It's pretty cool, he said to himself, turning in place as he inspected on how the garb fit him. She noted some kanji on the back. Mount Myoboku, she said aloud. He looked quizzically at her. Where's that? Quote, I don't have a clue. She was delighted to have found another clue to him. Perhaps a little interesting was such a shortcoming term to describe him. Figuring that pondering about it wouldn't bring out any results, he continued on. He froze after a moment. Did you remember something? She said excitedly. Her thoughts raced towards what he might have recalled. Wait, I know this. She looked towards the items to figure out if any of the items were responsible. Her best guess was the tri-pronged kunai amongst the ordinary items. He seemed to reach for it, only to pass right by it and over to his stuffed frog wallet. I call this Gamma-chan. He bounced the wallet on his hand, a proud and nostalgic smile on his face. Mito wasn't expecting this, completely blindsided that he had recalled something insignificant that didn't reveal much other than he was a little childish in nature. She giggled, which had quickly grown to full-blown laughter. He had an amused grin, eyes full of appreciation. He chuckled alongside her, as she quickly restrained herself. You have a beautiful laugh, he added. She gathered herself before she replied to him. Thank you. Quote. She wasn't entirely sure how to respond to him. How was she supposed to reply? Would a compliment suffice? She wasn't well versed in that regard. Kunoichi were people and ninja like everyone else. Seduction was entirely optional. She obviously chose not to specify in that manner. He seemed to have moved on before she could reply. He unrolled the sealing scroll, which she remembered as the scroll that was kept full of the special kunai. Okay, what's going here? I feel like I should do something, as he inspected the sealing formula. Here, let me show you. She was given the scroll and he looked curiously at her. You channel chakra on the formula, depending on the amount of chakra and bursts. She demonstrated it, and two kunai flew wildly a foot in the air. She was about to grab them before she was beaten to it. He easily caught them by their handles. He twirled the one in his right hand as he inspected. Huh. Cool, he said. It wasn't impressive by shinobi standards, but a mere civilian would have struggled. So I guess he really is a ninja. She guessed that he had only done it on instinct. So what are these markings? He asked. She had some time to inspect the formula itself. She came to the same conclusion as her grandfather. I believe it's a space-time sealing formula, so I suppose it's used for teleportation, she answered him. He hummed while continued to inspect it. She noted how good the cloak fit on him, like it was especially made for him. There wasn't much that was answered today, and only more mysteries appeared. He didn't seem to have recalled anything that related to his past, other than his wallet. So what is it that's missing in him? A constantly growing puzzle, along pieces that were blurred and only revealed itself after some time. It excited her. You didn't recall anything else? She asked curiously. Nah, he replied. He set aside the kunai while he prodded the other items, which were insignificant and didn't reveal anything else. She yawned tiredly and stood up from the bed. I think I shall go to bed now. He looked up at her. All right. Good night. as she turned towards the door. Good night. Mito lay in her bed, her hair was freed from her buns and she was dressed in a conservative nightgown. She thought about today's events. It was a bit odd now. Sure, the blonde was sleeping here once again, but he wasn't unconscious this time. She also invited to stay over. While she was satisfied with it looking like a date, undoubtedly she wasn't okay if someone she practically met today was seen entering her home and looking like. She felt her face flare up at the thought. She certainly felt desires to be intimate with the opposite sex, but only with a man she loved. It was only very recently, the forming of the village, that she even begun to search for someone of potential. It was a peaceful time and there was no threat of war on the horizon since every new village was focusing on recruiting clans and constructing. It was clear to her really. He was right, it wasn't every day that she met someone who fell out of the sky and someone who was suffering from amnesia. She thought about his strong jawline and adorable whiskers, oceanic blue eyes that spoke of immeasurable depth. His enticing lips and firm voice. He was very peculiar and she wanted to find out more and help him along the way. It certainly was a bonus that she found him attractive. She recalled her thoughts on when he said their clan name. Naruto Uzumaki. When he had said it, for some odd reason, she thought of how he might obtain that name. Marriage. It was only for a split second, but it had made her flustered. So she just spluttered whatever that came out to distract herself and only for her to comment on his wild blonde hair. He certainly looked exotic in this place. There wasn't really people with golden hair in Uzu. She wondered what he was doing, since he had just woken up not long ago. She wasn't as tired as she initially thought. Perhaps she would need to be a good host and figure out something he could do to entertain himself. She sat up from her bed and turned on the lamp and thought about what he could do. She had several books that he could read. She wasn't sure if he would like any of them. Most were fiction, and delved into aspects of life and morality. She didn't think he would like little romance she had. Mito thought that perhaps he would enjoy a few games of shugi or go with her. She didn't particularly have many opponents to test her skill. Deciding that she would ask him herself, she walked to her door and absent-mindedly straightened her high R. The door opened silently. She wondered if she would live here long enough for it to creak. She walked across to the door opposite and knocked quietly. There was no answer and she knocked once again. Still no answer. She thought briefly that he might have gone for a walk. She turned the knob and peeked through the door to confirm her theory. Mito nearly faltered when she saw him lightly snoring, dead asleep on the bed. How is that possible? She thought as some drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. She nearly let out a snicker when she heard a ramen escape from him. I suppose he really enjoys the dish. She realized what she doing when he tossed and turned over the blanket, revealing that he wore orange boxers. Her face turned red and she quickly closed the door to the guest room and walked back to her own room. He's unpredictable. As she slid under her blanket and turned off her lamp, Mito thought once more about her new guest while she waited for sleep to take her. She didn't remember the last time she had laughed like that, carefree almost. Mount Myoboku. It sounded a little familiar. It was something distant she couldn't pinpoint. It flitted around in her head in wait for a specific object or word to help jumpstart her memory. She disregarded it and decided to wait for it to come around. She was also interested about the seal on his kunai, curious to see how it functioned in action. Wondering if it was anything similar to the Shunshin Jutsu, which was accelerated movement. Although it differed as the seal allowed transportation. Perhaps of the person with the technique. It was clear that he had shinobi training. Perhaps some training and chakra exercises would help stimulate his abilities. Her thoughts roamed about the blonde through the night, until sleep overruled her. She heard some loud irritating knocking. Repetitive and in a specific manner. It felt like her sister had arrived at her house. She opened her eyes to find that her room had brightened from the morning sun. Mito felt like the sun had risen too early. A brief look at her clock revealed she had woken up an hour later than she usually woke up. Odd. At 8 in the morning she regularly felt rested. Another hour for sleep felt like bliss to her at the moment. "Come on, Mito." She heard the low muffled yells from her little sister, accompanying it the loud knocks. She felt a little sloppy as she rose from her comforting bed and quickly searched for her robe, since she still wore her nightgown. She did her best to wipe the sleep from her eyes and she picked up her brush and hairpins and walked out her door. She walked down the hallways and heard the fiddling of a door handle behind. Bathroom. Hearing a low mumble from Naruto. Reaching the door, she quickly unlocked it and opened it to find her sister, Emi. She was free from her work attire, and was dressed in casual attire. A red sweater with black pants. "Finally, I did say I was coming OV. Her eyes widened in surprise. She followed her gaze to see the blonde in his boxers and t-shirt stumbling into the bathroom. "Did you?" "No." Emi trailed her words as she let herself into her apartment. Mito looked back at her sister in confusion. "What are you talking about?" she asked, still trying to recover from her sleepiness. "Well, one thing, it looks like you slept with him," Emi said bluntly. What? Come on, he's half naked and inside your place. You still look tired and I thought you were usually dressed by now," Emi continued as she entered her kitchen. "It's a bit logical from my point of view." Mito went pale. Don't worry, Mito. I know you're not like that," she cut in as she inspected the bottom cupboards. "It is pretty suspicious though," she added. Mito had already figured that out for herself. "So tell me about this guy. He popped out of nowhere and you were with him." Mito quickly gathered herself. She still felt a little flustered. She knew that it would go like this. She decided to focus on brushing her hair to tie into her buns. "That's quite accurate actually." "What do you mean?" She heard the flushing of the toilet and the subsequent sink. "Exact. Damn, that was awesome," she heard the blonde say loudly. He seemed to have proceeded into the guest room. Emi looked wordlessly at her, Mito giving a sheepish look. They heard a closing of a door and she began talking once again. "Not really a person like yourself, is he?" As she returned to prodding the cupboards. "No," Mito admitted. He was far from being eloquent. He didn't really respond to social cues, most of the time. His table manners when he began to eat were atrocious. "You don't have any flour?" As she ceased her searching, she stood up and walked over to the fridge and inspected briefly. "Or any blueberries? I forgot." Mito replied. She recalled that she was supposed to go get some more yesterday. Emi had a knowing look, no doubt to talk about the blonde. "So what was that about him not knowing his own name?" she asked. "He has amnesia, and about before, he really did appear out of nowhere," Mito replied. Now that she thought about it, did the kunai had any sort of correlation with it? "You're doing it again," interrupting her thought process. "Doing what?" "That face you always do when you're interested in something." She had odd smile on her, along with mischievous sparkle in her eyes. "So someone has caught your attention, huh? Now that's fascinating." And Mito felt a little defiant, but she certainly wouldn't let her little sister see the heat that was starting to form around her cheeks. "And you're not feeling bad? I thought you were interested in Hashirama. He's a clan leader and a powerful shinobi," she prodded. Mito sighed. She always began to get like this whenever romance was involved. She always insisted on finding someone, saying that she deserved to have happiness. Mito was perfectly content on taking her time. Rushing through things wasn't exactly her way of doing things. She tried to formulate a reasonable response to answer her sister. "It's because he has amnesia, huh?" Well, she didn't quite know how to respond to that. "Admit it, you think he's far more interesting than the god of shinobi, right?" Mito heard the door swing open. "Emi, he's still inside," she whispered to her. Still she found herself agreeing with her sister. It was quite petty, but the way she met Naruto far exceeded the way her and Hashirama met. Fine. The blonde quickly made his way to where they were. "Yo, morning Mito, and Emi right?" She gave her greetings and her sister carefully eyed him. "Morning to you too," her little sister replied. "Right, I remember my name now, it's Naruto," he replied. Mito could almost feel the energy that poured off him, from every word he said. Energetic and almost carelessly. Oh really? It's nice to meet you, a fitting name considering the amount of ramen you ate yesterday. Oh yeah, that was some amazing ramen yesterday, not really as good as Ichiraku's though. Mito quickly turned her entire attention towards the blonde at the new information. Ichiraku. The young blue-eyed man turned to her. Huh, he scratched his head thoughtfully. No idea where that came from. Guess it's another ramen stand or something, Emi suggested. Also don't let Kenji know you said that, she added. Oh man, if that Ichiraku's is better, then I want some of that ramen, he replied. He can get really serious about his noodles, Emi whispered. Mito ignored this and prioritized to see if he recalled his memories. Anything else Naruto? Voicing her thoughts. He looked at the ceiling as he contemplated. Nah, nothing, he finished. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Emi raise her brow. Hey Naruto, Emi questioned, capturing both the individual's attention. You're a guest, so can you do us a favor? Yeah sure, what is it? He replied without hesitation. Emi dug into her wallet and pulled out some ryo. Can you go get some flour and blueberries for us? Emi quickly explained where the nearest grocery store was located. Mito knew what she wanted to do. Emi wanted to have some girl time and talk about the blonde that slept over. No problem. Giving a salute, he quickly put on his sandals. Naruto, you really don't have to do this, Mito voiced. It's all right, this is easy stuff, he waved and proceeded outside without any further arguments from her. The door slammed shut, effectively leaving her alone with her sister. She didn't like the boy talk. Well, I have to say, Emi started to speak. He just went out there without even asking why. Mito did have to agree, it revealed something about his character. Although the specifics weren't clear, was a no-questions type of guy. Which was something typical of a shinobi. Or did he simply do this because he wanted to help? Regardless of the importance. Well, there's that look again, effectively bring her out of her contemplation. What look? Mito asked. She thought about how her expression changed. Was it noticeable, or subtle? You really do want to know everything about him, don't you? Her sister questioned, effectively starting her. What Mito felt like it was interrogation. What are you talking about? Face it, you lit up like a child seeing sweets when he said, Ichiraku. Once again she was at a loss of what to say. He has amnesia, I want to help him. Sure, but mostly for your own self-interest. It reminded Mito of what Naruto had said yesterday, and how he why saw through her facade. It made sense for her sister, since they known each other for their entire lives. Except he was able to do that hardly an hour after they officially met. So how did your date end yesterday? Quote, it wasn't a date. I don't see anything romantic between bowls of ramen and sitting side by side, Mito retorted. Yeah, it's mostly done when you're comfortable with one another or between friends, Mito reflected on this. With his warm chakra, she did feel incredibly calm and comfortable around him. It was a little odd. But you're not friends, and that totally was a date, Mito sighed. Why do you insist? She asked. She already knew of the answer. Emi wanted her big sister to be happy. Emi ignored this and continued. Well, did you flirt with him? And him with you? She asked. No, she said unconvincingly. She reflected on yesterday, the comments they had made to each other. She definitely wasn't one for dating. He did say, I have beautiful laugh and that I was a nice person, among other things. There you go, that was flirting, Mito asked. Yeah, obviously, Emi replied. Mito looked at her sister. This realization hit Mito like a ton of bricks. How could she have been so oblivious to it? There were sure told signs that he was. Even she had returned the mutual courtesy. But, to her, it didn't really feel like he was just flirting. It sounded more like he was just stating the obvious. Just absolute genuine comments, at least she felt that way about it. He didn't seem to be the deceiving type. Despite being a shinobi, you were flirting with him too, weren't you? Yes, she said quietly. He wondered if he knew about it. Did he know that he was flirting? He couldn't as oblivious to it. Worse of all, they were supposed to go on another date today. The thing was, she was greatly looking forward to it. Naruto sat on the chair of the bakery shop. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something felt familiar about this place. He'd never been here before obviously, perhaps it was the bakery shop. Or the smell of the place. He decided to wave it away and focus on the beautiful red-haired woman that sat across from him. When he had came back from helping them with their shopping, Emmy had said goodbye and proceeded on her way. He thought that at least they had something to do that involved eating what he had bought. Instead, Emmy had simply said that it was later and she had forgotten something. Mito had looked nervous at that time for some odd reason as well. She seemed to had gathered herself since they had arrived. So, why we're here again? He asked her. She had this curiosity that was almost impossible to be rid of in her eyes. She always looked at him like that. He wondered if it was simply because he was suffering from amnesia, like he was a game. But there was also genuine worry with it. This time she had a playful and a bit childish look in her pupil-less black eyes. Because you owe me cinnamon buns, he raised his brows. What? They have a delectable taste. Right, I still owe you for buying me ramen, he smiled in amusement. He felt a little nudge in the back of his head, like he should be remembering this for some reason, even though it was impossible since he never met the woman before yesterday. By this time the waiter came by and quickly came and dropped off the cinnamon buns. Prior to this, she had already paid for it with his money. The shop itself was very homey. It seemed to be built for comfort as they sat on large comfortable seats, and there was tall dividers that separated each table for privacy. He watched as the woman known as Mito picked off a bun and took a careful bite off the treats. She closed her eyes and slightly moaned in pleasure as she did. He chuckled and she seemed to remember that she wasn't alone. A cute light blush flashed across her cheeks and she wiped her face with a napkin. I got carried away, she replied embarrassingly, her blush quickly disappearing. Hey, it's all right, it's cute you know, he said. This time a darker blush appeared on her face. Naruto found himself looking at a different colored eyes. There was no sound, and his surroundings seemed to be hazy and unfocused. This girl in front of him wasn't Mito. She had long midnight hair and pale pupil-less lavender-tinted eyes. To Naruto, she was as breathtaking as the red-haired woman. She had a slight happy smile on her face, and when they locked eyes for a moment, he found warmth and love and happiness. She looked shyly away and a rose-colored tint appeared on her cheeks. The smile widened slightly. Who is she? Naruto thought to himself. Her pink, inviting and luscious lips moved but no sound came out. She brought a cinnamon to her mouth and took a small bite. Is this what felt familiar? Naruto, Mito said questionably. He found himself looking in black pupil-less eyes. A different color and different emotions replaced the lavender eyes. Curiosity etched in her eyes but concern was more prevalent. I just remembered something, that's all, composing himself as he replied. Can I ask what? Yeah, there was someone who seemed to have liked cinnamon buns just as much as you did, he smiled at her. It felt right to say. He had said only on a whim, but it felt like the truth. I don't remember her name though. He watched her slightly deflate at the new information. Her eyes flashed with some disappointment, but she still carried a small smile. Her, she asked. What did you remember exactly? He thought about the midnight-haired at what they were doing. Doing what we're doing now. What do you mean? He didn't understand what she meant by that. Sitting here and eating, I guess, he replied. I just saw what she looks like a bit. I see, Mito added. Weird, he thought. He grabbed a bun for himself as he looked out the window of the shop. The bakery was located just outside a small park. People enjoying themselves as they walked through along with their families. He thought about the girl in his memory. Those white eyes of hers. He felt like it was a little special than others. Man. All this is so confusing. Where was this person? Did he know other people? Would they freak out when they saw him? So many things. Even if you haven't really promised. Thanks for helping try to get my memories back, he said the woman. At least he had some help, a person who wanted to. It meant a lot to him. Like I said, it's interesting, she answered, taking another bite of her snack. So what do you enjoy doing? He asked, recalling what she had said last night, about getting to know her a little more. She thought about her answer for a few moments. I enjoy studying and learning fuinjutsu, she mentioned to the pale purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. This is actually a sealing jutsu. What does it do? He asked. She seemed to get into a trance, showing him that she was a little passionate about it. It's called Strength of 100 Seal. Whenever I use a jutsu, which require chakra, I don't have to utilize any of my own. Wow, that's pretty cool. Thinking about jutsu made him get hyped up. Could you show me any of your jutsu? It's what I thought of earlier. Perhaps you can remember something if we train together. What kind of training? He asked. I can show you examples of my own ninjutsu, and along with chakra exercises. She seemed to be anticipating as much as he was. Could he remember anything? What excited him most was that he could recall any sort of cool jutsu. I hope it's going to be awesome. I can't wait for it. He wanted to get started right now, screw the cinnamon buns. But I thought perhaps that you would want to visit where you had fallen first, Mito suggested. All right. He relented. Although training sounded more exciting, he did want to see if anything could come out of it. Why do I get this feeling that I don't belong? Wow, this was far, the blonde commented. Really long too. It's a walk that I enjoy. She proceeded through the meadow. It was relatively quiet. The chirping of bird and the distant waves crashing against the shore was all there was. She took a deep breath of the pleasing aroma while Naruto followed her. Bleg. He burped loudly. Good thing we ate more before we came. He didn't bother apologizing for such rude behavior. She sighed and continued towards the site where he had fallen. You're undefined, Mito commented. Meh. He shrugged her off. She controlled her nerves as they exited the meadow and into another part of the forest. That was a beautiful place though. Indeed, she replied. Naruto was the first person that she had shown the field to. While it didn't hold much significance, it was a pleasant area that helped calm her. Just a place that she could relax in. They hadn't talked much on their near 2-hour journey here, several comments here and there. Although the cerulean-eyed blonde was a little restless, and constantly complained about the time or distance to get here. Is that it? As he paced past her, walking towards the indentation in the ground. The area was in the same state that he had seen him in, leaves and dirt strewn about. He stood directly over the crater while she joined him. Yes, Mito replied. He nodded, and simply glanced around the area before resting his gaze upon the depression. When I found you here, you had these orange markings on the corner of your eyes, she added, hoping to help jumpstart his memory. He inserted his hands into his jacket, and wore a concentrated look on his face. After a minute of silence, he looked up directly into the sky. Nothing's coming for me. He took in a deep breath. I'll be honest. Mito noticed the change in his demeanor. What if I don't remember who I really am? Quote, what do you mean? What if I can't remember anything else, and it will never come back? The wild-haired talked. I'm not worried about that though. I just can't stop thinking. He crossed his arms as he continued to stare into the sky. He seemed to try and gather his words. Even if I never recover my memories, could I just, start over? I suppose, but what about your family, or friends? She wasn't entirely sure if she added a significant other. I'm sure you'll recover them. I guess. He didn't sound entirely convinced. It was little odd. Before he sounded so sure about himself. Where was this doubt coming from? He exhaled loudly and swung his arms. Maybe if I could remember something if I fell from the sky again, he chuckled, doing a turn around on his personality. He turned around and started the trek back to the meadow. Let's go check out that place again. Okay. And joined him by his side. In their lull of conversation, she was reminded of earlier at bakery. Who was that girl with him? He didn't seem to realize, or ignored, or didn't care that they were sort of on a date. He seemed to had been doing the same with that girl. She didn't bother trying to speculate their relationship. Mito was a little curious as to what she looked like and that perhaps it might lead to a clue, if he reckoned anything distinct. She resolved to ask him at a more appropriate time. Making their way to the flower-filled field, he led the way near the central part of the field. He suddenly plopped down on the ground, the grass and any unfortunate flowers bruising away from the weight. Mito looked curiously at the fellow, who was nestled on the ground. "Come join me," he said to her, eyes shut closed. "I much rather not," she replied. She was a little concerned of dirt potentially getting into her hair. She might be a kunoichi, but she didn't want to get unnecessarily dirty. The most that she would do was to sit down. She sat down a comfortable distance away from him, his outstretched left arm within reach. He peeked with a sideways glance and raised his brow. "That's boring," he replied with an annoyed tone of voice. "Come on, just lay down and feel amazing." "I don't see how that would make me feel spectacular," she retorted. "Well, all you see are the clouds rolling by in the sky, the heat on the sun on your skin," he sighed contentedly for a moment. "I just feel one with nature, you know, and nothing really matters other than right now." Quote, he said softly. She was a bit bewildered from his sudden change in the dynamic of his character. She smiled wistfully. "If you say so," she relented to him. She quickly disposed her buns in her hair and the small crown nestled between them. Her hair fell down to her shoulders and placed the items to the side. "Is something the matter?" Seeing him with an odd look on his face. You really look good like that, you know." She realized that she had been seen without her usual buns. He had completely taken down her guard without her realizing. When did she get so comfortable with him? "Thank you." She was able to control the heat. She was still unused to the sincerity in his words. She quickly reasoned that putting her hair but into place would be a little unbecoming. She leaned back and placed her head on the grass. She looked up into the cerulean sky. Some white fluffy clouds hovered over the land. She felt the comfortable heat on her skin and face. She did feel a little calmer actually. She didn't necessarily feel one with nature though. "I sort of see what you mean," she said to him. "Of course I'm right," he replied confidently. She looked at the blue sky. She was slightly reminded of the blonde's eyes. She turned to him and she saw a content and nostalgic smile on his face. She wondered if he remembered anything at all during his time here. Mito couldn't deny that she was physically attracted to him. He turned to look at her, with his cerulean eyes. Despite his amnesia, it was obvious that he was an honest, virtuous person but also an odd character. She turned to look back up at the sky, and that perhaps, in future she may fall for him. Mito Uzumaki. Quote. Naruto looked towards the intrusion in their walk. Two people appeared behind them. One was a long-haired blonde man wearing a metal forehead protector with a leaf symbol. The other man wore the gray Uzumaki clan armor, along with similar band. The only exception was it carried a swirl. Both seemed tired with their rugged appearance, some sweat beading down their faces. "We have urgent news," the Uzushiogakure shinobi explained. "Yes, what is it?" Mito shot a particular look at Naruto, which he easily understood. He relaxed, not paying attention to conversation. It nothing to do with him anyway, a fact that Mito obviously recognized. He also wasn't looking forward to what might happen if he listened in. So he walked a short distance away and examined his surroundings of the village around him. Some children ran across a street, going into a nearby candy store. The sun was hanging low in the sky, a fact that surprised him. Time seemed to have passed quickly today. It had been a week since he had been here. Well, conscious at least. He had gotten to know Mito and Emi a little more, since he was staying at her place. Nearly every part of the day was spent with Mito. He had merely been shown around the village, escorted by her and Emi at times. The time they awakened was far too early in his opinion. Apparently, sleeping past 10 in the morning was too tardy. Still, he enjoyed the sights around Uzumaki. He had met some of Mito's friends, shinobi and civilians alike. He tried to remember their names, as they were plentiful. They liked to comment on his exotic appearance quite a bit. Some curious glances were always sent his way, as he was a stranger. Other than the Uzumaki clan members, others sent him wary and calculating stares. He also found out that he was actually being kept around Mito because of her skills as a shinobi. Reminded of that fact, they were supposed to find out if he was able to retain any of his skills as a ninja. A coming plan that he was excited for. Mito kept conversing with the duo. He thought briefly on what it was about, but he kept his distance as they spoke in hushed tones. Several times before, he had listened in on Mito's other conversations with her friends. Before he was berated that it was incredibly rude to do so, especially when it was private. He didn't want to get another earful of that again. He sighed as he watched the people move about their business. The fresh look of the buildings around him. It was a little odd, like it's something he wanted to see for a while. He had told Mito of it. Once again she said that it might involve his possible Uzumaki heritage. It seemed to fit enough. He had enjoyed the time he spent with Emi and Mito. He trusted them. Friends. He felt a large weight fall off his shoulders. He wasn't even aware of it until he had acknowledged that. He was glad for that, no matter how odd it was. They were friends. It made him smile. Naruto. The voice of Mito brought him out of his reverie. Still facing away, he watched a child run across the street to join his red-headed mother. I deeply apologize. Her voice sounded with what sounded like regret. What for? As he turned around to see what she was talking about. Her palm was just inches away from his forehead. He couldn't comprehend what just happened, but when he was tapped by her, he was met with blackness. What felt like a moment later, he felt himself stir. His head certainly felt odd, nearly bordering on an headache but not quite. Like he had slept for an abysmal amount but still felt groggy after waking. Or something. He opened his eyes to see familiar patterns on the ceiling. He blinked once more to try and figure out what had occurred. What the hell just happened? As he sat up, by then he noticed a figure sitting on the other couch beside him. He quickly figured out that he was on the couch in the living room of Mito's apartment, and she was the person on the love seat. She took no time in explaining what had happened to him. Sort of. That man was a Yamanka, so he checked your memories and to see if it was possible to recover them. Not that. What did you do to me? He accused. Naruto couldn't help but feel betrayed, just when he thought she was friend. Still, at least he wasn't bounded or in prison. That was a good sign at the least. I apologize once more, her voice proper and genuine. At least he hoped so, because that would really suck. It was necessary, Mito voiced. He met her gaze, staring into her eyes for a moment. He sighed exasperatedly. So what happened to me? Like I said before, that blonde man was from Konoha, and was asked to sort through your memories by my grandfather. You could have just asked and I would have let them so that didn't have to happen to me, he grumbled. I know, she clarified. Except the Uzumaki shinobi didn't want to take chances, so I performed a jutsu on you as a compromise. He gave a nod in understanding. I guess. I can forgive you. Her eyes softened a little. My grandfather was concerned about possible spies, mainly from a few rumors he had heard, she explained. I was certain you were not a spy, and I obtained a completely solid confirmation of that. Well, I guess that's okay, understanding the reasoning to protect the village. That would be shitty if I turned to be a spy, he stretched. Seeing her frown from his language. Where are those guys now? Off to rest. All right. Since that guy can see memories or whatever, did you find anything about me? Naruto voiced curiously. Interestingly enough, there was no mental blockages to your mind, safeguards, or anything indicating that you should collect information or sabotage our village. Nodding at her response, the only thing he wanted to do was to eat ramen and hang with Emi and Mito, along with exploring Uzumaki. Those official buildings bored him a little, but it was nice to see, and from Mito's expression, she knew that as well. Also, apparently it was just mostly devoid of memories. She trailed off. Her voice sounded almost disappointed, but there was also some curiosity as well. He gave her a blank look. So, he needed an explanation. He knew next to nothing about the subject. You hardly have any memories at all, other than the things you know now. You shouldn't be recalling anything else from the memories present, if the Yamenka was correct. Well, I guess, Naruto replied. He hadn't remembered anything else for quite a bit. I still have these pulls though, like it's on the tip of my tongue but it won't come, he explained. The man was only concerned on fulfilling his orders, to locate any indications that you were an infiltrator. Which he hadn't, although he did say it was unusually devoid, she explained. He felt himself frown. Well, that's really vague, Naruto complained, so I might never know who I truly am, huh? For some reason, he was a little glad he put that thought away for now. This is stupidly confusing. There's no need to jump to conclusions. He was able to find something peculiar. He furrowed his brow in some annoyance, waiting for her to continue. He was able to see a certain individual, that woman you saw earlier, as a Hyuga. Of course, he had no idea what that meant. The word Hyuga left him completely blank. What's that? He dumbly replied. Those eyes you saw were the Byakugan, a Kekkei Genkai that belonged to a clan, one of the first to join the Konohagakure, hence, the Hyuga. So that girl, he trailed off. So does that mean I actually might be from Konoha? Yes, it's a strong possibility, Mito answered. There's supposed to be another trip made to Konoha soon. A trip, huh? Naruto asked. Mito nodded. I traveled there twice before with my sister, since we have close ties with them. I will be joining the next assigned journey there. The Hyuga live there. Will you be accompanying as well? Quote, yeah, of course. I want to know who I am, he reasoned. I see, the next travel should be in another month or so. But before that, it also seems that I have something of importance to complete. He raised his brow for her to continue. A classified mission in Konoha. Her tone indicated that it was private. He looked at her for a moment before he was able to answer. I guess that means I won't be able to come then. Indeed, I am supposed to watch over you, and from the letter from my grandfather had written to me, this mission s. Youper says that, she explained. Right, you're supposed to do that. Naruto asked, referring to himself. She nodded in approval, to ensure that you're not any threat to Uzushiogakure, among other details. Well, I don't even know who I am. I would be pretty disappointed in myself. I did want to cause harm to your home, he sighed. Mito could only smile. So what's going to happen to me? Since you're going to, wherever, either put under house arrest, or get thrown in prison. What the hell? You would think that I would be more free after you said I was not a spy, Naruto complained. She quickly explained that was her grandfather's orders and only after meeting him would he be allowed freedom. It didn't really help calm him, but he had no choice. Well, if I had to choose, that first one sounds good. He grumbled. Except you don't own a home. Fuck, can you please stop with the profanities? Mito voiced. Yeah, I won't have you thrown in prison. That would harm your image a little. He felt himself perk up at her next words. I volunteered my apartment for that, far more subtle and less. Really? That's awesome. Cutting her off. He saw her annoyance at being interrupted. Quote, I'm certain that house arrest isn't a cause for celebration. Hey, I guess you're right. Rubbing the nape of his neck in embarrassment. Much better than prison though. True. A short silence overcame them. So, how long will you be gone? He asked curiously. It's important, but I should be back in a week or two, depending on what needs to be done, Mito explained to him. My time away shouldn't be too extensive. I think your definition of long is different than mine, he frowned. Being cooped up in a small apartment was going to be taxing. It's going to be so boring. Your apartment doesn't have anything fun. Her brow furrowed in irritation. Are you implying? He felt a bead of sweat roll down his face. feeling the scrutinizing gaze of the woman in front of him. Once again, he could tell that he wasn't exactly winning points with her. It had been like that for the past few days as well. Being too hasty in talking, not thinking about the ramifications. He couldn't help it. Her being extremely proper and little uptight about those kinds of things that he didn't care or give a second thought of. Like his eating habits and tendency to disrupt her from his excitability. She shook her head, a little exasperated. He decided to explain himself. Well, no, I meant that what am I supposed to do? For so long, Mito didn't seem convinced of his excuse. I mean, I would like to check out the village a little more. I'm afraid that's an impossibility, he groaned loudly. The ninja assigned are to make sure you never leave the apartment. Well, that sucks. He slumped forward once more. I'm sure you'll find something to do, albeit I can't say I pity you for that earlier insult. He feigned a smile. Why, yeah, let me just explain what will be occurring now, as she rubbed her temples. Her next words were filled with a serious tone. You will stay in my apartment under the watch of several shinobi. You cannot leave under any circumstances, understood? He nodded tersely, and she continued. You won't be able to sneak out through the windows. There's a seal that will alert it as soon as you take a step. Outside, he resisted frowning or give any sort of indication that would show his immense disappointment away. He nodded anyway. Good. Since you're complaining about boredom, I'll have Emmy come over occasionally to drop off groceries and possibly keep you company, if she so desires. But, isn't that a little weird? I suppose so, seeing as you're under house arrest, but I've already dealt with it. Under the reasoning that you wouldn't harm someone under the scrutiny of a squad of shinobi, it would be suicide. At any case, the shinobi are just there to make sure you don't wander about or leave the village, shish. E explained. Well, Emmy trusts you, as do I, so please don't do anything that would betray my hospitality, such as attempting to escape. It will only make the clan leader less trusting of you, Mito finished. Naruto wasn't entirely sure why he arguing about this. He wouldn't quite as bored if her sister was around. Thanks, I won't let you down. That seemed to be the end of that discussion. A thought entered him soon after, so he voiced his curiosity. So are you really a great shinobi? That's what they tell me. I was entrusted to watch over you, she explained. I'm capable. If you as much as entered my room without permission, I would have been able to disable you within the second, she replied casually. Oh, he could only say, I made some safety measures if you ever fought back. I attached a seal to disable you, she replied honestly. He looked down at his hands. As far as he was concerned, he never saw anything on him. But I did genuinely believe that you were a good person. He was flattered by the comment. Really? What's the seal do? He asked curiously. It paralyzes you, and would render you absolutely harmless and susceptible to attack, she explained. It's located on the back of your neck. Cool. Naruto could only reply as he felt for some sign where she said it was. All he felt was smooth skin. Can we try it? Adding excitedly. You want to try it? Mito's expression was of mild disbelief. I'm fairly positive that it is not pleasant to experience. I'm sure it will be fine. Go ahead and do it. He waited for her to complete it, but she was hesitating. Come on. Trying to reassure her. You're curious about this, aren't you? He nodded. If you're so determined. He bobbed his head once more, which made her sigh. I know you won't enjoy this. If you do, I'm afraid you're a masochist. She raised her hand, forming some seal. Do it. He blinked a few times. She seemed to be hesitating. Come on. Mito frowned. Almost instantly, he felt his panic right away. He muscles locked, unable to move. Falling to his side, thankfully landing on the couch. It was too foreign, terrifying, knowing nothing responded to your demands. It was torture. He never wanted to experience such a thing again. He was able to move a movement later. He sat up, moving his limbs, just to be sure they reacted. Naruto cleared his throat, trying to shake the earlier feeling. He shuddered. I'm not sure I'm entirely comfortable knowing you have that much power over me, He tried to be joking, but his current tone of worry betrayed that. She laughed. I warned you, but it's fairly late now, and I have a mission to tend to early in the morning, he squirmed when she stood up without mentioning to take off the seal. He was able to calm himself though, since he had nothing to worry about. He would never give her a reason to activate it again. At least that's what he told himself. Then again, she was helping him with his problem. He was thankful for that. It's nice having a good friend helping me, he said out loud. He saw her retreating form freeze, before turning around and giving a warm smile. He felt funny. I suppose it's quite easy being friends with you, even Emmy thinks so. What makes you trust me so easily? He asked. Mito turned to face him. The same could be said of, you also wear your emotions on your sleeve and I also don't see how it's possible for someone with an aura like yours to be immoral. She walked away, but not before adding something. I also deactivated the seal permanently, as she left to her room. Huh. He felt the skin on his neck once more before giving a sigh. He took in her words, trying to dissect them. Emotions on my sleeve, my aura. He remembered something she had said about that. Standing up, he went down the hall and into his room. He had to admit, he was really glad that the seal was off. Although when she left in the morning, it would be signaling incredibly boring weeks at least potentially. He was going to be alone in the apartment for a while. He wasn't excited about that at all. Not to mention under house arrest, it would be torture. Although Emmy would be visiting, hopefully. Naruto's eyes lazily fluttered open before closing once more. The incessant knocking sounded at the door once more, like it had every other day of the week. Piling a pillow over his head, he attempted to drown out the noise. It only met with failure when the knocking intensified. The knocking seemed to go in a specific pattern, one that he came to recognize. He continued to lie there, letting Mito answer the door. Before he recalled that he was actually alone inside the apartment. Naruto. A voice called out, muffled from the distance and objects. He remembered now. It's been a few days since Mito had left him alone to be under house arrest. It was everything he had feared. He desired sleep, but being awakened by stubborn early risers ruined that. Groaning, he grumpily stood up from the bed, and shuffled himself through the hallway into the entrance. Annoying. Yawning from the interruption to his sleep. Opening the door. What is it saw? He was puzzled. The thought fled away before it could solidify. A red-haired woman stood in front of him holding onto a bag. Right, Emmy, shaking his head to wipe the sleep away. Said person tore her eyes away, a scowl and some redness adorning her cheeks that rivaled her hair. What the hell, put on some clothes. She cursed. He looked down below, to see that he was only dressed in some orange boxers. Oh right. Well, you're the one who woke me up so early, he tiredly retorted. It's almost noon. She continued to look to the side. He turned around, heading back into the hall. Still way too early for me. Rubbing out the sleep from his eyes as he entered his impromptu room, he quickly found his clothing and dressed himself. Why do you knock when you have keys? He yelled at her. Emmy seemed to ignore his question. Why the hell are you acting like this your place? It's not like you've been living here for months, she yelled from where he assumed was the living room. Well, Mito did say to make myself at home when she left. That doesn't mean it really is. It's not like she's here or anything, he replied. He walked out of the room completely dressed in his, well, the clothes he had appeared in. He had other clothes, of course, bought a week ago. Although he preferred the orange pants and his jacket. He smelled something completely tantalizing as he wandered into the living room. Ramen. Awoken by the sudden delicious smell, Emmy was snacking down on ramen on a couch, with another bowl placed on the coffee table. Here, I brought you some. You're a goddess. He quickly sat down on the seat opposite of her, smiling widely. You're really overdramatic at times. Just don't tell Mito we ate on her couch. Got it, Emmy. Itadakimasu. They ate silently for a while, until Emmy spoke again. So anything new? Memories, I mean. He thought about the little things he remembered, along with biggest one he recalled. I remember names. These 9 names, weird ones. She nodded her head, waiting for him to continue. Like Shukaku, Gyuki or Kurama. Yeah, those are a little weird. Sure, but it felt like I should remember them. Do you know what they look like? He shook his head. They gotta be friends, right? Nah, just their names, but I think so. There was also some other unimportant dreams. Like rocks or some flash of orange. Kurama, huh? He didn't know why that name stood out to him more. He kept having some feelings though. The longer he stayed, a foreboding feeling slowly swelled within him. It didn't help that he was confined to the apartment. Naruto had noticed it before, but it was fairly insignificant and easy to forget. Now he couldn't shake the uneasiness whenever he was alone, which was fairly a majority part of the day. Emi certainly helped with keeping the feeling away. Mito should come back. He felt he needed to do something, but what was entirely lost on him, and it was stupid. Mito listened intently to the conversation, which seemed to near its end. Between the council of the notable shinobi clans of Konohagakure. With all the present clan leaders in the room, so far it seemed that Konoha would have the greatest population in the future. Most notable were the Hyuga, Uchiha and Senju. Along with more others, all varied in number and strength. Each clan had one leader, who sat down, with an advisor standing behind. Even the respective daimyos of both Land of Fire and Land of Whirlpools participated in the discussion. Mito herself stood behind the chair of her grandfather. The talk had been going on for hours now. Her eyes flitted towards the 2 founding clans of the village. Madara Uchiha was an imposing figure, sitting down and carefully scrutinizing the talks. Wearing a high-collared black coat and with his chin resting on his thumbs. His oink's eyes calculating, but he also seemed to be a bit bored. He hardly participated at all but always listened in. He seemed to be a man who was always prepared, never letting down his guard. He was the only clan leader with no advisor. It was quite the contrast to the other man sitting beside him, chakra, personality, as well. Madara's chakra seemed cold and distant, evil, almost. It made her uncomfortable to be around. Hashirama's chakra was able to counteract that though, it was like she remembered it. Hashirama Senju was quite relaxed, almost uncaringly. It was wrong though. He listened intently to each and every word that came out from anyone in the room. His eyes much warmer than the Uchiha. Mito's and Hashirama's eyes crossed momentarily, before he concentrated on the discussion. He was dressed in beige robes. His brother, Tobirama, stood over him. Much less relaxed than him. From what she found out throughout the discussion, Hashirama was a charismatic person. Each person listened intently whenever he spoke. Even Madara paid closer attention, his eyes less bored than before. If there ever was a single leader, it would be Hashirama. It would be more efficient, seeing the number of clans and people within the village. But according to the talks, they were already working on it. It wasn't the most pressing matter though and had to be completed another time. It was mostly because the Uzumaki clan was called here, as they wanted to discuss their concerns. The major topic of discussion involved the tailed beasts. Apparently, Kumo had captured a tailed beast for them to use. The 2 tails, if information was correct. Apparently it had raged in captivity for a while, before being caught by Jutsu. Must be a seal. Single quote. It was quite a feat to restrain such a powerful beast. It wasn't the first time, but others were temporary, breaking free soon after. It didn't seem to be the case for Kumo. It was quite the troublesome predicament if they had done such a thing. So far no other village had done such a thing. There would be a race to capture the tailed beasts. Each village would be researching for seals and jutsu capable of restraining them. Kumo was already ahead and had the advantage if they can use tailed beasts' power, which had never been used effectively. It was also the reason she was called to this meeting. The Uzumaki clan had been called forth to assist in the matter. Research a seal, powerful enough to restrain the strongest tailed beast, which was the 9-tailed fox. It was quite the order. She made some hasty calculations. To create such a complex seal would perhaps take a year or so to accomplish. Even then, there was no guarantee that it would work to contain such vast chakra. It was quite clever. Bring both villages' ties closer together while making the village more powerful. While Konoha did have some proficiency in Fuinjutsu, it wasn't quite as advanced as Uzushiogakure. They would guarantee that the seal would be made as quickly as possible, taking advantage of their close ties. Of course, they were offered a tailed beast themselves. Luckily her grandfather had refused. It would paint their own village if there was a power struggle between tailed beasts. They weren't as large as Konoha or the other major villages. Their power was a little pale in comparison, their country small. It was something that Shin easily understood. Perhaps somewhere down the line would be more applicable, when they gained strength. A potential war. It seemed so soon. A war to collect the tailed beasts and use them for war. It would be unlike any other thing. Not just feuding clans, or a skirmish over land. A full-scale war with numerous numbers. She took some solace in the fact that it would be years away, as they would also have to find the tailed beasts. She had felt the malicious chakra of the 9 tails before. It seemed to be made of pure evil. She had been able to sense it from such a long distance. But just like all other tailed beasts, it had went into hiding, suppressing its chakra. Locating one would possibly take years. They were excellent at concealing themselves. So, seeing as everything is done, it's been agreed that the Uzumaki will conduct their research in Konoha, Hashirama stated. I'll deal with our guests. I'll gladly house them for the time being unless they obtain more permanent residence, almost too loudly, albeit in a jovial way. He brought life to the otherwise stale conference. Naruto is kind of like him. Everyone agreed with the Senju leader, the daimyos included. Madara gave a simple nod in recognition as they left the assigned seating. She recalled during the early parts of the meeting that he spoken up, stating that he had the potential to control the tailed beast, with his dojutsu. He also stated that since he could, Hashirama did as well. Mito could easily tell that Madara respected the Senju leader immensely. Although, the same could not be said towards the other clan leaders. Hashirama was still adamant on providing an alternative to their problem, as he explained that despite their power, he wasn't sure since they had never truly tested their mettle against the tailed beast. Madara's point sounded boisterous and arrogant, while Hashirama seemed more modest. Although, she was certain that both were capable of fighting a tailed beast. The only concern that was required was to seal them within something, whether inside a person or an item. An item seemed ideal. She returned to the present, seeing everyone exit the large room. The only ones in the room were Shin and herself, along with the 2 Senju brothers. Both Hashirama and Tobirama walked over to where they stood. That was quite the discussion. My age is getting to me, Shin commented, lightly stretching as he stood from the chair. I'm sure you still have quite the years ahead of you, Hashirama replied. Mito, it's quite good to see you once more, he smiled. One that she returned, along with a polite bow. It's good to see you as well. I'm sure we can get moving as we discuss more important matters. You can be more personal later, Tobirama intervened. His arms crossed, a slight sheepish look on his brother. I'm certain Mito is quite exhausted as I am, seeing as we had to stand. She nodded in agreement, but didn't outwardly show her exhaustion. It quite interesting to see the dynamics in their relationship. Seeing another side of Hashirama, serious and concerned about his new home, was a nice treat. Even in a more complicated and stern environment was he somewhat the same person. Tobirama seemed to get him back on track most often. Of course, I was the one sitting down. It does get a little tiring, but the safety of the village comes as important too, Hashirama said. Let's get going and we'll talk. So you're telling me that he might be from Konoha? Shin asked. That's pretty interesting, as he scratched his goatee. Mito had finally got a chance to talk about the blonde in her home. So she described everything she knew about him, explaining what had occurred when the Yamanaka was probing around in his mind. She had mostly given him her opinion of Naruto, of what she had found out about the blonde. Yes, he had known a young Hyuga woman, unsealed by the looks of it. She frowned. The way the Hyuga separated themselves was quite uncivilized, contrary to how they presented themselves. Sealed and unsealed members. Branch house and main house. The only good thing was that it would dramatically lessen the time to see if Naruto knew one of them. Unsealed members didn't have the numbers compared to the branch house. Shin spoke once more. I have to wonder how he had gotten so far. I still have to meet him before I agree with this. She nodded in understanding. He could possibly be of some use with our research, and he can be at home if Konoha really is. Really? How can he possibly be of some help? You've seen his kunai, the seal inscribed on them. He perked up. He's a shinobi, and we don't even know much about him. He nodded, no doubt thinking about Naruto's kunai. Are you willing to pay for him for place here? She shook her head. He has a surprisingly amount of Ryo in that wallet of his, she spoke. I was also going to speak about him to Hashirama, of his possible origins. Well, we'll see, he relented. We'll be leaving in 2 days' time to escort our daimyo back to the country. Of course, now that you'll excuse me, I've already accepted an invite to dine with Hashirama, Mito replied. I'll also have to explain an extra guest. Wow, I really suck at this, Naruto could only think. He watched her make a move, taking out a good piece. He grabbed his bowl, slurped his noodles that he had gotten from Emi. His boredom made him inspect the shugi board. It was obviously made out of wood, the tiles with different colored hues. The type of wood was completely lost on him, nor did he care actually. That was how far his investigative skills got him. The only sound was from the occasional slurping from himself, and the pieces that tapped on the board. Snapping annoyingly, he made another move. A different piece was promptly destroyed soon after with his lack of foresight. He noticed that he had lost interest in the game long ago, after playing several games before. Mito's a whole lot better at this than I am, Emi commented. Eating some sort of sandwich. She didn't eat quite as formal as Mito, but she wasn't him either. The same could be said of her personality. He sighed. He really didn't want to lose, despite his disinterest in the game at the moment. So far he had been desperate for more entertainment, and he had relented to playing shugi. It was too slow-paced for him, a little boring. But far better than just sitting around or reading. Well, he wanted to read, but he only itched for something specific. It was weird. He was still recollecting some memories, relatively minor, if he had anything to say himself. Where was he recollecting his shattered memories? He heard Mito say that he might not remember anything else at all. Sometimes the memories came entirely out of nowhere. At other moments it felt natural, and sometimes it crept to him. He looked up at Emi, who bore a somewhat concentrated look on her face. He found out that she had recently turned 18. Mito's own birthday was in April. So far it was June. How old do you think I am? He said, prompted by the topic. Why, do you know? Asking curiously. Nah. Taking another bite of the ramen. Well, taking up a contemplative look. You look like you're around my age, she replied. Probably a little bit older, a little bit younger than Mito though. That's really specific, you know. I got my reasons. Lame answer. HMPH. She crossed her arms. I've got none. Okay. He simply looked at her. We're just talking about age, she complained. It's the way I do things. Stop trying to instigate an argument. He frowned, sighing a moment later. Sorry, it's really boring in here. She gave a face of mock hurt. Are you saying I'm dull company? Although she did have a hopeful look in her eyes. No, you're a great friend. I probably wouldn't have been able to survive for this long if not for you. Her eyes twinkled in approval. I wonder what Mito would think. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Well, it's too late for that. I already said it was boring. Wow, really? She gave a nod of approval. Some fellows like to suck up to her. I can tell you're a terrible liar too. I can lie. I just really don't see a reason to. He gave a shrug as he slurped the last of the noodles. He wondered if that had anything to do with what Mito said before. So you don't want to seem disingenuous? She asked. Sure. I mean, why would I lie to someone? I really don't see a reason for it, at least for things that he felt about other people, his views and such. Okay, what do you think of my hair? She asked. He looked at the subject at hand. Her hair was as red as Mito's, but it was far longer and he guessed it reached her waist. It seemed to be incredibly silky if he were to touch it. It's beautiful, he replied. A thought of which he preferred, long hair or short hair. They both seemed to appeal to him. I can believe you, she said, her palms resting on her face as she looked at the game. Emmy seemed to go into a contemplative trance, but still playing their game of shugi they participated in. Their talk seemed to be over and he began to get a little impatient, mostly at the lack of conversation. If only I get out of here, he remembered what Mito had said. How the apartment was surrounded by some sort of seal that would detect him. He tried it once, just to be curious. By accidentally, falling out the front door when he answered Emmy. He was immediately surrounded by some ninja, his guards. They were actually fairly cheery about it, understanding that it was an accident. They seemed casual and made it look like they weren't guarding him at all. Emmy was also there to help him out. It seemed she knew what he had done too, and was asked not to do again, ever. He wouldn't be able to get out without alerting anyone. If only I could sneak right past it, but how? If only I could teleport or something. He smiled at the thought. I can't though. An aura of hopelessness fell upon him. It was odd, something popped into his head. He blinked a few times, trying to comprehend what had happened. It was sudden and thrilling. He had no idea what had just occurred, but it was amazing. He smiled widely, standing up excitedly and somewhat startling Emmy as he did. He could hardly control himself. What's going on? She asked. I'll be right back, he replied hastily, quickly reaching his room. He could feel the seal emanating, beckoning to him. It was an odd feeling. He took out the scroll which contained the kunai, along with the two that was not inside. He decided to not summon more, he thought that two would do just fine. Deciding to test it out, he moved the kunai to the other side of the room, both of them into corners. He could feel it, the seals on the kunai. He prepared to do whatever it was, before he stopped himself. Something told him that it might be stupid to try and do both of them. Incredibly so, he took a deep breath and concentrated on a specific one. For some reason he closed his eyes. Trying to visualize the kunai, it helped in his concentration. He did, whatever it was. Suddenly feeling disorientated, like the entire world was flipped, he felt pain flash across his arm and bashed his head on something. From what he figured out, his was laying of the floor. What the hell? He opened his eyes, seeing the ceiling above. Wasn't I? He slightly positioned himself. Holy shit, seeing as he wasn't where he thought he was. Naruto, what are you doing? Hearing Emmy speak, turning to his right he saw the woman standing at the door. Why are you on the floor? Her voice with concern. Something really cool. He only focused on her earlier question, he could hardly contain his excitement. I don't think flaying around on the floor is cool. Not that. He stood eagerly. He made his way toward her to demonstrate. Look at this. He felt a disorientation once more. Emmy appeared to be further away and upside down. He saw the clear shock on her face. He was able to catch himself before he landed on his head. Wow, was what all she could say. Isn't that cool? He said eagerly. He grabbed the three-pronged kunai and stood up once more. Shinobi or so. She seemed a little taken back. How did you that? I don't how to explain it really. He scratched his head. Something about space and time though. Complicated stuff, but it just came naturally to him. But this is what makes me do it, mentioning to the item in his hand. It's the seal, being more specific as he traced the markings. With this, I can. He smiled anticipating. Hey Emmy, what? He could give a mischievous smile. I still can't believe I've been helping you escape your confinement. What if we get caught? It almost happened several times now. Calm down. It's been 4 days. They haven't caught on at all. Naruto took in a deep breath of the air around him. He finally felt free. The claustrophobic atmosphere was entirely behind him. Thanks, by the way. He wore a hat to help hide his blonde hair so that he wouldn't be immediately noticed by his appearance from afar. Although it was completely useless when used up close. We would be in so much trouble if we got caught. Hey, don't worry, you got that kunai on you, and there's one at Mito's place, he tried to reassure her. Emi had been a little anxious when they had started doing this. Although he could tell that she still somewhat enjoyed it. He would teleport back at the apartment when they saw someone they recognized. I guess. But it's fun, right? He suggested. Don't you get a thrill from it? Almost like ninjas and stuff, going on missions. She laughed then. I suppose, I would have thought you actually were a spy if the only thing we didn't do was eat ramen. Well, it's not my fault you always want to be sure no one checks on us all the time, he complained. It's a precaution, he shrugged. Focusing on the building around him. They mostly just looked at unimportant buildings, wanting to get a nice look at the buildings around him. Sometimes going into random stores and seeing what they had. It's a bit sad, he heard Emi comment. Why's that? He asked, still inspecting every building that they passed by. Various stores were in plain sight, selling numerous items. People mulled about, merely going on with their day. Nothing could compare the fresh and free air instead of that apartment. Yes, the shackles had come off and he could explore. What if you never recover yourself? I mean going around and never knowing who you truly are, her voice cautious. Concerned. He thought a little about it, but it didn't worry him too much. He did have to be honest with himself though, he just felt this was better. For some reason. Was that bad? I'm sure I'll remember one day. He replied to her, lightly brushing her off. The last time he had recalled something was when he used the kunai. You seem pretty sure of yourself, he nodded. But what if you never do? Well, then I'll just become a new person, right? Giving his response. Besides, this place isn't so bad. I don't really know how you can say that. What of your friends? Well, Mito said that I might live in Konoha. They might still be there. He felt an odd pull, but Chi slipped away when he tried to recall it. You're not worried about the times you had with them? She asked. You won't remember them at all. All those memories will be lost. Well, I'll just become friends with them again, and I'll just make new memories with them, right? Emi sighed then as they continued to take in the sights of Uzushiogakure. If they're still my friends, I'm sure they won't mind. I'm not sure whether your optimism is infuriating or uplifting. I'd like to think it's uplifting, he replied. Feeling his stomach growl, he might as well eat something. I'm starving, let's eat again. I don't have money on me right now, she replied. Then I'll pay. How much money do you even have? Emi asked curiously. You've been paying for your own food for a while now. I dunno, but Mito seemed surprised by it though. He took out Gama-chan. It was still filled to the brim. Check it out, as he handed the wallet to her, which she took. After a few moments, her eyes widened. Wow, she was left pretty much speechless. He was handed back the wallet, and he took a peek inside. He didn't exactly think it was too much, sure it was full to the brim, mostly. He just didn't think it was far too much. How can you carry that much? She said lowly. I don't see what the fuss is about. It's a lot, that's for certain. You can live in an apartment for a while. He didn't know too much, he just had to take her word for it though. As long as it's not ramen again. But I'm the one who's paying. I'm the one who set you free, she retorted. Okay, fine, he replied. They walked in silence for a while once more, before he remembered the coat he had in his room. Hey, does Mount Myoboku mean anything to you? He asked. Not really. We should check the library if you want. Does it have to do with anything with your memories? Yeah, it was written on the back of my cloak that was in my bag, he gave a thought. Sure, whatever. It wasn't like he had much to do at any point. But only after we eat something though. He took a look at the book settled on the table before him. He scratched his head as he looked at Emi beside him. After they had eaten, they went straight to a library. The only thing he had to say about the building was that it looked incredibly mundane. It had a faint scent of musk. No doubt from the aged parchment, the old lady librarian had smelled no different. When they had entered, they had taken a look at some books. Mainly about geography, such as the book right now. Well, take a look at it, Emmy pestered. Sure, he gave a plain reply. Looking for it was pretty boring as well. The book was about geography outside the 5 great elemental nations. Since they went through the others without any signs of what they were searching for. He flipped the cover, and went from page to page. Boring. As he continued to do so, some minutes passed, quickly becoming repetitive. He wanted to see Mount Myoboku, but that didn't mean the action required made it exciting. Far better than staying inside the apartment though. Wait, there it is, Emmy said excitedly. He focused on the page of the book. Emmy's slender hand was pointing at a small picture, detailing an incredibly large mountain, spikes and jagged cliffs. Several smaller mountains were present, leading to what he assumed was Mount Myoboku. Well, it looked large, it was hard to tell from the perspective. Doesn't seem there's a lot about it, she commented. Naruto found his interest spiking a little, as he read the information under the picture. A large mountain that no one has reached since its discovery. Its pathways, jagged and unstable cliffs leading to the mountain make it difficult to reach, even to shinobi. No one has reached its peak, as it seemed to have a maze-like roads leading to and up the mountain. The path to the mountain seemed to be devoid of life and resources, as numerous expeditions had to return from lack of food or water. A mysterious mountain indeed. Lives were lost, expeditions disappearing in their struggle to tame the mountain. Its location is past the borders of the Land of Wind, almost a month's worth of travel. He lost interest as it went by, detailing other stuff. Still, it was pretty far. He looked for the date, seeing as it was published 2 years ago. He frowned. He hoped that it's still untamed. He wanted to be the first to climb it. So did you remember anything at all? Nah, nothing. He yawned. Let's get out of here, as he closed the book shut. Although he did have to wonder why his coat had its name. Mito felt it was quite tedious to escort the daimyo back to his city. Nonetheless, she had finally returned. She walked along with her grandfather, also eager to meet the person in her apartment. They walked through the large gates after being quickly checked in. So far it was midday, and it had been 2 weeks since she last set foot in her new home village. She pitied him, being stuck inside her apartment within that time frame. Although the insult towards her lacking apartment was unneeded. Speaking of which, she decided to use her sensory ability. She quickly found the approximation of her apartment, finding several shinobi around it. But not him. She felt her anger boil. He's not the sort to follow demands as he. She kept her composure, as to not alert the person she walked beside with. Her grandfather. Still, seeing as the shinobi assigned were still fixated around her apartment. It was clear that he was not in prison. Despite her anger, it was quite impressive that he had somehow escaped, seeing as there was only 3 possible points to do so. Along with a seal surrounding the apartment, not including the front door, alerting if he had trespassed. Her mind ran with possibilities of how that had occurred. Hopefully no lasting damage was made. Before she was able to come to a conclusion. His kunai, how could she have forgotten? She was able to find him quickly, near the edge of the village. She took a deep breath. Trying to calm her nervousness, it would be a terrible first impression for her grandfather to meet him like this. Emmy, are you also responsible? Seeing as the principle of the jutsu was based on time-space. Unless the object was thrown somewhere, but the idea that Emmy helped him seemed to be a higher possibility. Luckily, Shin bid farewell for now, seeing as he would at least allow him to get ready to meet the clan leader. She was quite thankful for that. It would give her enough time to get to where Naruto was. Emmy was beside him, nearly drowned out from his presence. She put a brisk pace through the town, seeing as Shin lived closer and Naruto was basically across the village. Deciding that she wouldn't take any chances, she easily took to the rooftops to cross the distance more quickly. Here she was trying to help him, attempting to find his home, and he himself might put a stop to that. Mito suppressed another sigh. Her sensory ability was passive, always active, at least up to 100 meters. She could control that distance to go further, at least to 30 kilometers. That required at least some concentration. When she actively controlled it, she could make precise locations of targets. Using her sensory abilities once more, she pinpointed the exact location. She almost found herself blushing at the intensity of the warmth of his chakra. His clearly stood out from the rest of the population. The rest seemed minuscule in positivity compared to his. Some of her rained annoyance and anger fluttering away. It had been a while since she had sensed his chakra. Memory seemed a little pale to what she remembered. The time seemed to have an effect on that, seeming as she got quickly accustomed to his chakra when he was still unconscious. His certainly seemed be a brighter than others, as most were quite normal and seemed clouded. Madara and Hashirama's were quite clear, like Naruto's. Hashirama's own chakra made her feel content. Was it possible her mood was being partly influenced by Naruto? Not that she wasn't depressed, she was actually quite content with her life. Her sister was safe and living her life normally, away from danger. Mito's own life was not filled with danger anymore, merely calm days and no worrying about what might occur next week. Before, the average shinobi's life wasn't like that, nor would it last forever, it seemed. She didn't dwell on that, and would merely enjoy the time of peace while it lasted. Whether it lasted years or not. Sensing his happy chakra, it made her feel slightly better, a little more hopeful. Bright was nice word, along with warmth to describe it. She still felt some anger at him, but it lessened some. Getting back on track. Imbecile. Yes, that seemed to be a correct word at the moment. He lacked tact, in most cases. Impolite, and his language was crude. But he was honest, and carried unusual full-heartedness in what he said. He was almost like a child in that manner, to be brutally honest. It was almost refreshing, at least, compared to the shinobi world. He was a ninja, no doubt. It was a little mysterious as to how he maintained how he was, if it truly was him. What would happen if he suddenly remembered who he was? Would that person who he was now fade away? She could ask herself many questions concerning him. Like the shadow clone jutsu that was found within his memories. It was Tobirama's jutsu. It wasn't exactly widespread, but so far it was only known in the Senju clan. Who was he? Perhaps he was apprenticed to Tobirama, but she needed concrete results, and bringing him to Konoha would solve that. The Yamanaka said his past was non-existent, nothing entirely revealing. It was like someone stole those memories away, seemingly no way to retrieve them. Did someone take them, or did he just lose them? Finding that she was near them, she jumped down below to the ground. He facing the other away, walking side by side with her sister. He wore a hat, no doubt a lame attempt at concealing himself. Blending in with the scenery. She couldn't create a scene, not if he successfully gotten away from his guards. She performed the Shunshin Jutsu, and flickered in front of him. Both individuals stopped at her sudden entrance. A moment later, Emi's face contorted in horror, but Naruto's expression was blank. He blinked a few times. "Oh," he said, eyes widening in what she presumed was in his shock. He chuckled nervously. "Well, I don't think saying how badass you look in that gear is going to help, huh?" Mito ignored the comment and took a deep calming breath, speaking low enough so that it would seem that they were casually peeking in the middle of the street. Body language said otherwise. "I assume you escaped out with the kunai, and with the help of Emi?" She asked. Yeah." Emi lightly hit him for ratting her out. Obviously unneeded. Mito sighed exasperatedly. "Did anyone see you?" she asked harshly. He squirmed from her gaze, but he shook his head. "Where's the kunai?" Emi quickly dug into her pocket and she was handed the three-pronged tool and inspected it for a moment. Naruto approached. "Look, I'll show you." A firm hand was placed on her shoulder. She felt an odd wave of disorientation. The background changing quickly, the bright exterior changing into a dark, closed space. The startling feeling of the ground disappearing under her feet, only for her feet to grasp solid footing once more. She nearly stumbled but was able to right herself. She blinked, trying to comprehend the odd sensation. Her vision adjusted to the change in lighting. "Isn't that awesome?" Naruto said excitedly. "Never do that again without warning me." She inspected her surroundings, recognizing it as the room where Naruto stayed in. "I thought telling you was enough." She ignored that statement, and glared at him, still angry at how he had risked getting caught in his escape. He looked visibly nervous once more. "You betrayed my trust, Naruto. I'm not sorry, but I'm not sorry. Being stuck here was the worst," was his reply. He continued to rant a little more. "You're not one to follow rules, are you?" He shrugged. Mito shook her head in disbelief, but she didn't think she had much time. "My grandfather is coming over soon to personally see you, so teleport me outside so I can return normally without arousing suspicion." He merely looked at the kunai in his hand. "Ops." He chuckled a moment later. "We just left Emmy too." It was completely unnecessary, courtesy of the blonde in her apartment, but she was able to convince the guarding shinobi that it was really her. Her excuse was that she was experimenting on a new seal, teleportation. Ironically, she had also given some personal information that she knew about the guards as a precaution. Fortunately, they had believed in her lie. Seeing as their assignment was finished, they cleared away from her apartment, seeing as it was completed. It was simple luck that there wasn't any sensory shinobi in the small squad. After that, she then got changed out of her shinobi gear and into more comfortable clothing. Mito still felt annoyance at Naruto, but it wasn't exactly the time for an argument. She was a little weary of the day's travel, and desired to relax for a little. A visit to the hot springs seemed tremendously enticing at the moment. Before that though, Shin wanted to meet with Naruto. She was seated on the love seat in her living room. She could feel Shin's chakra approaching, minutes away. Naruto sat across from her, looking a little sheepish from his earlier actions. "I'll make it up to you," he promised. Mito didn't feel like instigating an argument at the moment. His expression spoke of his commitment to his words. So she took his word for that. "Let me just explain what will be occurring now. You can refuse or you can accept." Naruto nodded in understanding. She then explained of how she would be possibly living in Konoha due to a long-term mission. Although she would be able to rotate responsibilities for that, so that she could get some time off the mission, just like all the other individuals that would be researching along with her. "I've explained to the Senju clan leader of your predicament. He was glad to have someone potentially lost return to their village," she finished. "It's your choice whether or not you desire to accept his invitation." "Yeah, sure, I'll come," he replied casually. "Okay, we leave in another week. We'll be traveling by foot along with other shinobi. Within that time frame, I'll help foresee your skills as a shinobi." "So we'll be training?" he asked excitedly. A nod from her made him celebrate a little. "It's great that you're back." Naruto smiled brilliantly. She couldn't help but return the gesture as his heartfelt relief, his genuine delight. He did bear his emotions, clear as day for everyone to see. Naruto sat down on the love seat, scratching his head in confusion. Though, he bore a smile to sway the woman across from him from asking any questions. Her return had caused feelings to surface. There were some odd, somewhat conflicting emotions rummaging about in him. Judging by Mito's relieved expression, she had no idea that he was a little angry. He guessed that either she was terrible at gauging others, or that he wasn't so transparent. Maybe it had something to do with her being tired, but he liked to think it was all of them. That wasn't exactly the highest of his concerns. He should be more angry. Hell, he wanted to be more enraged. Being imprisoned and getting his mind searched without his consent, which in fact, he probably would have given them permission to do because he wanted to find out whom he was. That's what he identified in himself. It made him a little puzzled at that. That was not the abundant feeling in him though. It was relief. Assured. What's the word? He just felt like it wasn't that big of a deal. Everything that had occurred to him over the past month, regardless whether it was painstakingly boring, it just seemed better. The hell? Yeah, that sure was an odd thought. Better than what? All he obtained was a blank memory and something else retarded to deal with. He wanted answers now, damn it. Troublesome. Naruto mumbled. He could only lament at how perfect that word suited his predicament. Pardon? Mito asked. Deciding not to reveal those thoughts, he asked something else he was curious about. So when's the old fart going to come around? Quote, she had an expression of bewilderment. That's my grandfather you're talking about, replying sternly. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I mean I finally get to meet the guy. You know, you always talk about him. He did help raise you and your sister, right? He seems pretty cool and stuff. Mito looked subdued, obviously drowsy. She merely sighed. He did, but if you say so, I hope you don't refer to him that way, but he should be here in a minute or so. He smirked. None of his earlier frustration seemed to have returned. Be more angry, damn it. It was too late, however. He could feel himself merely accepting it. He sighed, raising a brow from Mito. So what else could you tell me about the Uzumaki clan? Asking something to pass the time, and to fill the void of silence that made him slightly uncomfortable. Noise made everything better in his opinion. Anything specific? I dunno. It's not like I remember anything, Naruto stated. Right. Perhaps I should generalize about the way of life before the village, he nodded, mentioning for her to continue. I suppose it can be said of other clans as well, but I can't be certain. If there was one thing he knew, it was that she liked to be knowledgeable. She could probably flaunt herself because he didn't know a lot of things, but she didn't give off that feeling. He was a perfect subject, mainly because of his amnesia. Hopefully, our people were semi-nomadic, never staying in an area for too long. He was about to ask why before she explained it. We were not the largest clan nor the most powerful, so we couldn't stay in one area for too long, lest we be discovered and destroyed. Our clan is knowledgeable with seals, however, so we're fairly confident that our location could be kept secret for the time being. She droned on a little more, so he felt like he shouldn't have suggested that topic. It wasn't that it wasn't a little interesting, but he did like to talk sometimes too. He would have stopped her, but he did like the way she talked. Firm, with carefully articulated words, quiet but with just enough volume. His head certainly felt a little weird. She seemed to have finished talking, and he had no idea what were her last words. So he went for a different approach. So what's up with Emmy? Is she not a ninja? I mean, how did that happen? He might as well humor her a bit, at least until her grandfather came. She gave pause, likely figuring out what to say with her response. How do we think we grow? She asked rhetorically. People are married into the clan. We are most often staying near a town to easily replenish supplies or to guard them. My own father himself was married into the clan. Not all aged civilians could be trained, however, or as effectively, but we did need professions to sustain ourselves better, rather than rely exclusively on the income of missions from feudal lords. Some clans did dissolve with lack of forethought when they couldn't sustain themselves at rough times. Quote, not really what he asked, but he got some insight concerning her family. Thankfully she answered his question next. She smiled sadly. As with the situation with Emmy, she was often plagued with sickness in her youth. Highly unusual, especially with one of Uzumaki descent. Her voice was softer. I helped care for her when our parents were gone, along with my grandfather. Emmy was much shorter than her elder sister, so that might have helped their height, despite their 2-year difference. He gave a wide smile. You really care for her, don't you? I think you did a pretty great job. Man, I wonder if I have any siblings. I think I would be the coolest brother ever. She gave a more genuine smile this time, however small that it was. It was definitely an improvement in his opinion. A knock sounded on the door at that moment, and Mito quickly stood up to answer it. A gruff old man stepped inside. His aged appearance and serious expression spoke of pressing matters. However, it seemed his eyes spoke a little differently though. Naruto also noted he was younger than he initially thought, and also he had a good beard going on. The aged man walked over to him, Mito trailing behind him. "My name is Shin Uzumaki, grandfather of Mito right here. It's nice to finally meet you." His hand held between them for a handshake. Naruto quickly stood up, grabbing the gruff man's hand. "What's up, old man?" He smiled in amusement at the sharp intake of breath of Mito. Her eyes widened in surprise, glaring kunai at him. "Name's Naruto. I would tell you more, but I don't really have a damn idea of anything else other than that." Shin's expression didn't change, but he could see the nearly hidden amusement in his surprisingly lively eyes. Naruto was also aware of Mito's hilarious reaction, worrying about her grandfather's response. He wasn't concerned about it though. Shin let out a hearty chuckle. "I suppose we can be casual. It's a good thing too. I'm weary of all the formalities in the past few weeks." Naruto smirked. "All right, that's great. That's too much work for me too. I'd probably wouldn't do it even if I was forced to." Shin nodded in agreement, along with a laugh. Mito was seemingly surprised, but she shook her head and seated herself on the couch opposite of him, along with Shin. He didn't seem to be in trouble at the moment, at least, until Shin left the room. "I just wanted to formally apologize," he started. What for?" Naruto asked. "That person didn't follow through on my specific orders. He's a person who wished to protect his village," the older man laughed. "I probably should have written down the exact orders for Mito to receive, but I wanted to strengthen our clan's ties." "Oh, that's all right really. Trust is important, right?" He nodded in agreement. "It's a bit different than from what I'm used to. Multiple clans under my care. We were never in a position when we had to attack each other before the villages formed. So we're just on shaky terms." "Well, I think you will do pretty well. I mean, you're old, so you should know stuff, right?" Naruto replied. Mito had a somewhat agreeing look with that. She would have probably said it differently though, with more needlessly complicated words. Mito watched the exchange between her grandfather and Naruto. Their discussion ranged from various unimportant subjects. From food, stories, and his circumstance. Casual, it seemed, which she participated in with a little. "Ah, yes, before I forget, may I see you perform the seal on that kunai?" her grandfather asked. "Sure," Naruto replied. A blink later revealed that he magnificently disappeared. It was quite the sight to see. Her sensory ability revealed that he was nearby, in his room. "That sure is." Shin seemed impressed. He exchanged a particular look. He was caught. She kept herself calm. It seemed he grandfather remembered something she had forgotten. He merely shrugged. "There's something about him. He played with his beard. I had a sensory type track him with specific orders, but he reported nothing that would endanger us," he added. There was a reason why he was entrusted care of the village. A secondary plan if the first should fail. "Are you?" she started to ask, but Shin merely shook his head. Naruto came waltzing it back in before any more could be said. Mito carefully observed her grandfather. He was surprisingly relaxed. Even in the presence of someone new. It was like this with her sister as well. This was more significant, however. So she could only guess that Naruto wasn't in any sort of danger. Naruto sat down once again across from them, the tri-pronged kunai in his hand, smirking as he looked at the looks that he got from her grandfather. From her as well. It was no wonder he could easily bypass the seal around the apartment. Emi had helped obviously. Emi suddenly appeared through the unlocked door, making everyone turn towards her. Naruto, I can't believe you just left me out there. I had to walk all the way over here alone." "Oh, sorry." Naruto apologized, rubbing the nape of his neck. "I'm not sure what to say, I just forgot." Quote. Mito could only feel amused. Even if Naruto didn't hastily reveal his technique, Emi would have blown his cover wide open. Her grandfather sent glances around the room, inspecting the others, bemused. The blonde seating across from her still hadn't caught on just yet. She replied, her hands firmly placed on her hips. Her eyes widened when she saw their grandfather, but she quickly masked herself. Oh hey sis, grandpa. Finally nice to see you all back. Momentarily distracted, Shin gave a warm greeting, along with everyone else. It's okay Emmy, she hinted, from which she quickly caught on. She was immediately relaxed, also seeing that her Shin writing seemed to be displeased in any way. Emmy nodded and turned back to Naruto once more. Did you forget about me? Because Mito came back, she turned towards the blonde, expecting something from him. Yeah, he spoke honestly and bluntly. She was surprised by that response. And was honestly, she scared the hell out of me, he continued. I mean I had no idea what to do, so I tried to distract her with this thing, displaying the kunai in his hand. She gathered herself as quickly as she could. She ignored him as her sister laughed and take a seat beside the blonde. It is fun teleporting around like that, especially if you do it fast. She took a loud sigh. So what was going on? Mito briefly took a moment to explain the gist of things. Shin cleared his throat. Naruto, I was going to ask how it worked. You didn't seem to perform any hand seals when you did it. The whiskered man gave a blank stare. Huh, what the hell are seals? With hands. Quote. Mito nudged in, letting out a chuckle. He seems to be able to do it without understanding some of the basics. That's interesting, Shin commented. Tell me, what can you tell me of it? Perhaps we can deduce the origins. It took a moment for him to reply. Well, all I know that it involves time and space, but I don't know how or why. I have to concentrate on one of them, because I think something bad will happen otherwise. You also have to visualize and position yourself or you land on your ass, he nodded sagely but otherwise continued. I can bring someone else with me too, so I can do that stuff for them. I wonder how big I can bring something with me or how far. I'm not sure any of that would actually help. I don't think I know anything else honestly. Quote. Naruto also knows the shadow clone jutsu, Mito added. I do, he said. What's that? It sounds pretty cool. One of the jutsu from Tobirama Senju. Shin reflected. Mito quickly explained to Naruto who he was, the brother of Hashirama. Shin thought for a couple moments, as Naruto and Emi began to talk a little more. That technique could certainly become quite powerful in the right hands and used correctly. Someone could easily bypass any barriers that may have been placed in any area, as long as they're not physical barriers. Well, Shin started, the others grew attentive. Her grandfather turned serious, straightening his poster and raised his voice to a more leadership level. Naruto, if it turns out that you are not from Konohagakure, then I extend an offer for you to join our village and clan. She was not expecting that. It was now obvious that he approved him of going to Konoha. Looking over to Naruto, she saw her surprised sister looking expectantly at him too. He was actually relaxed, and not being jubilant as she thought he would. Maybe he didn't understand the importance or significance. So I would be an Uzumaki then? Naruto simply asked. Yes, you would be, if you chose so. Naruto leaned back, sighing. His chakra was reminiscent of one. Except, there were plenty of signs going towards that he was from Konohagakure. Perhaps someone in the clan had disappeared off and entered the Senju clan that would explain his jacket. To remember their origins, so he should be recognized by someone when they got to Konoha. It should be that simple. Shin stood up from the couch, heading towards the door. Well, I suppose it's my time to say goodbye for now. Mito, you and the others will be leaving in a week's time, along with Naruto of course. Naruto joined in. Later old guy, joining in on the farewell with them, much louder than necessary as Shin chuckled and left the building. I can't believe you kept calling him that, Mito stated. Well, he's old. That's true. Emi agreed. Mito looked at her sister. Don't encourage him. Naruto stood up exuberantly. Ah well, whatever. Who wants to get some ramen? Effectively ending the conversation, she stood up, not really minding what was for dinner. Today, she needed to rest and help train Naruto. She guessed that it wouldn't take too long. he did perform a jutsu that seemed complex to master. Holy shit, it's hot, Naruto yelled. With surprising speed, he proceeded to strip right before her. Before she could properly react or avert her eyes, he already had the majority of his clothes disregarded and with the help of a chakra-induced jump, performed a cannonball into the lake water. Sighing, she wiped off the sweat building on her brow and walked to shoreline. She had no clothes to change into, but putting her feet into the water would be sufficient enough to cool off. After she took off her socks and sandals, she submerged her feet. Today was certainly hotter than she had initially thought, so it was relieving to cool herself off in the water. Birds sung their song loudly in the trees. The water gleamed brilliantly from the brightness of the sun. So far it was a pleasant day. It wasn't really a beach, but there were some dry sand before the higher patch of land. She took a seat on a nearby partially submerged rock. It probably would have been perfect if they were not training. Naruto was still somewhere underneath the surface, and had been for a couple of minutes. He came about for fresh air a moment later. That's much better. Letting out a pleased sigh, he swam relaxingly a while as they both cooled off, partaking in some small talk in their break for the meantime. Her mind wandered randomly, not particularly staying on one subject for long. She remembered talking to her grandfather about why he had offered Naruto to join the village. He simply explained that it was because she trusted him, but it was a last-minute decision of his. There was also that he didn't seem to mean any harm to anyone. You're comfortable with him too, he added when she gave her observations. She had known that. She looked over the relaxing atmosphere. Mito had come to this place in particular in mind, a small freshwater lake with a nearby clearing or spars. It was suitable for training. There was some newly built training grounds near the village, but were reserved for the up-and-coming young ninja. For now, until others were created. The lake was for water walking. Surprisingly, he had some trouble with the tree walking technique, taking him an entire day to get it done. He did, however, kept going, without a single break. Perhaps she was too optimistic about him being a natural at everything. How does someone like Naruto, capable of performing an advanced sealing technique, struggle with a simple exercise? She couldn't pinpoint him sometimes. The water walking technique was a little more difficult than the initial one, and he also had no talent for combat, if their earlier relaxed spars air of any indication. She had initially started from the top of more advanced techniques. To see if he remembered any of his training, it was fruitless, however. So they had to start from the bottom tier. At least she wasn't teaching a civilian, as he had a better grasp on some mechanics. He was still a ninja, albeit poor one with his amnesia. If she didn't get him up to speed on combat, he might be a possible liability of the off chance that battles were to occur. It wasn't too much of a problem, but it certainly would add some unnecessary trouble to an all-shinobi group. It also wouldn't bode well with Hashirama when she went all the way with asking him to house a potentially useless person who couldn't help with their research. After several minutes, she decided that it was time to resume Naruto's training. Naruto, she called out, seeing him still swimming in the water. What's up? He voiced. His water-soaked bang nearly hid his eyes. Come back to the shore. I want to show you something. No need to put on your clothes. After a quick return, he popped out from the water. He was obviously lean, like a shinobi should be at the least. Now conscious of his appearance, she averted her eyes. Luckily her small little glance was left unnoticed by him. He stood there expectantly with shining curiosity. Standing from out of the water, she channeled chakra to her feet. This is the next exercise you'll be accomplishing. Taking steps out into the surface, water rippling as she walked further out, a nice distance away for him to reach. When she turned around, Mito once again found his face filled with some awe. Alright, I'm totally gonna learn that. That's cool, he said, preparing to walk before she had a chance to explain, falling straight into the shallow water. He splashed around before he surfaced once more. At least let me explain, she said to him. Right, go ahead, as he stepped out. His expression filled with eagerness and surprising determination. Channel chakra to your feet like the tree walking exercise, but this time it needs to be continually flowing and constantly adjust with the water. She explained a little more of the mechanics of before he tried once again. His eyes closed in concentration as he focused on collecting his chakra. She seen a sight that was most curious. She inched closer to him. Oblivious to the ever-widening steps she took to place herself in a better position. A seal, black as ink, was quickly becoming apparent on his abdomen. It fully formed, but it seemed cracked, broken. Some lines were misplaced, not aligning with the circle that formed. There seemed to be a missing piece associated with the odd seal. What would be 8 muddled little blobs was ins. Ted 6. The center of it was completely blackened. She slightly bent down to inspect it, fascinated by the seemingly broken seal. Never seeing such thing like it. A sudden scream made her flinch. Gah! Naruto fell over, making her aware of how close she was. She was just about to bend down to see. She ignored any possible embarrassing connotations with her actions. He babbled incoherently, not that she wanted to find out what he's saying. He quickly stood up. What the hell were you doing? You scared the hell out of me. There was a seal on your stomach. His expression was wary, disbelieving. There's nothing there, as he looked down below. Are you? She interrupted. Just channel chakra and look once again. He hesitated. An odd look formed on his face. Unreadable to her, she gestured pleadingly with her hands to continue with her suggestion. His brow was furrowed, but he did what she had said anyway. As he channeled chakra, he looked below once again. His expression contorting in surprise. Oh cool. What is it? I don't know, but it's a seal. It was all that she could say really. Damn, I'm really tired of that. It's like. He sighed exasperatingly, his hand resting on the back of his head. The seal on his stomach disappearing as he stopped. I can probably check to see what it may be. Quote. Another seal that she didn't know. It was nice occasion to try and figure out its properties. Yeah, sure. He concentrated to form chakra, taking some steps closer to him before she stopped. Quote. Perhaps you should lay down to get comfortable, she suggested. It might take some time to examine. Yeah, right, as he laid on the sand, fidgeting to get himself comfortable. She sat cross-legged beside him. He then sorted to channel chakra once more. The seal becoming visible on his abdomen. Well, this is a little weird, he commented. She ignored him, trying to figure out what the seal accomplished. She already deduced that she might not find much, especially since it was damaged. Her little sealing techniques would give her some results. Some time passed as she performed them, and she watched it disappear before her eyes. Mito looked over at his face, a snore escaping from him. It's only been 15 minutes. Quote. Letting out a sigh, she shook him awake. What happened? Naruto asked drowsily. You fell asleep. Oh, well, hurry up. The seal reappeared once more. She guessed that she wouldn't be surprised if he fell asleep again, but she continued to work. She continued with her seals and tried to redraw the seal on his stomach in the sand, seeing as she had no spare piece of parchment nearby. It took a while, but she tried to recreate what might be the appearance of it. It had no power of what it may have been, or anything like it. Just the outline. Done. She carefully double-checked her work. She wasn't able to fully piece it apart and deduce the full extent of its properties, but she felt that it was all that she could do. From what Mito had found out, the jutsu present on his abdomen was meant to seal something in. Not like an item, or something like that. That wouldn't require such a complex seal, or a large one. It was for something living. It was broken, however, whatever it was had escaped. Perhaps that had something to do with his memory lost. A small and weak theory that couldn't be supported, however. Other theories had more strength. Only Kumo, at least that's what had been heard, had created something like that. Is he from Kumo? After a little more thought, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. Konoha seemed a whole lot more likely. He fell asleep again, lasting longer than last time, however. She was done, so there was nothing else that could be done. But, perhaps it may have left remnants. Thankful for her sensory abilities, she started a search in the vicinity of the seal. She focused in deeper, looking for anything foreign that was present. It should have been easier to find something that was unique, but she found herself being wrong in her assumption. She had to search several times to even find a trace of it. There was something small, tiny, nearly insignificant. It was difficult to pinpoint what it was. Naruto's chakra was drowning it out with its potency. It was most likely chakra from something, or someone, but she could not identify it. Something up. Because, you know, I've been laying down for forever now, somewhat startling her. I'm finished, she replied. You look and sound disappointed, as he finally sat up, shrugging off some of the sand that clung to him. I guess it didn't really lead anywhere, huh? Or much. It did not. It'll probably become clear when I recover who I am or meet someone, or maybe I'll never remember and it'll forever remain an unsolvable riddle or something like that. What's the point of a riddle if it can't be solved? She retorted. Not finding the answers would leave some insufferable loose ends. Having his memories apparently non-existent was already such a blow. He continued to remember things, however, so he might recall something that was important. I hope I never remember, just to spite you. You can't keep flinching and continuing to run away. You won't be able to defend yourself with such lackluster taijutsu skills, Mito berated the blonde standing across from her. You keep kicking my ass, that's why I'm running away, Naruto whined, rubbing his cheek from an earlier punch. Your form is all over the place, either too stiff or too sloppy, there's not enough power most of the time. I'm no taijutsu specialist, but you're performing below expectations. She rubbed her temple to ease her frustration. There hadn't been a whole lot of progress since then, but they weren't as focused as they were right now. In 2 days' time they were to leave Uzumaki. He was still just as terrible since they began. We've trying to do that same thing, over and over again. Maybe it's time we try another approach, he suggested. I'm just as frustrated as you know. Oh really? What do you think that we should just do then? She asked. He shrugged. I dunno. Helpful. Well, he went quiet for a moment, contemplating his words. Maybe you can bring someone else to teach. Are you saying I'm an atrocious teacher? Mito questioned sternly. What? Where did you get that from? I didn't say anything like that. He scratched his head as Mito tried to calm her nerves. I'm just saying that we should trying something different, other than doing the same few stuff with small differences. I mean, it's not working, is it? I suppose so. As both devolved into silence as they tried to formulate suggestions. She had to admit that Naruto certainly kept going, wearing her out near the end of the day. He was doing more than herself as well. She took pride that she was one of the best kunoichi in the village, overall, along with the male population too. Mito had to wonder how he was in his natural state. I got it. Emmy once said to me that I should just let things come naturally to me, so maybe we should do that, Naruto recommended. She shook her head, giving her reply. And how are we supposed to go about that if we've attempting that from the beginning? No, you've been telling me what to do and what was wrong, just let me be and figure it out. It didn't look it might succeed, but she might as well humor him. Who knows, it might actually work, but she wasn't going to place all her hopes on it. She readied her stance. Well then, let's try, shall we? He still stood there, however, a hand placed under his chin in a thoughtful gesture. Wait, how about you go all out too? Don't give me any time to think and stuff. Are you certain? Yeah, you already have been beating me for days now, and besides it's different now. It'll just hurt a little bit more, Naruto finished. She thought about it, no giving him time to react, or to think. Just relying on instinct. Was she giving him too much time to think? Was she too lenient, giving him a little too much time to think to the point of second-guessing himself? Perhaps she going a little too easy on him, not pushing him hard enough. To really get results, if they were present she would have to attack whilst he was unprepared. along with her full speed. I understand what you're trying to convey, she answered. Allowing herself to be surprised would defeat the purpose. So she mentally prepared her next moves that she would use against him. Alright, just give me a moment too. She performed a jutsu, the body flicker for faster accelerated movement. She appeared right beside him, surprise clearly written on his face. She gave him no time or any slight act of mercy. Faster than when she sparred with him, she performed a roundhouse kick. Aimed for his torso. He caught it, whereas he wasn't able to do before. She continued to send a barrage of punches and kicks, as quickly as she could. His expression changed to a concentrated look, his eyes shining. His movements flowing flawlessly to one another instead of the sloppy and pitiful ones. She threw a punch, he grabbed it easily and attempted to grab it with his other hand. She broke free, but not before he failed to restrain her with his free hand. She jumped back, throwing blunted shuriken towards him. He pulled out one of his kunai to deflect them. Landing quickly, she blinked as the tools she threw was about to reach her target. At that moment, she felt something cold press against her neck. Orange and yellow filling her vision. Naruto had appeared right before her with his kunai in his hand. If this was a death match, he would have emerged victorious. Silence. Did I just win? As he dropped his arm to his side. It seems so, and your idea actually worked, she gave light praise, almost reluctantly. Cool, he reacted, which wasn't much. Perhaps he was modest when it came to achievements he performed himself. She had initially expected him to wail in victory, jumping around excitedly. It was tame, like when he was able to water walk, tree walk and other things. So how were able to appear before me? I thought your jumps were limited to those seals, she asked as she looked for anything solid that he had. Slipped on her. Yeah, there's one on you, he shrugged. Mito blinked several times, there was no kunai on her. When did he? It took a moment for her to remember that she was weakly grabbed beforehand. She inspected her wrist, finding a seal similar to one on his special kunai. He caught the sight. Oh cool, I could do that too. Can you take it off? Offering her wrist to him. He looked at it for a few moments. Yeah, he replied. I have no idea. He laughed, rubbing the nape of neck once again. Try it. The seal made her slightly uncomfortable. She could easily be found and he could appear, anywhere. Well, I'll try, he said earnestly, placing a nice firm hold on her wrist as he placed a palm on her seal. Retreating it, only to find that it was still present. He repeated this dozens of times, only to fail each time. Never mind, as she retreated her wrist from his pleasant grasp. I honestly don't know Mito, he replied, a apologetic smirk on his face. It's okay, I'll just take it off myself later on, she replied. It's getting late, perhaps we should go back now. Naruto carefully took off the towel around his waist and quickly dipped into the hot springs. It had been about a week now. Tomorrow was the day they were supposed to leave. He felt the hot moisture enter his lungs as he took calm breaths. The near scalding water of the hot springs calmed his muscles, a little sore from the training that he had done. He gave some greetings to the few other guys present in the hot springs, but didn't seem interested in conversing any further. Proceeding to a nearby corner, he merely decided to try and relax for a bit. It was for still felt restless, especially so for when he alone. Those weeks being stuck in the apartment did nothing to help that. He tried to talk to the nearest guy but it seemed he was finished, quickly exiting the water. Great, no one to talk to. If he had to be honest with himself, he was slightly frustrated. He could feel the hot pressure building slowly over in his head since he had arrived here, even with the return of Mito didn't help with that regard. The reasoning was that he was lost, completely so. He had no clear direction, he had to do something, but the largest problem was that he had no idea what it was or what to do. If he didn't have that looming feeling, he could probably ignore all that. Except it just wouldn't go away. He clearly had no identity, nothing quite familiar to work on. Just vagueness, cluttered and hidden by fog. God damn did he hate things like that. Even he wasn't sure whether Naruto was his own name. That name and the gear that he apparently had was all he had to work with. There was Mount Myoboku, that no one had apparently ever been to. Then there was Konohagakure, which sparked nothing of familiarity in him. Perhaps he could reveal his insecurities to Mito and Emi, but he wasn't quite sure he wanted to burden them any more than he had to. After all, it was his problem to deal with. The training was a nice distraction, but it didn't necessarily give him a sense of satisfaction. Even if it was frustratingly hard, for some reason. Whenever he completed an exercise like the tree walking exercise, all he felt that he should have been able to do it. He didn't feel any sort of accomplishment through those seemingly tiny achievements. He grumbled in the water, bubbles flowing out. He looked at his surroundings. It wasn't grand, as it was a small place. Fairly bare when it came to the amount of costumers though. Naruto released a yawn and leaned back a bit, trying and failing to relax himself. Mito was situated somewhere on the other side of the wall. A small thought formed in his mind. She was obviously naked, and then he heard that humming tune she sung several times before. He was suddenly intrigued by this, knowing it was Mito on the other side. Emi was supposed to be there. He wasn't curious about the tune however. Naruto paused, suddenly alert of his thought process. He looked around to see guys, most of them sat away from the wall. What the hell? Am I a pervert? No. Denying it. It wasn't his fault, not at all. Now he felt that slip once more, another nagging feeling. Yes, those perverse thoughts stemmed from someone else. Or was it completely natural to feel that way? Then there was Seal that was on her wrist. He could feel it calling, beckoning to him like a loyal dog. It seemed more like an angry guard dog though. She had said that was heed to him and she couldn't take it off. Nor put on any counter seals to nullify the effects. At least, not without any unforeseen consequences. So he was entrusted to not take advantage of it. Naruto, I should let you know that you should consider my grandfather's words when you two met, hearing Mito's voice sound. He had initially thought it was just his imagination, but other things were said. He gulped audibly, completely forgotten that she was a sensory type, and would always feel his presence nearby. Sure, he guessed that was a good thing. Being disappointed was a sure tell sign that he was perverse. Wiping those thoughts away, at least Mito thought well of him, enough to think that he wasn't that kind of person. No accusations, that was a good sign. He recalled some of Emi's little input on her older sister. He was also explained by her sister that she was a little haughty. That much he knew at least. She always had this sense of superiority because she ate correctly, or spoke in such a civilized way. As long as the meaning came across, or the food entered his belly, everything was okay. Better than okay, it was perfection in his opinion. It didn't mean to be so pointlessly complicated. He didn't exactly voice his opinion as of yet, but it didn't matter all that much to him. Maybe it was who she was, he didn't mind that. Kind too, but a little bit condescending. It was nice to knock her down a pegs at times. Plus, her reactions were hilarious. She was being ordered to help him, that much he knew, at least partly. Not anymore if he knew now. He did his best to understand the reasoning to protect her village. His life was insignificant compared to the entire village. He was a potential danger to them. The world didn't revolve around him, nor could he change it alone. Another feeling welled up before it disappeared once more, but he had a feeling that it had to do with his earlier thoughts. Disregarding it, seeing as he had several of those already. He had already talked to Emi about it, letting things come naturally and not force it. Hey Mito. It seemed a little odd to talk like this, he'd rather talk face to face. Yes, what might have happened if I were to have popped up anywhere else? Like in another village, he asked. She took a moment to answer. Other than Konohagakure, this is just conjecture on my part, to put it bluntly, you might have been killed. He flinched a little, he would have been defenseless, if his sparring matches were of any indication. thanking whatever entity or event that had landed him near Uzushiogakure. He probably wouldn't have been given the same offer as the old man did. So why are the two villages so special? There are many clans that joined the different villages, not all of them are quite as forgiving as us Uzumaki. Although, that has caused some grief as well, she said rather emotionlessly, but went back to her original voice a moment later. The Senju would likely have done the same as us. Hashirama Senju, their clan leader, is quite a generous person. Quote, I should meet this guy, I have a feeling he's someone I would like, he replied. Along with others that are coming with us, we are staying at his compound, I have told you that before. Right, I wasn't really listening because you kept talking that time. He was met with silence for several long moments. And what do you mean by that? She said rather icily. Nothing bad, I swear. I just like listening to you talk. She didn't reply to that. So why weren't you so worried? Naruto asked. Again, another long moments passed. He let out a sigh of relief when she began to talk again. We were friendly with the Senju clan, and by default with the Yamanaka clan. Their clan jutsu is especially useful for such a thing. So my grandfather and I were confident with someone like you. I imagine other villages wouldn't have taken such a chance. There was some muffled murmuring that he couldn't catch, but loud laughing was soon heard. It was Emi's, if he could recall. Apparently catching up with her sister. Be quiet, hearing Mito berating her little sister, but they didn't seem to talk anymore after that. He relaxed, wondering what was so funny to Emi. Plenty of things were going to happen now. Tomorrow, they would finally traverse to Konoha, along with several other shinobi of Uzushiogakure. Then, well, he wasn't sure so about those others things. Naruto. He heard the voice of Emi sound from the other side of the barrier. Briefly, a vague impression of her also in a state of undress appeared. Damn it, he muttered under his breath before speaking up. What's up? Quote, we're going to go talk with our friends, bye. All right. Not getting an answer. He decided to wade around the water, trying to ignore the seal he accidentally placed on Mito's wrist. Tomorrow morning they were supposed ready for days of travel. He had a dream when he slept that night. He was walking through wreckage of rusted steel and decayed wood, making his way through worn and old buildings. He found himself standing on a fallen pillar overlooking destroyed wreckage. It was unrecognizable, some turned-over buildings had fallen into a nearby river. The area might have once looked impressive at one point, if it wasn't obliterated. He remembered thinking that it was a very odd dream. Walking through the area, he was here for something though, what that might be was lost on him. He trudged on however, impatience coursing through him. From the surrounding decrepit buildings, many others joined in his search. Naruto, are you ready? He turned around to see Mito standing there by the doorway to his room, a small pack shouldered on her back. She probably used seals, just like him. She was likely oblivious to him knowing that he had figured that stuff out. I wasn't too hard, if he could take stuff out, he could put stuff in. Remembering the seal was a pretty nifty thing too. Yup, I'm all packed and roaring to go, he answered, flinging the pack onto his back. He also had such a fantastic idea, and couldn't wait to start it. Actually, right now was probably as good as it could get. Let me see. All right. I don't see why though, he shrugged, giving her to pack just to see. Naruto. Her expression turned a little disbelieving as she searched a little around. Yeah, this is full of ramen. So, what's wrong with ramen? It's the greatest food in the land, he reasoned. She simply looked a little struck by his reasoning. You can't be so, are you? Wow, way to overreact, Mito. I'm not that much of an idiot. I put my clothes in here, as he pulled out a scroll that was hanging to his back. Her brow was furrowed cutely, as in disbelief or something. It's so I get my ramen really fast, he added. Mito's eyes widened a little, her mouth twitched a little, threatening to smile. Sometimes, Mito, you need to take a load off, you're too serious all the time, he smiled, undeterred by her glare. Here, she simply said. Emi is supposed to be here soon. He got his pack full of ramen back. He put the scrolls full of items on the side or in the pockets. Right. He saw his coat, with the kanji of Mount Myoboku on the back. You know, I found out where this is. Mount Myoboku. He nodded. Yeah, it's pretty far away though, a month full of traveling. You might be from there, she suggested. I don't think so. I read that people have never been on the top of it. He explained more of the descriptions of its surroundings. You might be the first, or that a village was already been situated on it, perhaps on the other side of the mountains. So I might be from a strange land. He shook his head. Too many theories and not enough solid answers. There are plenty of contradictions that you are, or there must be some amazing coincidences, she stated. Like the shadow clone, Mito had explained its capabilities. It was solid, capable of somewhat free thought and able to retrieve information upon dispersing. It was unique among the variant of the clone. It sounded really cool. He wondered how much he could make. He shrugged, picking up that coat and placing it on himself. He next took the bag and wore it over his shoulder. That sense of dread continued to bore at him. It made him nervous. It had stopped now. It felt like it was at the pit of his stomach. The seal. It had stopped yesterday, and on that night he had a strange dream. Its details kept fading and reappearing at odd intervals. Nothing could be extracted from it, so he didn't bother telling Mito. He turned to face the door. Mito was still standing there. It fits you well. Thanks. She dug into her pockets. My grandfather wanted you to have this. She pulled out a metallic piece, a black band attached to it. The symbol of the Uzumaki was engraved on it. The same as the one Mito wore on her forehead too. You'll have to wear it, until we reach Konoha, not official until you decide to join. He took the offered headband, as her tone suggested there was no room for complaints. Taking a moment to inspect it, before tying it around his head. It felt right to have something around it. It was comfortable. A knock sounded at the door, that familiar annoying knocking of Emi. Mito immediately went to go answer the door as he followed behind. He just purposely hung back a little for specific reasons. The door swung open, revealing Emi. A sad frown when she entered. Ah, I'll be so sad to see you both go. You'll still be able to visit. Mito replied, but that would be a while from now, and who knows how long your mission will last. You kept saying that it might be. Emi had a sad frown on her face. The sense of goodbye was immediately in the air. It made him feel, even if it does last that long, we're being rotated, so I'll still be able to visit and stay here for a few months, Mito replied softly. I'll still miss you. Of course, I'll miss you too. Emi looked ready to cry, her eyes watery. She stepped forward to engulf her in a soft sisterly hug. Naruto felt like he didn't belong in such a moment. Mito's expression had greatly softened. She looked peaceful, at ease. It was plain to see that she really loved her sister. They broke apart, taking a moment to collect themselves as he stood there a little awkwardly. Eventually, however, he was noticed by Emi herself. Immediately, he too was given a surprising hug. Hesitantly, he returned the it. It was nice, he could only think. Watch her for me, okay? She whispered quietly. If anything, she's the one looking after me. She was probably smiling, but his comment was ignored. It'll make me feel better, if you promise. What else was he supposed to say? He wasn't going to deny her, the thought never crossed him. I promise. It was strange how he felt when he said that. Thank you. As she tore herself away, Mito was looking curiously with that glint in her eye. She was holding the door open. It's time to go now. Got it. As he stepped towards the door. Another too many goodbyes were made with Emi as they left the site of Mito's apartment. He could only follow her absent-mindedly through the village. It seemed like a simple request, to watch over Mito. Although he felt very strongly about it. He didn't want to disappoint Emi, who was a good friend. Naruto had been on some self-searching, he couldn't help it. He had contemplated on how he was originally. Was he some sliver of his personality? Or was he his own unique person? Perhaps Naruto was inside somewhere, or just a piece of him. He blinked, realizing that they had stopped. Their walk had been a while now. Mito was standing over a nearby bench. "So, where is everyone?" he asked, looking around where the apparent meeting point was, which was a gate side, going towards Konoha and its residing country. There was no one around, at least, no one that looked like shinobi with packs like himself and Mito. He turned to the woman, looking a little flustered for some reason. "They're late," she seemed to concentrate for several moments. "Aren't we on time?" he asked. "Yes we are, so we didn't have to rush at all," he asked, and realized something odd about Mito. That's pretty funny, she didn't seem to want to answer his question. "I know who they are, and it seems that they are not even close to being ready or near here." He looked around. A guard was stationed at the entrance. Some other civilians were walking around the sidewalk going about their day. He was still standing up on the other side of the bench where Mito was sitting. He wondered if they had enough time to. "So," Mito looked expectantly at him. "Want to go get some ramen?" "Are you serious?" "Yeah," he answered. "Didn't we have ramen yesterday?" He nodded. "Well, yeah, but that was yesterday." She blinked several times, a blank look. "I'd rather not, we'll wait here until the others arrive. Besides, we ate a few hours ago." She sat down on a nearby bench. "Aw come on, you said it might be a while. You got your cool stalker thing so you know where they are," he reasoned. She looked aghast at him. "Did you just call my sensory ability, the nerve?" She huffed and looked away. Her cheeks flushed in anger. "Oh did I?" He scratched his head. "I mean it's kind of true is it? That's how you found me last time." "Just be silent," she said harshly, ending the conversation. "I guess there's no ramen then." He sat down dejectedly, waiting in silence. Long minutes passed and he was tempted to risk asking her again. He decided not to, and started to pull out an instant ramen packet from out of his bag. Popping the cup open and alerting Mito. "Are you really going to eat that here?" she questioned. A somewhat annoyed look lingered from his earlier suggestion. "Sure, why not? Ramen is ramen. Although I would like to have some hot water with it and see to Emmy too. We saw her 30 minutes ago." He shrugged. "That was some slightly heavy stuff. I'd like more normal moments with her. You know, I obviously don't have a ton of memories to remember people by, so I would like to have more of those precious little times, you know. But, don't you think those heavy occasions are more significant?" She replied, her expression of interest and curiosity again. "Of course, but sometimes I want more happier times I guess. Even if it doesn't really seem much you know. With anyone that would be my friend, like you." He looked down to take a good bite out of the block of instant ramen. It tasted okay, but the hot water and spices definitely made the dish. "If we hurry, would you teleport us back here?" she asked suddenly. He reacted instantly. "Hell yeah, of course, I already have a seal placed at the ramen stand." He placed a seal on the bench, the one that was at the ramen stand. Only had the handle of one the kunai hidden under the seat. Well, before he replaced it with just the seal. She laughed pleasantly. "Of course you would." He smiled, placing a hand on her forearm. He made sure that there was no one on the seat before he appeared before on the seat on the ramen stand. There was no one else around. Emmy was standing behind the counter preparing some ramen. "What's up again, Emmy?" She flinched from the sudden noise, turning around to lock eyes. "Naruto, Mito, what are you two doing here? Aren't you both supposed to leave?" "Yup, everyone's late though so we came by to have a snack," Naruto answered. "Although I don't it would be a snack for you," Emmy replied. He nodded happily in agreement. She sighed a moment later. "You made me get all emotional for nothing then." "Why, are you emotional now?" She shook her head. "Great, come have some ramen then. It's been a while since we all had some ramen together hasn't it?" Quote. She smiled, but otherwise nodded and quickly prepared their preferred dishes. He kept having odd dreams when they stopped traveling and rested for the night. He remembered it fairly clearly, the second dream that he had. There always a lack of information of his part, something that he was supposed to know but didn't. He was looking for something. He kept sending someone somewhere. A place that was pretty far from the wreckage of the large village. There was a lot of searching, picking up wooden frames and clearing out the vegetation. There were many places that had been completely buried underneath and he couldn't resort to utter destruction to clear it. Did he have jutsu that could do that? Where was he? The only answer was that this was his mother's birthplace. Hey man, are you alright? He was shot out of his contemplation, turning over to see a guy named Nori waving his hand in front of his face. He always seemed nervous for some reason. Yeah, I'm alright, shaking his head from his thoughts. He was sprinting along with the other Uzumaki clan members, a team of 10 shinobi, not including himself. Mito was up ahead, leading the other people and generally being a leader of the group. Oh good, I thought you were brain dead for a moment there because you had a blank expression, he laughed quietly. That was another thing too, he was filled with terrible jokes. He probably thought they were pretty funny too. Naruto forced a chuckle, that was pretty bad. Oh, sorry, he seemed like a good person though. A short guy with short white hair, his mother was married into the clan. He was 17 years old. Don't worry about it, do you know how far we have to go now? Naruto asked. After the end of the day, 2 more days after that. He replied quickly. Sweet, he answered. The first day could only be described as boring. The majority was spent on a boat to cross the channel between the Land of Fire and Land of Whirlpools. Tomorrow, they were supposed to meet up with some members of the Senju clan at the halfway point for an escort. So, how do you know Mito? I mean, I've seen you talk to her a lot. Oh yeah, I fell from the sky once, he started. I think you need to make a really good first impression on her. Mito once said that she might have been slightly put off if they had met normally. It wasn't the entire truth though, there was something else she had refused to say, he didn't know what though. He liked to think that they would still be good friends. No, he believed in that. She probably thought so too. Oh, are you usually nervous around new people? Naruto asked. What makes you think that? Nori replied in his fast speech. Oh, I don't know. Did you not make a good first impression on Mito? Quote, no, he looked away. I am pretty nervous when it comes to new people, I don't know why though. Well, it's obvious, Naruto exclaimed. What's that? Nori asked. Just keep meeting new people to get over that, fear. Anxiety of yours. Naruto nodded sagely. I mean, we're going somewhere new, right? That's a great chance. Nori smirked, nodding furiously. Naruto decided to talk with the other Uzumaki, as he had done since he had first met them. It was a pretty nice experience to talk with other people, a pretty, excitable red-headed woman. There was also an older guy, who always seemed to be laughing despite how quiet he actually was. There was another kunoichi, who liked to talk louder than Naruto himself. All amongst other unique people, 3 of whom seemed a bit normal compared to the others. One of which was Mito. Naruto wanted to get to know them, seeing as they might be living under the same house for a while. Now he lying under the small tent he was given, waiting for sleep to catch up with him. After the first shift, it was going to be his turn to watch over the camp with Mito. The small tent was comfortable. It was comfortable, but unwelcomed. It was a little lonely, despite that he could already hear snoring at the moment. He chuckled, rolling over to his side. Being alone, he hated the thought. He was expecting another dream tonight, maybe it would help his memories. It wasn't a dream. No, it was just emotion that he felt. Were they his? They didn't feel like it. It felt detached, but how did he feel them? It felt like ages before he recognized that they were actually his. Only experiencing them as a memory, he thought. It felt distant, but they were still very present and alive. Was he experiencing it deep within his heart? Like it was locked behind a door that he couldn't open? Was he like the old Naruto? One that still had his former memories? Or was he completely different? No, he had some ideals that he believed in, only he didn't remember how he learned them. Perhaps there was still his shadow being casted around him, not yet him but not quite his own person. There was a multitude of emotions in them: love, fear, loss. At times, he just felt nothing, only for other things to appear after that: determination, relief, hope. The feeling of hope stood out to him. It was admirable. Naruto, Naruto, he heard soothing, exhausted voice. He blinked awake. His heart felt heavy and his eyes mysteriously wet. Yeah, he answered. His leg was being shook, only stopping when he replied. It's our turn. He heard Mito yawn tiredly. All right, replying drowsily. He wiped off the apparent tears and quickly put on his jacket, along with the cloak that he had. The air already felt chilly from inside the tent, so he could only assume that it would colder outside. He was right. As soon as he stepped out, it was a surprising, considering the heat a week ago. It was really dark outside. The source of light was from a small flame some paces away from the general camp area. The moon gave no source of light, covered by the clouds overhead. He was already slightly awake, instead of the mess he usually was at other times. His dream had something to do with that. Even then, he stumbled to the lowly lit area where Mito was. There was some stumps around, from earlier when they were all feasting around the fire pit. He was seen being approached by her, a barely seen smile on her face. He had only seen it because of the light from the fire. She was tired, some bags under her eyes, something that he never seen before as she was always up before him. Here, she mumbled. She offered a cup of water. Thanks. Taking a swift drink from it, it was cool. He sat down a few feet from her, taking in the warmth of the fire. Her hair was hastily tied up, some strands in front of her face. He took a look around the camp, but it was dark and he couldn't really see much. There were tents around with the other people he was traveling with. He was told that there was a seal placed around the camp, in a 100-meter radius. The people that were up, usually two, were a precaution if someone quickly slipped by. Mito had the key for it, and would it alert her if someone came through, it could be transferred around. She also had her ability on top of that, so he assumed that it an easy job. I don't really like waking up this early, or being interrupted, Mito said, yawning once again. I enjoy my sleep. I think I like my sleeping more, he replied, reasoning that he was always up a little later than her. There was still this tiny smile that she continued to wear. It was contradicting her earlier statement. That sat in comfortable silence for a long time, slowly waking from their slumber. In that time, he could only think about how he was. Those emotions that he felt were fairly powerful. What were the things that he experienced? What did he lose? Hey Mito. Yes. What if I do remember who I am? He asked. Would I be the same person that I am now? She took several long moments to answers. I think so, or at the least, close to who you are now. She seemed to believe her words. Why is that? What makes you think that? He asked curiously. Mito hesitated for a long time. Other than the fire, the only other movement that he saw was her toes moving. Otherwise she seemed completely impassive. I just do. From what he could tell, she believed that. I really like everyone else so far. They're lively, she replied. Not really in a negative though. I went on missions with the other clans at Uzushio. There's some contrast of personalities between the Uzumaki and the others. Really? Which one do you like to team up with then? He asked. I suppose I prefer my own clansmen. I would think that you would enjoy it a bit more with the others, Naruto asked. The others are more serious, glum, too predictable, compared to the Uzumaki. Predictable, I guess that makes it less interesting then. She cocked her head to the side when he said that. You have to remember that we only recently became allies. We are certainly friendly with one another, except there is no trust. So it's understandable that we're wary of one another until those ties grow stronger. There's tension that might disappear over the years. My grandfather is working to build those bridges. Well, it'll only work if everyone starts to trust each other. He stretched, the drowsiness he carried earlier going away. Mito's perpetual smile seemed to have gone away too, replaced with a more thoughtful expression. There wasn't much to do at a time like this, other than sit around the fire and eat some leftover food. Talk a little, if Mito was up for it. You seem to be connecting well with everyone, she commented. That surprised him, it wasn't even something he noticed. That's peculiar. Going strangely quiet. Well, you said they were, rowdy or something like that, right? Maybe they're the ones that are good at that, he replied. Mito stared at him through the dimly lit fire, which crackled occasionally. She gave a noncommittal shrug, looking back at the fire. She was thinking, but he was no mind reader. He wondered if women were always so strange. He could see many things, there was others for sure, hidden beneath and waiting for the right trigger to start it. He felt some mixed feelings about it, an indifference, fear and anticipation. Naruto could only wonder about how and why he felt those things, his inconsistent and hesitant outlook about recovering his memories, as well as other subjects, or ideas, constantly molding its shape. The end without the journey. Again, he saw many things that he couldn't exactly discern, what might have been said in its surroundings. A multitude of different scenarios, mostly statics of background and people. The people in his dreams would say nothing, but there was a small sense of familiarity for a few of them. There was plenty of things he remembered, all that came rushing forward, bursting through like water through a dam. His eyes split open, breathing deeply. Naruto was on fire, stomach, legs and torso, everywhere was hot. It wasn't the near unbearable heat that summer gave, this was almost painful. Tearing the blanket off, he rolled himself in an attempt to get outside to reach cool air. In the blinding darkness, he didn't anticipate the sudden sensation of free fall for one split second. He felt the sting of the fall, but the elation he felt from the cold hard floor soothed it immediately. He laid there for an undetermined amount of time. Feeling fully awake, Naruto noticed the oddity of falling. He remembered falling asleep in his tiny tent in his sleeping bag this early morning. Something was wrong. Nervousness crept upon him, heightened only by the black. He sat up, the smallest hint of light being shown through a crack of a door in a lonely corner. It was his only solace in a land of nothing, a small and solitary beacon. He stood up and slowly inched forward, hoping that he didn't knock into anything. He felt the hairs on his neck stand, trying to ignore the feeling the walls closing in on him. A deep breathing that wasn't his own was heard in the room. Loathing the dark, he debated on just sprinting out. Something lightly grazed the front of his foot, his heart jumped in terror as he yanked it away. Only to realize from the little light that it was just a piece of cloth. Fuck, where the fuck am I? More to himself than anyone else. The second time he awoke to find himself no idea where he was. It made him anxious. Thankfully, he made it out of the room without incident. The door slid soundlessly behind him, nothing but the admittedly creepy creaks of the house was heard. He found himself outside. The house had surrounded a rectangular yard. The light came from a dimly lit lamp that hung from a tree overlooking a calm pond. He walked closer to the lantern, his ears ringing from the silence. Clouds broke and a pale reflection of the full moon shone. He pondered about his whereabouts as he peered at the bright moon. Despite the illumination that the moon provided, it greatly disturbed him, as it only revealed shadows. He was not confident in his ability to defend himself. How was he supposed to act natural if he was panicking? Perhaps that was something he should have brought to Mito. He took a shaky breath. What could he do? Then he felt it, that familiar little tug of a teleport seal. There were two, somewhere close nearby. A whisper from the air. A barely audible creak sounded behind him. His instincts kicked in, not the desire to fight but flight, and he disappeared. They had met their Senju escort, a full group of 6 for their 10. Pleasantries had been exchanged, an eager welcome for those that knew one another. She wasn't too familiar with much of the other clans. Names of course, but not to the extent of others in her group. With the exception of Naruto, who didn't know anyone but didn't hesitate to introduce himself. He obviously got swimmingly well with the others. So Mito. Brought out from her thoughts, an acquaintance of hers had treaded up beside. Is there something you need? So, leading this so-called quest. An assignment, yes, she replied, feeling her shoulders tense. They were never on such friendly terms, disagreements always seemed to spark. He shrugged. The obvious choice, a sort of prodigy of sealing arts. Sighing Mito, I didn't think you were exhausted, or was it because of the prodigy bit? Sealing just interested me, she didn't quite know what else to say. Ah, just that, others obviously tried very hard, plenty never really had the talent to begin with. A bit disheartening when you say it just interested you, despite never actually aiding with teaching and ... He ranted on as she frowned. Sealing apparently did come slightly more simple than others. Some formulas just appeared incredibly straightforward. Others didn't seem to share the same level of intuition as her. She also tried other non-conventional ways of applying those methods, thus, her strength of 100 seal was created. She felt her lips purse as he waited for her reply. It obvious that he was trying to antagonize her. Sour in his earlier comments would suggest he felt more deserving to lead. She finally spoke after he went quiet. There's nothing else to say, we are only here to create a specific type of seal. There is not much to gain here, no glory, just theorizing and brainstorming for an unspecified amount of time. She refused to say any more, ignoring anything he may have said. She really had no interest in leading her to take up the mantle of clan lead. HMPH, he raised his head and walked forward, breaking off their conversation. She felt herself relax slightly. She was never comfortable enough around people to be casual with. The few friends she had taken some time to become accustomed with. She found it difficult to connect with people, to be sentimental with them. She tried to find a rationale as to why. It might have come from a multitude of reasons. A commotion was heard, the familiar laughter from Naruto. He was with several people, all of whom were adding their own chuckles. One kunoichi was touching his arms playfully. She observed at how he interacted with the others. Practically effortlessly, she would describe. If she was a prodigy at sealing, then he was exceptional at connecting with others. She then regarded the kunoichi that was frequently touching his arm. The slight tinge of a blush, Mito pondered if she was flirting with him. She wondered at how she would go about that. Subtle seemed the best way to go about it. Except Naruto wasn't so perceptive with those hints. There wasn't much that she could do about it, she had no claim on Naruto. She felt that hesitancy and fear when approaching someone she liked. She didn't want to look too much into things about their interactions. Her opinion of him continuously changed. She moved forward, not wanting to look if Naruto noticed or returned her flirting. She felt some hours pass by, still nearly an entire day to reach Konoha. A light mood descended upon the group, several stayed vigilant to keep watch. She included herself in that list, as she was one of 2 sensory ninja. So she had an important task. It seemed that would go smoothly, but her hopes suddenly died out when she felt more than 3 dozen signatures. It was very unfortunate. A full stop had been issued and some whispers were heard before silence hung onto the atmosphere. As she waited, she got a hold of her surroundings. They had taken a shortcut, so there was only a small game trail, small trees and thick bushes with large trees that surrounded them. The Senju sensory type shinobi came trotting down to her. An anxious expression which she also shared. Hostiles? She asked. It's very likely. His eyes began to focus over to the direction of the fast-approaching group. I count 36, confirmation. She counted quickly and carefully. They were moving fast and were barely a minute away. A sure count would make a difference. So there would be no surprises. That's correct, a 6-man team is slightly further away. A backup. He agreed as his team captain had appeared, relaying the information to everyone. She joined in too, and quickly dispatched groups into certain formations. There wasn't much time to convey much orders. She gave specific directions for several of her SEAL personnel, and everyone moved into place. Laying in wait to see if they would provoke an attack. She saw Naruto, albeit briefly, with a fellow named Nori before she lost sight of him. A line had been formed, looking forward where they would appear from. Mito couldn't really describe herself anything less than nervous. Any fatalities would rest on her, they would stay with her. She tried to calm her nerves as best she could, to clear her head and try to end her opponents as fast as possible. No doubt it would be chaos with a between groups this large. It didn't help that they were fighting in bulk. She sensed them, so very close. No any sort of halting or redirection that would signal a peaceful resolution. A few hasty traps were quickly set, paper bombs set against the trunks of trees. She shouted orders and activated one of the numerous seals on Quis that protected her thighs. She kneeled down and placed the scroll on the ground with her hands placed on the parchment, ready to activate. Her acute senses heard the bustling leaves and branches being swept aside. Hints of movement and sights of color in the thick evergreen and brown. The patters of a legion of feet being struck as they approached. Somewhere in the crowd, the metallic sounds of blades being pulled from their sheaths. A short tense moment of the dreadful hopefulness that they would survive. A blaring silence was heard before she heard an explosion rock through the air, triggering a chain of resounding booms. She saw the numerous ninja tools being thrown and heard them being repelled. She felt several chakra rays in unison from the opposing shinobi. A large torrent of water came rushing forward, cascading in a destructive force that flattened small trees, causing pieces of debris to ride the current. Now, she shouted. A shimmering veil of white sprung up from the scroll, connecting each scroll across their own line. The pressurized water slammed against the shield and continued to raise higher than her own height. She could only muse that there were better alternatives to the shield, but with such a low prep time it was a quick and dirty solution. Her thoughts were cut short when the water suddenly disappeared from view. Someone had done a Earth-style technique that swallowed the water, creating a layer of mud. By then the other shinobi had nearly reached them, some attempting to reach around the shield. Release, she ordered. The wall faltered, breaking away from loss of power from its sources. Several of her comrades had prepared several jutsu to utilize. A small wave of fire flashed ahead, several caught aflame. She heard the numerous ninja tools cutting through the air. The crumbling of the ground as Earth-style jutsu rose from the ground to stop them. The loud screeching of steel catching on steel. Trying to remain perceptive of her surroundings, she summoned another scroll when she spotted three running for her. With no time to utilize it, she had no choice but to discard it. She quickly made several hand signs and placed her hands on the ground just as they reached her. One of them caught her trap, crashing into the mud, paralyzed for however long until he disrupted it. She threw several shuriken at her downed target, but were easily deflected by his fellow shinobi. The two engaged her, but she was given no space to retaliate and only defend against their strikes. She desperately held off against them for several more prolonged moments until one of her teammates engaged one of them, leaving a skilled kenjutsu user for her to deal with. She reciprocated her attacker's assault, landing a few glancing blows as they traded. He had a more significant reach than her, his strikes like lightning as she deflected his slashes. Being pushed back once more as the nagging feeling of an enemy behind her. She risked a split second to gather her surroundings as to not be caught unaware from any outside sources. It had a cost. An unanticipated lower kick from her opponent made her trip, causing a painful fall into smoldering pill. Of embers that slipped between the cracks of her armor. Quickly disregarding the minor pain to focus on the attempt on her life. She saw his blade already starting to descend down at her. She was given a split second to react as she threw a handful of ash at his face. His aim was slightly off course as it bounced off her armor and unbalanced him. She seized the opportunity before he had the chance to recover. She quickly got to her knees. Still firmly holding a kunai, she quickly planted the small blade into his side. She felt the blade sink in and her hands becoming hot. Before anything else could be done, she felt several stinging painful sensations running along her left arm. She was left gasping for breath and finding herself sailing through the air for several meters before she landed on her feet. Looking for any signs of danger, she saw a shinobi near where she fell her opponent. Still alive and clutching where the kunai was still embedded. It felt like ages had passed since the skirmish had started, but she knew more than that. In reality, it was more likely only a couple of minutes had progressed, perhaps less. The battle had spread further apart in the low amount of time. She checked her injuries, finding that her side was drenched with water, the armor crushed and slightly crumbling from a water-style jutsu. Her arm had 3 shuriken planted in her skin, crimson leaking out from her wounds. Minor injuries, so she could still fight. Her new challenger took a step. The uproar of battle blaring into her ears suddenly mimicked the sound of a graveyard, an eerie silence. She felt a shiver run up the length of her spine as she swallowed nervously. The only sound was her own quick shallow breaths, her heart beating so fast it felt it was going to burst. Her muscles non-compliant as she attempted to step forward. Her feeling of fright intensified before she quelled it. Her first thought was a genjutsu, except as a sensory type she was practically immune. The sense of uneasiness and fear rose as she identified the source of her worry. She felt the abrupt influx of an insurmountable source of chakra, raising so rapidly and so immensely that small stones and the earth itself rose several feet in the air. It took her a moment to comprehend that everyone else was just as awestruck as she was. She gathered herself along with everyone else to prepare for oncoming tailed beast-sized chakra, albeit feeling the comparison was insufficient. Confusion ran amok as both battalions thought the other possessed it. Mito felt the source flood the landscape of the battle. Flashes of gold and yellow and black filled her vision. The shinobi standing across from her was engaged, a short one-sided exchange was shared. Before the glowing figure forcibly crashed him into the dirt, he struggled for a moment before a ND was placed over his chest. Dark unusual markings snaked its way throughout his body and the movement stopped. Other scuffles were heard, several of her own comrades engaging the user before having their own movements sealed. The foreign sources flickered in some places, her sight allowing her to see a few bursts of smoke only to be quickly replaced. She closely inspected one closest to her. His glowing golden hair flowing wildly, wisps of orange that imitated flames. His form bright and luminescent, flickering between red and yellow. Seeing the kanji written behind made her gasp. The revelation that it was Naruto shocked her. His chakra had changed dramatically, both familiar and somehow foreboding mixed together. Naruto stood victoriously over his opponent, as well as many numerous solid clones. They each stood guard near their own prisoner. Their own allies that he subdued, however, he just sat upon their backs. She didn't know how to react, whether to speak or to merely observe. Shock still an immediate feeling. A clone, or the real one, appeared from out of thin air. His gaze capturing the lying form of the shinobi that she had stabbed in the side. He clutched at his side weakly, frail and pale with blood loss. He approached swiftly, coming to his side. "Don't worry, you're okay," Naruto whispered softly, barely audible from her distance. Gently, he removed the kunai, causing a painful groan, and quickly placed a palm over his wound. "There, all better, right?" As he removed it a moment later. It was most definitely bizarre that there was no wound present. His vitality seemed to have been restored slightly. Dumbfounded at such an ability. "Thank you." He just nodded as he placed a hand over him. "Sorry, just a precaution." As the odd black ceiling pattern moved across the shinobi's torso, he peered around briefly, over the muddy, destroyed battlefield. Embers and charred trees with several bodies littering. Plenty were obviously injured, but alive. Several were questionable, yet when he approached them a moment later suddenly filled with life. Their brinks of death being halted. Mito felt the halt of the 6 chakra signatures that were there back up, intercepted by some of his shadow's clones. She noticed one of the clones looking curiously at her, golden odd-shaped pupils examining her. In a rather inopportune manner, he gave a brisk exaggerated salute and disappeared. She didn't know how to react from such a light-hearted gesture amidst such anarchic conditions. Incredibly inappropriate, yet somehow reassuring. taking notice that his entire presence disappeared as did nearly every unfamiliar source. It took her a minute to get over her shock to realize that they had relocated nearly 10 minutes away. Mito checked up on the situation with her fellow shinobi. Those who had fallen were fine, exhausted and disbelieving. She was in a similar state as well. Naruto was still all with the others who had attacked. Curiosity bit at her when they were all freely moving around and the many clones that Naruto had created disappeared, leaving him alone. With everyone still recovering, she left someone in charge and went ahead to find the blonde. 4 others came with her, trailing closely. It was only after a few minutes after that she stopped. The adrenaline that had raced through minutes before had faltered. She felt the aches in her side and the shuriken still embedded in her arm. She grimaced at how she had forgotten about it. It hadn't bled much thankfully as she hadn't removed it yet. She washed in her hands in a nearby stream, the dirt and grime and blood being cleansed. When was finished she grabbed one and winced when she pulled it out. She carefully removed the rest. The sharp stabbing pains her arms were a nuisance. She quelled the bleeding by tying a cloth tightly around her wounds. The others with her were silent, tending to their own flesh wounds. Finished, she concentrated on where Naruto had gone, only to find that the large group had gone further away. His chakra was unmoving, still in the same location. What's happening? Why were they leaving? Did he let them go? Are you all right, Mito? A voice sounded from behind. She flinched, her heart jumping in fright before realizing it was Naruto. There was a hint of smile before it disappeared. Sorry, you stopped for some reason so I came to check if you were okay. He was still shimmering gold, occasionally faltering before appearing again, and that process continued. The others behind him eyed him with fascination, curiosity and hesitancy. Naruto gave them a smile and a friendly wave before returning to face her. I'm fine, she replied after a second. How did you know I stopped? I'm a sensory type too, under some unique circumstances, shrugging and gestured towards the wounds on her arm. I hope that's the only thing you're woozy from. Inspecting the fabric on her arm, she saw it was drenched in crimson. Her arm felt unusable and painful, and every breath she took caused a sharp pain in her ribs. I just need some attention and I'll be fine. Want me to help you? I'll be fine, she replied as honestly as she could, tightening the cloth around her arm. She looked into his eyes by then, a total change. His pupils were unnatural, a sort of cross, a sharp vertical, pointed with a horizontal soft curve. Animalistic pupils, she had thought. Instead of the deep blue she knew, it was a pure orange. She felt her mind popping up with questions, a never-ending stream. She decided not to go with direct approach, but you always had to start with something. What happened? Why did you save them all? She asked. Did you let them go? He crossed his arms, taking some deep breaths. He was silent for a long time. He sighed audibly. Tired of it, you know. She didn't. His words were soft yet firm. His body language was relaxed. But yeah, I let them go, he answered. That honestly confused her, at least as to why he let them go. Why? For what reason? They were the ones whom antagonized the attack. They should be dealt with the consequences. I nearly lost some of my people. She felt some anger boil over. His lax demeanor was also a bit bothering. He stood unmoving, as he replied softly, almost condescendingly. I stopped it though. I guess you can say that the honor of what I wanted to do with them was mine alone. I'm not governed either, despite the headband might display. All that doesn't matter though. The only thing that does is that no one had died. I would very much like to avoid that type of thing. She blinked at this. An impossible wish, yeah, but you still gotta try, right? There was solid conviction in his voice. A compassion for others rang clear. If you're worried about repercussions, I'm sure Hashirama wouldn't mind at all, and well, the guys I let go were just glad they were alive. They were desperate, village-less, you know. And people thought I jumped to conclusions too often. There was certain confidence about him. How he acted and responded differed from the Naruto she knew. Someone who easily held aspirations and hopes. You're different. He raised a brow. Caught on, huh? So, all memories returned? She asked. Yeah, I definitely am, he replied. I also, obviously remember practically everything that had happened since appearing here. I gotta say, it was pretty weird, a whole lot of mix of things that were left in that partially filled shell of me. I'm also not entirely sure about several things. What do you mean? You're not really making any sense. Quote. Yeah, but what I'm doing is potentially incredibly dangerous that I don't really know the ramifications of. He rubbed his brows. It gives me such a big fucking headache. I'm still in the middle of figuring it out. How I ended up here is a pretty shitty deal. His penchant for swearing was still prevalent, it seemed. She ignored it. Can you explain? I don't think so. It's all just theory anyway. It wasn't done just by myself either. I do like theory, and you're definitely keeping it up with all this intrigue, she replied. He laughed then. Well, honestly, it's practically impossible on where to start. It'll take too long. Knowing you though, you're pedantic. He bore a small smirk, wiping his upper lip, but she could only raise her eyebrows. He had said it before, except with a little more grace this time. He turned to look, his eyes still that dark orange. The exception that there was no vertical slits anymore, just the horizontal one. How did you even do that? She asked incredulously. There was far too many details and explanations she wanted to ask. Healing them, I mean. You saved their lives. Really jumping from one topic to the other, aren't you? She had the decency to blush in embarrassment, but he continued. He shrugged and continued on. I take a part of them, and replace whatever was lost. It's a yang nature jutsu. I can't return people from the dead. They must still have the vitality for it. Their own physical chakra must still be prominent. There must always be a balance between the two, although one can go without the other for a time. I mostly extend their time, but I guess it can be called healing, for the most part. The guys I helped shouldn't have any problems. He stretched his arms behind his back and front, smoothing his black and orange jacket. Huh, this jacket is a bit tight. I only worn it for a bit of nostalgia when I came here. Rambling seemed to be a common experience for him, or perhaps it was because he just regained his memories. Openly contemplating the majority of the time while she took in the information. She noticed something in his quietness, however. His breathing was deep and perpetual, not calm at all. For nostalgia's sake, she asked. He took off the jacket, inspecting in his arms. Mud was apparent on the grimy jacket. There was worn seams and slash that torn the fabric that also reached his skin, but there was no gash that showed it. Yeah, well, there's a bunch reasons. A memory of my old master Jiraiya, a little keepsake for memories. A promise to be kept, a reminder of why I'm here. He was quiet for a bit as he turned over the jacket and circled the Uzumaki symbol. She noticed that they had walked away from the group that had came with her. She could still see them in the distance, but they couldn't hear. To answer something though, I am an Uzumaki. Let's keep at that. Rather significant news. You are. And what do you mean by that? His hands were entwined around the jacket, and seemed to emit such an intense heat for several moments. Instantaneously, the clothing turned to soot and ash and flew into the air. The smell of the fabric hung in the air for several seconds. Losing my memory helped, I suppose. I don't need trinkets to help me remember. A step forward, no matter how small, is pretty significant. Although I wouldn't mind reading my favorite book again, guess I'll just have to wait a bit. Quote. Now she felt like he wasn't just talking to himself, and she being deliberately ignored. Finally he turned to her. Don't you agree, Mito? Sure, I'm slow, but I know I'll never move backwards. He looked at her then, a gaze more significantly more soul-reaching. His eyes had returned to his original cerulean. There was changes to him that she couldn't really identify. So Mito, the difficult and slower method to the goal, or the uncomplicated and quick process? Whatever goal that might be. She blinked several times at the odd and random question. He waited expectantly for her answer, feeling like her answer was important. Yet, her opinion had already solidified the moment he asked. The uncomplicated path, it's the natural one. It definitely is. He looked away and crossed his arms. He showed no indication whether he was happy with her response, or disappointed. I have my own opinions, of course. He didn't seem to be inclined to share it. A small smirk displayed he knew of this, and he began to talk once more. Your search for intrigue is pretty much over, at least towards me. It's a bit of game for you right now, and there's really nothing wrong with that. You're still a kind and helping person, a sort of bonus thing for you, I guess. But honestly, what I have to do goes beyond you and myself. What an anticlimactic end, was the first thing that came to mind. She could only stare blankly at his declaration. Okay, was the only thing she could say. However, she still felt a great disappointment. He had another strange look. Trust me, it's probably for the best. This sounds like a goodbye. Well, that's because it is, saying it so very casually, in a tone that would match a friendly hello or small talk. She guessed she preferred it that way. Nothing needed to be so dramatic at all times. Even then she was a bit surprised. Really? Yeah. It was really great meeting you, or anything that might have happened since then, he replied softly, breathless. His chest noticeably puffing, as if with emotion. She was saddened by this announcement. There were a few points in head that she couldn't bring herself to initiate. It felt silly to do such a thing. It was difficult for her to be personally sentimental. There wasn't much that she could ask. Is it a permanent thing? Even then, her words felt awkward and uncharacteristic. He raised his brow. The feeling that her thoughts were not just her own became apparent. An exaggeration, she thought, but the Yamanaka were not far off. He clasped his hands and placed it over his neck, his elbows sticking into the ear, bearing a smile with his casual gesture. Well, maybe, I don't know yet. It made her wonder if he was just some lone vagabond, yet, he confirmed he was Uzumaki. He was deliberately choosing to reveal little of himself. A solid conclusion brought closure. Leaving it in air always left wonders. My amnesia came out of nowhere, but I guess it's all right since nothing got too complicated. He was visibly relieved. Yet, she noticed the steady decline in his chakra. Well, before I forget, I might as well take that seal off your wrist. He stepped forward, his hand taking her forearm where her wounds were. It made her flinch from the contact. He whispered a sorry. That's plenty of blood. Let me help with that, all right? Okay. His touches were tender, and she recalled that it was probably the only form of contact they had that did not involve sparring. The numbing and the burning in her tenderness seemed to dissipate after a moment. Her wounds felt like cool water had been poured over it. She saw the results after wiping the crimson away. Her skin was clear, no hints that she had been hit. She felt a sort warmth as she was being healed. Once again, his chakra emitted such radiance. There was a clear difference as to when he shone, or even the day before. It seemed more mature. She had to ask but was forgotten once he moved up to her shoulder. Tensing, she felt an unknown air of expectancy hanging in the air between them. Nervousness crept upon her as he stopped and took a hold of her hand. Remembering that he was supposed to release the seal on her arm, she pulled up her sleeves. What is it called anyway? She breathed out. The Flying Thunder God. Grand, she thought, before looking up to find he was staring directly at her. She felt herself biting her lip. His blue eyes widened, lip trembling. Oh, fuck me, he breathed out. The unexpected and scandalous words make her step back. She felt heat traveling up her neck. Naruto fell to the ground with a grunt, kneeling, his hands fly to temples as if in pain. Strained gasps escaping from him. Is something the matter? She asked, feeling incredibly foolish after apparently misjudging the direction of his words. His eyes are closed tightly and she felt a noticeable drop in his chakra. Fuck, he said in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. Hold on, some really odd stuff is going on with me, we don't really understand. We, was she seemingly included? He shook as he placed his trembling hands weakly on the grass. I hope this is only temporary, otherwise. Physical connection, huh? Okay. There's always the desperate plan. He stared up at her with a faraway look before finally focusing on her. Mito. Might help. Got 6 months or something stupid will happen to me. Such as. He hardly made sense, like he was talking to two people and continually mixing them up. Dying is bad, right? The blonde chuckled. It wasn't funny. He toppled to the ground, his back planted in the earth as he looked into the sky. Non-existence is worse, I think. I'm not sure. I never died before, and this is unique. Thought I did die once though. Don't worry, you don't have to save the world or anything tough. He chuckled again. You should be trying to help me, she said sternly. Hey, from two sides. Oh, sorry, it's just hard to concentrate with two voices and this weird feeling, trying to keep Mito from knowing. She rethought her opinion of him. He might actually be partially insane. If he explained the bizarre things that were occurring, she might reevaluate. Find me. I don't know where though. I hear waves. Your plan C, Mito. I don't think I can really depend on plan A saving my ass. Plan B as well. Really fucking terrible. I can get back on my own but it'll be really risky. His words were spread apart. It took a lengthy amount of time for his to say a sentence. I have to find you. She asked. How did that work exactly? Yeah, there's not much. His chakra dropped dramatically once again, just like when he appeared by the meadow. Just keep me in Konoha and after a little scare everything will be fine. Find the 9 tails. What did the beast have to do with him? Such a horror that clearly revealed its tenacity and malevolence. God damn it, again. His eyes closed, his breathing returning to take deep breaths. His chakra reverting to when she had found him. She decided to seat herself on the grass. Today was rather a bizarre day. She had certainly seen odd things in her years as a kunoichi. A full brawl had been fought, each side with intent to kill, and not a single person had died. Taken down by a formidable shinobi single-handedly. A chakra that surpassed the god of shinobi. To be so close to one was almost frightening. Does this mean he lost his memory again? She wondered how that all was possible, gain it back temporarily only to lose it once more. She stood up, finding that some of the others were making their way towards her. She would have to wait until he awoke. Naruto found himself in the dark once again. He landed on something soft and warm, a gasp escaped from it. Immediately, he knew where he was. Very soon after he heard the gasp, the side of his face exploded in pain as he once again fell from a height and landed on the floor in a heap. OWW, Mito, he complained, trying to soothe the pain by rubbing it. A bright white light shone out in front of Mito, easily repelling any darkness. It hovered above the red-haired woman, her eyes alarmed as they looked down at him. Widened in recognition, her hair messy from sleep and her nightgown hung just over her knees. Naruto. You're finally awake. Why are you here? What do you mean finally? Where the hell are we anyways? He asked. She smoothed out the lines of her nightgown before answering. You're in Konoha, safe and sound with no one trying to harm us. His panic must have been easily shown. He felt like he was being keenly observed. Her eyes catching everything. So, what's the last thing you recall? He frowned. When we were by the fire. That was more than 24 hours ago, Naruto. She yawned in exhaustion. I suppose it settles that, however. What do you mean? You've regained your memory temporarily. He was still on the ground clutching his face, but that was soon forgotten. How does that work? Quote, you didn't explain. I'm hating myself already. Does that make me self-conscious? She yawned in exhaustion. How about you go back to bed so that I can explain it to you in the morning? There was a knock at the door and Mito called for the person to enter. A white-haired man entered, facial tattoos on his cheeks, triangular shaped that pointed downwards. He was in all black, cargo pants and a long-sleeved shirt. He crossed his arms and looking fairly imposing. Is everything all right, Mito? Your guest had awoke but fled before I could confront him. His voice was deep and serious. Seemed like a no-nonsense type of person. Something told Naruto that his demeanor was more severe than Mito's. Fine, I suppose, can you please show him to his own room so that we may rest? Of course. He waited expectantly by the door. Naruto Uzumaki. This is one of our hosts, Tobarama Senju. Tobarama Senju, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Mito introduced the two of them. Hey, anything to eat? He asked. Tobarama nodded with yes, but also to acknowledge him. Naruto, I hope you can treat our hosts with tact and grace, his friend said. Well, to Naruto it felt like she would have added and emphasized more before the word tact if Tobarama wasn't standing in front. Sure, he replied, finally standing up. Good night, Mito. Good night, Naruto. He approached the door and exited, Tobarama closing the door behind him. He motioned to be followed and caught up next to him. They seemed to be headed for a second largest building. As he got closer, he noticed that there were 3 houses centered around a larger one. He saw a gate with a trail that led to the centerpiece, and the buildings themselves were on left, right and back respectively. Each building held patios with a section of the roofs covering them. 2 buildings on either side U-shaped with gardens and pools in the middle of them. He recognized where he had come from, a door slightly ajar from where he had slept. Someone was to keep watch on you inside your room so you wouldn't panic. It was fruitless, it seemed. Oh, was that you that was behind me earlier? He asked. I was. Yeah, you kinda scared the crap out of me. So why are you up so early, or late? Training. He didn't seem like a person that involved himself much in small talk. He was led to the second largest building, a simpler rectangular house. He entered along with the man, immediately smelling the food that was cooking. The room was large, with several long tables for many guests or people to feast in. There were other doors that he could guess that led to the kitchen and other things. I'll serve, so you may sit down, he said. He sat down on by one of the tables. Several minutes passed before Tobarama came back carrying a pitcher of water along with 2 bowls on a tray. He set it down and he sat across from him. It was quickly set up, his own steaming bowl of soup laid before him. Itadakimasu. It was quietly repeated by him and they ate quietly for several minutes before the quiet man finally said something. So that jutsu, you teleported. Mito had said you called it the Flying Thunder God. He frowned at the name. He really thought that the name was cool. Yeah, I did. He didn't leave a whole lot to expand upon. It was more like he was being interrogated rather than spoken to. It's instantaneous, is it not? You utilized the jutsu before I could say a word, nor did I see any hand signs being woven. Yeah, no hand signs. Still, rather, it reminded him of something else that was shown to him in his dreams earlier before. Can I show you something that doesn't use hand sign either? If you wish. He continued to take small sips of his soup. Naruto held out his hand over his soup. The idea and principles of how to accomplish it came so naturally for him. A yellow spiraling orb appeared above his palm. It felt destructive. Tobarama curiously inspected. Interesting. I would imagine that you created it to complement your teleporting jutsu. No hand signs are needed so immediate strikes can occur. An interesting combination. Naruto could only blink a few times at him. He didn't think of that, but his amnesia was a great excuse. Yeah, guess I might have thought of that. My shinobi also noticed that you've mastered the shadow clone jutsu. I've developed that particular one. I'm unsure how you came across that one, yet, plenty of jutsu get stolen, he finished. Head his dish then. The room you were in is yours. I've moved out the occupant that was keeping watch. I'm certain you can find it yourself. Have a pleasant morning. He left then, quickly depositing his dishes and leaving. He was alone then, before finishing up himself. He had found his stuff in the same room. Whoever was the person that was in room was now gone. He slipped into his bed, wondering how sleep was supposed to claim him. He had apparently rested for at least some time, blacking out with no memory, again. That didn't sound good. It slightly disturbed him. He awoke to a brighter room. He was lucky, he supposed. Thinking of all the mundane things made him bored enough to sleep. He heard some footsteps of someone walking by his room, some doors sliding open and the small talk being exchanged. He looked around for his clothing. Where the hell is my jacket? Even after some thorough searching he couldn't find it. He opened the door and immediately the talking halted. Two women stopped, their gazes turned to admiration. It baffled him as to why that was occurring. They were soon knocked out their stupor. Naruto. Thank goodness you're. I wanted to say thank you. A wide smile as she bowed deeply and repeatedly. He was left standing awkwardly. You don't. He noticed, however, that her eyes were watery, a tear trailing down her cheek. You saved my little sister's life, she said, stopping. Mentioning to the person beside her. She blushed heavily, averting eye contact and looking down. Thank you, she said rather quietly. It was uncomfortable for him, knowing that he had no recollection of any events. No problem, but I gotta go. Thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. He heard it echo from behind. Focusing on finding Mito and finding out what exactly happened. He could feel the seal being centered around the kitchen he was in last night with the serious guy. He passed by several girls who gushed, the Uzumaki ones he barely knew suddenly grabbed him for a hug or a two-handed handshake. The less sentimental ones gave nods of acknowledgement. There was still several gazes following his every move as he walked to the kitchen. He saw the smoke rising from the building in the cloudy expanse of Konoha. Hearing the busyness of the town beyond the walls. Walking upon the dark wood of the patio of the house, hearing the sounds of conversation within. Quickly, he found Mito sitting along with a few other people before he being spotted. Crossing the distance, he noticed a few conversations have lulled when passed by, only to pick up once more. Mito's companions move away as she said a few indiscernible words. Sitting across from her, he took a moment to find out what he wanted to say. Which was instantly, what the hell is going on? Her raised her brow. Her facial expressions were always expressive. It conveyed a feeling of mild annoyance, expectedness and sheer interest. His mild cursing was ignored instead of being scolded for his use of language. He wondered if she simply accepted that fact about himself. We were attacked, you don't even remember that. No I don't. He sighed, his thumbs resting under his chin. He tried to remember as much as he could. A blank space. Her lips began to purse. You had your memories, you seemed quite certain of that fact. Quote, I did What did you learn? Like you said, you've neglected to tell me much of anything. I don't think you expected to lose your memory again. How convenient. He sighed. Tell me everything. She quickly glossed over it, filling in his blanks. The actions he had done, and how easily he had done it. He frowned deeply. I don't understand why I let them go. I mean, they were the ones who attacked us. He whispered. What the hell was he thinking? He saw Mito's expression change into one of devoted interest, eyes clear sparkling. Yet, she said nothing. It was so obvious, she might as well tap her chin and outwardly say, interesting. Then there was that action she always did, biting the inside of her cheek. Looking over the interior of the kitchen. More Uzumakis cluttered the hall than the new senjus. There was curious glances sent in his way. Hearing the news of his apparent heroism, waiters and waitresses continued to fly in and out of the kitchen. One stopped by his table and dropped off a tray filled with food. There was a feast prepared for our return. Mito started as she gave him a plate as well, one for herself. It was supposed to be filled with the clan leaders that make up the village, but when you... Quote. He continued to nibble on his food, wanting at least some distractions, and well, he liked her company. It's confusing about how I should refer to you. Taking a few small polite bites. She shook her head and continued. When you had showcased your chakra pool, it was felt from Konoha, beyond perhaps. So that caused a bit of a stir here. Oh, yes, the difference was that it was felt from non-sensory types. So you can imagine the reaction. Quote, he pictured someone tripping like Tobirama falling over nothing. It was an amusing thought for someone so serious. She continued to talk. I hope that you'll amuse me one day to see whether that large of a buildup was really necessary. He thought absently about how much the food would have tasted far better than the breakfast than he was having. So what about the feast? It will be redone, I was told by tonight. It was something that made his stomach grumble in anticipation, only to be ruined when he tasted the mundane breakfast again. So, since we're here, is there anything that I should be worried about? Rules and restrictions. Stay within the grounds, no noise, lights out and in bed by sundown. He nearly choked when she said it, only to find her bearing a small smile. It was rather new, and he was almost tempted to make fun of her lack of humor. He chuckled, barely resisting making a jab. No, none so far that I have heard of, other than to keep clear from the grounds of different clans and other restricted areas. Avoid doing that, check. He stood up with a flourish. Sitting around with people constantly giving him looks filled him with unease. The desire to escape from the gazes was immediate. Turning towards Mito, he asked a suggestion. So, wanna go see what Konoha has to offer? It will be my pleasure. He felt this pressure, an uncomfortable feeling of anxiety. Like his brain was filled with some unknown weight. He guessed that the total feeling of looming disaster had gone, only to be replaced by that stress. It was definitely more prevalent now. Still, he walked with Mito, taking in whatever interesting sights that Konoha had to offer. The village was easily larger than the Uzumaki, and only growing still. There was much less construction than he saw. Mito dropped some information. The Hashirama had the power to create houses in mere moments. There was plenty of places for entertainment and restaurants, and the like. He easily passed the time with her. She gave more detailed accounts of what had transpired since he had blacked out. Do you think that Hyuga woman is here? I don't know. He lied. Naruto was certain she wasn't around. Perhaps I can see if Hashirama could let us visit them. She replied. He wasn't intent on keeping this line of conversation any longer. Or any product of his memories actually. Hey, let's try something. How about until the end of next week, we try and not talk about any of that? Are you no attempt to try and find out what's wrong with my memories? Quote. She looked at him then, her pursed lips with some concern in her eyes. Something wrong? He asked. She said nothing as she tried to formulate her words. Even when she spoke, there were pauses. And weird facial gestures. I wasn't certain how to bring this up, but you said when you had your memories, you said a few things that were a bit alarming. Obviously I will help, but I wasn't sure as to how at the moment. So I guess I was waiting until I thought I could. He blinked several times at her tirade. That's a lot of words that didn't really go anywhere, did it? She looked ahead, face suddenly turning stoic and voice mechanically. You said that if you weren't returned to normal in less than 6 months you were going to die. Oh, I guess that kind of sucks then, huh? He couldn't identify what he felt. She stopped in her tracks, and he only noticed a moment later. She seemed upset. You okay? She bit her lip, and he felt like she wanted to say something. Nothing. Her pace was quicker than before as she passed by. He lamented about the red head beside him. A realization struck him, or more as a slowly dawning fact. She never really revealed much about herself, it went towards more someone else when he tried. He was tempted to ask about that, but felt it more wise to be quiet about it. There was hardly any small talk, that slightly bothered him. He enjoyed filling the silence, but he just accepted it for now. So they spent the last half hour exploring until it was time to return to the compound. He could feel his stomach violently grumbling. Mito stood beside, who raised an brow at the noise. He shrugged. What? I'm feeling tender. Like others within the room, he waited in the lobby near the closed doors. He heard the fragrance of the food from the kitchen, making his stomach growl continuously. It was a few minutes later until the doors finally swung open. There stood a plentiful amount of individuals. He recognized Tobirama, but not the others. The talking of the crowd lowered into murmurs as one standing beside Tobirama began to talk. Come, Mito said softly. The introductions or whatever was happening seemed to have finished when he arrived near the forefront of the crowd. He missed whatever that was being discussed, as satiating his hunger was the most important thing at the moment. Good evening, He rolled his eyes as the formalities rolled out. He partially paid attention, mimicking Mito's movements and introductions. He only remembered the descriptions of them: the blond man, the fat man, the tall man. They were supposed to be important clan leaders, he guessed. The stoic, hard-pressed white-eyed caught his attention, however. There was the Byakugan. The tall, serious black-haired old man looked like he carried no emotion whatsoever. How anyone could be so empty-looking was beyond him. He was instantly relieved to find that eating was well within his grasp. He shook hands with Tobirama, giving only a nod. So, you are the one who single-handedly stopped those attacking shinobi. Again, this person was tall. He had darker skin, with his hair long and tied back. He seemed slightly less serious than some of the others before him. My name is Hashirama Senju, and on behalf of the Senju accompanying you, I thank you. Thanks. As he finished the handshake he proposed. There was an odd feeling as he did so. It was one that he couldn't describe. Hashirama felt it too, judging by his expression. They blinked several times in unison. Have I met you before? Naruto asked. No, I don't think so. He sounded uncertain. Weird, and he nodded in agreement. The Senju clan leader composed himself. Mito, a pleasure seeing you once again. I hope that both of you will join me. She gave a confirmation, before Hashirama began to talk to the mixture of Senju and Uzumaki shinobi. Not long after, the large wooden doors opened with a flourish as people began to pour inside. That was very odd, Mito commented. You noticed that? You both stood there for several seconds in total silence, huh? He sat down to where he was led. Mito sat down beside him as plenty others filtered into their seats, monotonously following the redhead's lead, whatever they were. It really did feel strange, especially today. There was a massive cliff face that looked so wrong, the date looking incorrect. At one time he thought he trailed down a familiar belonged here, but he didn't. He knew he was right, but he would keep it to himself. A bowl settled down disturbed his thoughts. Peeking around, he saw the distinct lack of the other clan leaders. Where did those heads of the clans go? Quote, they left, as they had business to attend to, Hashirama answered. His mouth watered as he looked down at his food. He noticed that others had already began to eat. He picked up his own utensils as he mumbled a thanks of food. He ate to his heart's content, which meant stuffing his face quickly. He then noticed the others' stares. Mito's embarrassed look, Tobirama's stoicism and generally unimpressed look. Hashirama, however, looked mildly impressed. He felt Mito's foot lightly nudge against his. He definitely wasn't going to apologize. It's really good food, he commented, before launching himself into his bowl once again. I bet no can beat my hunger and speed right now. Here, try this. Hashirama placed another bowl near him. He rejoiced, as it was his favorite dish. He quickly took a few bites of it before he spoke once again. Can I ask something of you? Yeah, go ahead. How about a simple game of who can eat the 3 bowls the fastest? He was actually stunned, not only him either but Mito too, with her eyes wide. Tobirama's reaction was also comical too. A frown as he rubbed a palm on his forehead, an exasperated sigh escaping. He laughed. Here I thought this place was boring. Hashirama smiled. There definitely needs to be some liveliness at times, so it won't get a little dull. He motioned at a servant, who disappeared and later brought several plates out. Okay, whoever finishes these 4 bowls first wins this. Ha, I won. He gladly took the small bundle of Ryo laid on the table. Hashirama looked slightly disturbed in his loss. He saw some of the curiosity shy away now that the action died down. Several others had joined in as well, bidding with one another. Mito had calmly and ignored the rambunctious event, so did Tobirama. Don't feel bad, I don't think anyone can beat me at eating ramen, he commented. So, I've been really curious, how did the village get formed anyway? He tried to take away the feeling of loss that he inflicted upon Hashirama. It wasn't the clan leader that spoke, but his brother instead. It wasn't entirely purposeful. It was years ago, this group of shinobi appeared, extremely skilled shinobi with an arsenal of Kekkei Genkai. They intervened in a fight between the Uchiha and Senju and were powerful enough to kill our father and the former Uchiha clan leader. They caused enough worry that both clans banded together to fight the threat, but they disappeared when we did so. We laid in wait for their return, but others had heard of our truce and several flocked to us to join. Eventually a village had formed. Hashirama joined. That's the incredibly short version and doesn't have the intrigue and grandness in the way I tell it. Oh, he replied, as both brothers bickered with one another. Eventually, however, he noticed people leaving. The feast seemed more lax than he initially thought. Naruto, hearing the soft voice of the woman beside him. I want to talk to you for a bit. She stood up, and waited courteously for him. He assumed somewhere privately, so he got and followed her out. He was uncomfortably full. The thought of eating more food unsettled him. Small clutters of people walked out about the courtyard of the estate, either walking back to their rooms or to simply explore for a bit. He walked along with Mito. She hid her yawn. Was it really that late? It couldn't be past 9. I don't quite understand why he did that. Rather childish, don't you think? He expected something other than that. You're talking to me. I took part in it, he replied. I meant Hashirama suggesting the game, as well as the betting. He mused thoughtfully for a bit. Nah, I think I get it, you know. Well then, care to enlighten me? Quote, it's a sort of way for several people to bond together, I guess. Some light-heartedness, honesty and joking makes people at ease. It must be exhausting if everything is so serious all the time, not to mean that Hashirama can be the type of person. I've seen him act too. Like with the Hyuga, honestly that guy looked so serious. Even I felt like my soul was being sucked out in his presence. I suppose. She went silent for a little while. That's not what I wanted to talk about, however. Quote, he stayed silent, so she continued. She looked almost apprehensive, for some reason. You asked me to help you, so that's what I intend to do. Unfortunately, we've just arrived here, so I would like to wait a bit before asking anything. A couple days at most. I've also promised that you might be able to help with that broken seal of yours. Okay, he replied. It was plenty to take in. That's all right, I'm sure there's a lot to think about. Quote, you've placed your faith in me, I don't want to let you down. There was a ferocity in her eyes, vibrant as her hair. She also seemed uncomfortable, judging by her change in position of weight. He smirked. I don't think you need to worry about that, Mito. You'll do fine. If she was going to say anything, it was interrupted by someone who jogged up to them. He easily recognized him as Nori. Hey, Naruto, Mito. Would you two like to grab some drinks or something for a bit? He went silent as he waited for a reply. He looked odd. A faint smell of sake lingered from him. Isn't there a shinobi code to not drink? His brain was all funky. He definitely didn't recall that recently. He guessed he could go, but he felt strongly and enthusiastic about indulging in the hobby or whatever. Sure, I guess. Mito looked apprehensive, some disappointment tantamount. It looked like it was directed at him. Her critical eye judging him severely, before giving a curt reply. I'll pass. She walked on ahead, towards her one room. Nori was unabashed and merely looked back at him. Ready? He asked. Sure. He nodded as he walked with him towards a particular group of people, a mix of Senju and Uzumaki. It was late, and he was tired. The night had started good, then depressed into an annoying event, then into a more fun evening afterwards. He hung around the drinkers at first. The women got all so touchy and feely, one tried to kiss him. Her own form of thanks. She had explained. That made him uncomfortable. So he got away from the more drunken crowd and retreated into the sober group. It ended in a more enjoyable night. He just felt tired after all that time. He entered his room and quickly got undressed, when he noticed something odd. Where the hell is my jacket? It was almost funny at how 2 weeks had passed. There was a whole lot of preparation that he had generally steered clear of. Mito had been frantically busy, looking exhausted whenever he saw her. They would exchange some words and would eat together before she had to attend business. Most of the Uzumaki were relatively busy too. Some had off days, but it didn't seem that Mito shared that luxury that often. Of course, he probably didn't help with his own situation. He sighed as he walked in the village, that felt oh so vaguely familiar. In some strange sense of déjà vu. By now those emotions was a near natural part of him, which he mostly ignored. In large it was to save his sanity, as perpetual anger was felt when he thought too much into it. There wasn't much that he could do since the past couple weeks. He wandered around the village a lot. Just like now, he met with another wall that spanned several blocks. Likely just for privacy rather than some terrible sense of fortification. Seeing as ninja can effortlessly scale the walls, he was curious as to what the walls inside held, a clan compound obviously, but for whom it belonged to. Naruto walked beside the walls, searching for an entrance to peek through. Before he found it, he encountered a banner that hung proudly on the surface of the wood. He recognized it immediately, a symbol of red, white and a midnight blue background, shaped like a ball of some type of fishing lure. The compound belonged to the Uchiha clan. Soon after he arrived at the gates of which a guard lazily sat down behind a stand. He was seen approaching and on closer inspection, noted it was a woman. The chair she sat on was balanced on its hind legs with her feet positioned on the stand in front of her. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, along with large onyx eyes. She looked at him, a curious and bored stare. "Hey," he said. She took a sip from a cup that she held. "You're not from around here, are you?" Her voice equal in tone as her bored demeanor. "Obvious. Yup. I mean other than the headband, people don't nonchalantly stop by the compound. Most of all the Uchiha too, they just walk straight in," she replied. He ticked against the metallic plate of the headband he wore. He had been ordered to wear at all times when out in the village. He had completely forgot about it, like it was second skin. "I'm pretty sure it's the same for all the clans, huh?" he asked. "Don't know. I'm not sure if I care or not." She stretched her limbs. Part of him couldn't help but peek over her, before averting. "So, why so interested in the Uchiha? I mean the Uzumaki weren't entirely on the good side of the Uchiha, but I guess obviously the Senju weren't neither." "I was bored, aren't we all? I wanted to see this place I guess," he replied. She yawned. She didn't bother trying to cover it. Some Uchiha wandered inside, giving him some glances as they did. The woman, whoever she was, didn't bother acknowledging them. An example of some diligent security. "You saw it," she said, lazily gesturing with her hand towards the myriad of buildings before giving up and falling limply. "It looks like I did." He stood there, looking at it. The buildings with Uchiha going about. He was in a similar state as the woman, close to his age. Bored out of his damn mind. This conversation they were having was the highlight of his week. Probably, if he thought real hard he might find something. But he didn't feel like it. "Oh, you're still here?" she asked. "Yup. Seeing as you're still here, what's your name, you weirdo?" She perked up slightly, her bored tone disappearing, being replaced by something more musical. Her expression and body language implied otherwise. "Naruto. Kato. Isn't that?" "Yes, it's a guy's name. Blame my comedic father for that." Kato frowned. "Oh really?" he said sarcastically. Yes, he had a peculiar sense of humor. The deeper meaning he had none. She gave a brief pause. "What would that be called?" Before he could even give an answer she continued. "Anyway, he always wanted a son and I disappointed him I guess." Glad that bastard hit the dirt, she took another sip of the cup she had. "Oh," he replied, nothing redeeming about him at all. Kato made a show of her contemplation. "Well, there might have been some, but that was a joke. At least there's some silver linings and all that him. So what kind of troubles did your dad give you?" She asked. "Well, if I knew I would tell you. One of them, huh?" she replied, her attention drawn to some younger shinobi jumping over the walls a little ways down the wall. Lots of them sadly. I can tell you're great at your job. Thanks, she said incredibly seriously. He could only smirk at her. Anyway, I wouldn't know about that, I lost my memory. Kato looked at him. Ah, not a whole lot of that though. So is it annoying? I would have been mad if it ever happened to me. Oh, it's frustrating as all hell. Sometimes I'm not sure what to think, whether I'm nonchalant about it or just angry. She snorted. So you're confused, I would guess that's pretty normal. I'm not speaking of personal experiences, of course, I would never understand how it would be. Well, like I said, it's annoying, just annoying. Well, apparently I might die in the next 5.5 months, so yeah. She raised an eyebrow at that, inspecting him further. He saw her eyes flare, the Sharingan wheeling into existence that replaced her bored-looking onyx eyes. In turn, he wondered why she activated it. I like you, she said. The 3 tomos in her eyes dissipated, once again her onyx eyes returning. Ha, you do. Because I hardly know myself, he chuckled at his terrible joke. Kato shared his laugh, before finally releasing the balance had going on her chair. Come on, this is boring enough. She stood and walked on ahead inside the Uchiha district. Is this allowed? I was told I wasn't supposed to go inside one. As he caught up with her brisk pace. Guess we'll find out, she said. Anyways, not in the very least intimidated by the Sharingan. Oh, he really didn't know why he wasn't. It was dangerous, but didn't know how much. Ignorance was bliss. They engaged in some small talk as they walked around the Uchiha district. Some sent curious glances his way, before seeing that he was with an Uchiha. Otherwise no one really bothered with him. So your name is Kato. Why didn't your mother have any choice in that? He asked, looking curiously at several shinobi that were engaged in a spar. Hey, do that again, she yelled out. The one Uchiha who completed a water-style technique looked over to her before nodding. Seeing her Sharingan activate as she looked closely at the person. Oh, okay. What were you saying? I asked why didn't your mother give you your name? Oh, she died when she gave birth to me, she replied. He was a bit surprised by that, but she didn't seem the least bothered by it. It's weird, you're a lot more open than this other woman. You must like her if you're comparing her with me. He nearly tripped over a non-existent rock as they walked. What? He asked incredulously. Oh, I was right, that was just a guess of mine, she replied rather happily. You like guessing. Trying to deter from the fact that he really did like Mito. I do, it helps with the boredom. It's much more fun when I'm right though. There was something almost refreshing about her, especially since he had been hanging around with Mito and the almost socially stunted Nori. Since he had apparently done some heroics, he had been revered and that made him uncomfortable hanging around with others. So seeing as you compared us, I'm guessing you want her to be more open and that. She stopped, making her wonder why she did such a thing. He looked towards where she was looking at. There stood an imposing figure, his arms crossed. His clothes were black, fitting. His long dark hair as his cold eyes stared at him. He spared a quick glance at Kato before looking at him. Madara, Kato simply said. The man known as Madara paid no attention to her. I've heard of you. Hashirama talked of you, so you're the one that caused some disturbance more than fortnight ago. I guess so, he replied. Madara looked at him critically. He didn't recall seeing him at the supper that was put together when he arrived here. Several bystanders looked at the scene between him and the Uchiha clan leader. He heard some inaudible murmurs from them. Madara walked forward and passed him. Accept my invitation for a spar one day, he said as he trailed off without an answer from him. There was something about him, unnerving and annoying and infuriating. I don't think I really like him. I'm indifferent, Kato replied. Why do you think that? Naruto looked at her, slightly puzzled. I dunno, maybe because I'm tired of meeting people who are surly or I don't know. Surly, was he picking up diction from Mito? They have their reasons, of why they became like that. Probably too many to count. Like life-altering experiences. How did these conversations get to where they were? She shrugged indifferently. Doesn't have to be, it's all those little things too. It made him think. What were all the things that made him into who he was now? He guessed it was mostly on perspective, on how little or significant those things are. Did he think about this before? He couldn't remember. Maybe it didn't matter and that was the end to it. It wasn't like he knew the entirety of his past. He checked the time with the clock that on the counter. It was already fairly close to when he had to meet with Mito. Well, it's been nice hanging around with you but I got to go. See y'all later. She didn't bother looking away from a kid who had tripped and face planted into the ground. Oh okay. Bye, she replied indifferently. He shrugged and made his way out of the Uchiha compound, wandered back to the Senju's area. He mostly thought about what Mito wanted. He felt genuine relief as he walked out of the Hyuga compound. Something about it caused him to be distressed. Nothing. 2 weeks to convince them first to enter and we found nothing of that woman you remembered. Quote. He said nothing as he walked on with Mito. His hands were in his pockets, just listening and surveying the streets. He knew there was some sense of incredibly vague familiarity. Wait, didn't he think that already? I told you we wouldn't find anything that would help, he replied. Well, he didn't actually know, but she didn't have to know that. Am I the only one concerned about what happens to you? She replied sternly. She exhaled loudly in anger but otherwise revealed nothing else. No, of course not. I think I'd rather just try and remain calm about it. Everything will all work out, you'll see, it's supposed a tactic to not cause panic, he responded. She composed herself, talking calmly once again. It's having the opposite affect with myself. You also seem certain that you will be eventually fine before you lost your memories again. Trust my word, he smiled. I can't when I'm supposedly plan C. The third choice in hastily formed plans, that will somehow help you, she sighed fairly audibly. His smile faltered. Well, when you put it that way. Maybe it wasn't me huh? Interesting because it seemed like a third person was present as you kept talking yourself, when clearly you and I were the only ones in attendance, she replied. Maybe I liked to refer to myself in third person. He didn't sound so convinced of that himself. She turned, her eyes slightly widened at his suggestion. He coughed and tried to support his reasoning. I mean, I'm sure you met all sorts of far-fetched people. I don't think I would the first to refer to myself in third person. She sighed once more. You wouldn't be wrong. He laughed. So what's next on the list then? I mean there's not a whole lot on the checklist is there? Quote, other than Mount Myoboku, find the elusive nine-tailed fox, 9 tails. One of the tailed beasts. Horrid, benevolent monsters, I don't think you can classify them as creatures. She spat with such distaste, it was surprising. If they're so evil, how come they're not around? They've seemed to be in hiding, for some years now. I've used to sense them from a distance. It used give me night. She cut herself off then. He nodded. Nightmares caused by the beasts. It didn't sound all that great. You sure they're just not, I don't know, hiding their chakra? I'm certain, she replied with pride. It would be nearly impossible to locate them in this state they're remaining in. Besides, their attacks would have been passed around by word of mouth. The mindless beasts seem to revel in destruction. Mindless beasts huh? He felt a strong need to reply, to defend. Except he didn't have an answer to that. He suddenly felt tired, a headache forming. So Mount Myoboku then, it's far to the west, a month of travel or more. Since we don't know the way, and there's a large expanse of desert, and then minor nations and practically no one living around the mountain. I would say a month and a half to find it. There was silence. So let me get this straight. 6 weeks to get there, and then back. On a mountain that never has been scaled before. Let's say 2 weeks to get to the top, or whatever form of civilization there, but hey, it's been that long since we've been here. That's already 4 months. Like 5.5 months to live. On top of that, We don't know if even if we go there that we'll even actually find anything. She only stared at him, a slightly concerned look. We could also just wait, but you didn't want to. Saying that it held grave consequences, or at the very least your tone displayed it. I think it was more of a last-ditch effort for you. I'm also less inclined to follow through it, so I will help you. He didn't want her to be so worried, he could only say the first thing that came to his mind. A journey to the west. A race against time, despite how long-winded it is. I'd say it kinda feels badass. You're unbearable. It did give her smile, so it was victory in his books. He heard a small commotion. Both him and Mito looked interestingly at it. A small man was announcing some things. A shinobi village. I thought everyone wanted jobs in places like this. Ryo. I'm paying good Ryo for this offer. Naruto noted that he wasn't dressed like a shinobi, nor built like one. He seemed to be a servant, if the lady seated above him on a small platform was of any indication. Her clothing looked extravagant, a kimono, likely much more expensive than what Mito wore. Hers was more practical, built to withstand some combat. He turned to the redhead. Did everyone take jobs all the time? Quote, almost everyone accepted missions that was assigned to them. Of course there were some of the more unpleasant ones that some skipped. Any particular ones? I've heard a feudal lord had desired a tailed beast as a pet, offering substantial reward. It still stands, I think, since they had been hiding for some time. Absurd, I know, along with seduction, that I'll never do. You mean the mission with that? Or seducing in general? He blurted out without much thought. He stood there feeling awkward. A nervous smile plastered on his face. He couldn't even look at her. She didn't respond either. Anyone to assist on an expedition to climb Mount Myoboku. He blinked at the name. Did you hear that? He said to Mito, whom looked like her rose-tinted cheeks were settling. How convenient. Yes, it is, she replied quietly. They walked towards the person, who was on a stand that made her tower over the crowd. Trying to catch the attention of other shinobi. The small man seemed to be a servant of this woman. So she's trying to climb that mountain. I wonder why no one's accepting. Do you know? He asked. Since the village is being funded by the Land of Fire's feudal lord, I would assume that income isn't quite much of a problem than it was before. Another thing to consider is that it's a very long-term mission, likely safe, but a long one, and there wasn't much time to relax since before. So you're saying that they're taking advantage of the peace then? He could understand that people would like to spend as much time with friends and family, whom might disappear within the next assignment or war. Yo, he waved at noble-looking woman. He was quickly found, and the woman looked slightly grateful that someone finally was interested, but still looked annoyed. She waited where she was as the duo crossed the crowded area. You interested in climbing the elusive Mount Myoboku? I'll be paying fine compensation for escort. She carried a fancy-looking fan that she used on herself. She looked into her mid-20s, looking even more regal than Mito did, with long black hair tied up intricately in some type of bun. He didn't know what kind, just that it was. Yeah, sure, when you leaving? He said. She only looked surprised. In 3 weeks' time, but only after I've procured another shinobi, if you're interested, of course. Definitely, sign me up. Although I'm not a part of this village, I'm sure it'll be alright. She sighed. Finally, months spent and we've got someone willing to accept, despite how brash and hastily it was done. I've grown weary and impatient because of it. He stood there as she went on a tirade. Her tone was more formal than Mito's, more long-winded. God, he was tired of it already. Well, name's Naruto, Uzumaki. He said after she finished. He kind of stopped paying attention to her. Nishi Kuronuma, a pleasure. Mito Uzumaki. The redhead finally spoke beside him. She bowed slightly, and he followed suit, only rolling his eyes when he did so. Will you be accompanying as well? Nishi asked. Mito looked hesitant, and he really was curious about her answer. May you excuse us for a quick moment? Nishi nodded. and Mito turned around and walked some steps beside her as they went somewhere away from the bustle of the crowd in the square. "Something wrong?" he asked, finding themselves near an empty alleyway. The hum of the crowd still reached in his ears, but it was enough so that they could speak quietly. She stared into his eyes for several moments. "I've been thinking, I have some responsibilities here." "So you're not coming then?" "Oh sorry." "Finish." "Not just that, but what you've said earlier, about the mountain possibly not helping you with your memory." "I'm concerned about it." "Yeah, but what you said too, how are we supposed to find something that seems to be really good at hiding, or impossible?" "You get it," he replied. "It would be a significant waste of time if we traveled for nothing, it might cause your death," she said softly. "No, I think it would be best if I stayed and tried to find leads on where the nine-tailed beast is. With luck, you should be back with 2 months to spare, hopefully by then I'll find it." "You really think you can find the 9 tails? What is it that you're not telling me?" "That you have a spy network of some sort." Quote, "No, that's ridiculous. We do, however, have allies," she replied. "Besides, I have too." He looked at her with slight awe. He could only smile at her. "All right, it's a plan. Except just not a very good one. It's still a plan." It wasn't like he could come up with anything better. So, he would just have to leave it to her. They walked back to Nishi. It was very easy to spot her in the ever-increasing crowd. "So will you be joining us?" she asked as they neared once again. "No, I have some responsibilities to attend to," Mito replied. "A pity," she said simply. She looked over to him. "If you can find another shinobi for protection and escort, it would be fortunate." "Of course, I can find them myself if you so wish. You see, I'm wealthy, someone of mild importance, and being kidnapped wouldn't be acceptable, right? Well, okay, I've been staying in the Senju compound, if you have to reach me," he replied. "Very well, Naruto Uzumaki." She then excused herself, and watched as he walked down the crowded street. "So, we try it out first, right? 5 years ahead. 5 years it is." Excited. Quote. "I am. I can't believe how lucky. It's just, I don't know, no time for such things, let's just do it. Right, action, what I always done." Naruto felt the incessant pounding in his head, pulsating like the clock he was hearing in his room. Such odd dreams had become a norm in his sleep. Although despite it happening in the night, he knew that it wasn't such. More like things he knew that were surfacing, he never did bother trying. There was something about this particular one that he kept rewinding in his head. The heavy weight that as it hung over him. Others were quickly forgotten whenever he dreamt. It felt significant, heavy. He stood up and fetched whatever clothing he was going to wear that day. Days that haven't changed much and offered only more boredom. It was later in the day when he found himself sitting in a chair beside Kato, practically looking at people passing by on the stand. He yawned. He had taken to relaxing around her recently. Nori wasn't available at all times, Mito even less. Kato was at all times, and he enjoyed his time with her. "So what do you do around here?" Sit around mostly, then head home, is that it?" "Well, I sleep too." He rolled his eyes. She yawned. "I really don't do much, I get tired pretty easily. Sometimes I train, sometimes I just look at the sky. Sometimes I read a book. Sometimes I do nothing, but only sometimes." Sometimes. He would listen to her talk, a voice that didn't carry monotone, and he would listen intently. The words that she conjured up to tell whatever she was talking about were something to behold. Anything else? Nothing. Nothing. Exactly. "I meditate sometimes," she simply said. "So how do you do that?" Quote. "You think about nothing, how do you that?" She looked mildly contemplative. "Close your eyes and think of a sandwich or something that can cease to exist." He saw red, of the light that entered through his eyelids. The slight incoherent murmurs of people in the background. The sounds of moving carriages and wagons being pulled. He envisioned a bowl of ramen beset in front of him. Just watch it disappear slowly, until all of it is gone. Then, just stay there. Slowly, he ate the ramen, savoring the metaphorical taste as he did, until he came to a problem with the bowl. Of course, this was his imagination, so the bowl was made out of ramen itself. So then he ate it until there was nothing left. He opened his eyes. Wow, I didn't last 5 minutes my first time, Kato commented. How long was it? She shrugged. Not sure, I kinda lost track. I think I took a small nap. Naruto laughed and scratched his head, feeling like he had just woken up from a dream. The nonsense that he felt when he awoke. Well, I'm starving. Do you know of any placing with any good ramen? I don't know any places in general, but some old man set up a place around here. Hey, would you like to come with me? He asked, before remembering something vastly more important than ramen. I mean, about something other than food. Like what? Her brow raised. You see, there's this mission that I have to go on. Life and death matter, at least only for me. Seeing as you're only one of the several people I know, I'd thought I asked you. He had already asked Nori, but had replied with being busy with his mission, and that he also had wanted to return home. It was understandable. She only stared at him for some time. How long have we known each other? Aren't we moving a little fast? She laughed at her own joke. Hey, so, she looked up, which might have been the sky if it wasn't the ceiling of the stand. Sure, why not? It really looks like I don't have much to do, which is really true. Great, I mean it is supposed to be at least 3 months long. Not too dangerous, I think. Oh, that's good. Something to do, and for a while. When is it? Supposed to start in the next few weeks. Kato sighed, from what he didn't know. Let's go have some of that ramen, you got me in the mood for it. Great, I'll pay. Right, half naked again, he sighed. He tried not to think of any arousing thoughts, because that would only lead to an embarrassing situation. Here he was surrounded by several people, some of which he recognized were from Uzumaki, but the other were likely from this village. He was laying down on a mat, his shirt off as he focused his chakra. He noticed the obvious appreciative stares that some of the women were giving him. Then the black seal was on his stomach once again and he tried to ignore it. He heard several murmurs, and the guesses and the words as they began to inspect him. He had already told Mito that it would likely not work, whatever what it was on his stomach. There was a lot of words that he didn't quite understand that came from them. He laid there for another half hour or so, before he was allowed to put on his clothes. So, find anything new? He asked, although he already knew the answer. They walked out, the crowd inside dispersing for lunch. So he followed Mito and them outside towards the lunch house that he had eaten inside every day since arriving here. No, nothing. Figures. Anyways, how is it with your seals? Slow. There's always danger when creating new techniques. There can be some consequences that we will try to avoid. Is there? Like what? He asked curiously. There was something about her when she was interested in explaining something. What we're trying to do is seal a living being inside a person. The problem is what would be the consequences of that? Would they continue to live, both the sealed and, container? So far we've created a new technique. We can seal objects within ourselves, like kunai, a variation of sealing scrolls. He was surprised. That was new. He had seen it before, definitely. So far we're just working on trying to keep chakra within it, but it's been unsuccessful, so we might try another method. Still on duty, right? He asked. Yes. Guess I'll just do whatever then. Perhaps he'll take up on that offer Madara gave him a week ago. Maybe tomorrow. Or something. She looked for him, her senses felt slightly dulled. She yawned, covering when she did so. Her steps felt more lazy than usual, as she walked down the hall. It would be much easier to find him with her ability, but she didn't particularly feel like doing so. Mito had already looked in his room and found no sign of him. Mito had finally gotten a letter from her grandfather detailing the necessity of Naruto traveling to the mountain. He had approved, obviously. So it was another reason to find him. She had talked to Nori, as he seemed to acquaint himself with Naruto somewhat frequently. Yet, he hadn't known his possible whereabouts. Somewhere within the Senju compound she had thought, but when she scoured the area, the kitchen and lounge and other places that might provide amusement inside, she had found no one that had seen him, or Naruto himself. "Do you know where Naruto might be?" she asked a passerby. Everyone within knew him by sight, and by name. He shook his head, but directed her to someone that had seen him. So now she went to the other side of the Senju home. "I've heard that you might know where Naruto is." It was another Senju, thankfully, as she would no doubt had been asked with a quizzical question about why she wasn't using her senses. The person rubbed their chin thoughtfully. "Our personal hero." It was something to see. Whenever this subject was brought to Naruto, it was the closest thing she saw to him being visibly uncomfortable. It might as well be another person, the blonde had said. Which had made sense. The Senju had continued to speak. "I passed by him earlier. I think I saw him heading to the Uchiha compound." "Thank you." So she left on her way. She didn't exactly know where it was, only a general direction. She had told him not to enter any clan's home, but it also didn't seem likely he would be inside. So she left on her way, attempting to find the home of the Uchihas. She spotted some wary glances at her throughout the village, but not all were directed at her. It was a familiar sight, seeing the tension between shinobi who only a year ago might have clashed against each other in combat. She ignored it, knowing that she was just as safe in this village as her own. She heard some kids shouting excitedly, the quick and fast approaching steps. She didn't expect to feel something hit her side. A child had ran into her. The child stumbled back. Sorry, he stammered, mumbling. "What's with the excitement?" she asked. He was young, perhaps 6, but he was a shinobi, with the headband tied to his arm and the Uchiha crest emblazoned on his clothes. "Sorry, again. I just wanted to see the chief fight against the stranger, but I don't know where he is. So I'm trying to find them." He ran on his way. Some other kids were scurrying around just like him. Despite her attempts to not use her sense, she could slightly feel it pulsating higher farther away. It wasn't near the compound, nor even in the village. Another, more intimidating source of chakra lurked near. Several others hung around the two. She immediately recognized the two, one that belonged to her dear friend Naruto, and Madara Uchiha. She raced forward, curious and slightly worried, but she recognized another in the small crowd that seemed to be spectators in the two sources that occasionally clashed against each other. The wooden decor of houses and shops, and the curious civilians turned into lush green grass and large towering trees. It was only several minutes of sprinting when she heard the commotion, and wandered upon the scene. There, in the small crowd of onlooking shinobi, was Hashirama. Her eyes looked in amazement at the fight or spar that was occurring, in a display of high-skilled taijutsu between two persons. One of which she knew, Naruto was facing Madara in a match that seemed to be equal. Their movements almost seemed a blur between each other, as they blocked kicks, threw punches, grabs and reversals. They moved from one spot to another in quick succession as one gained an advantage, only to move to another as they lost ground. She wasn't a strong taijutsu user, as she relied more heavily on her use of seals. So she felt she wouldn't be able to keep up for long with Madara, or Naruto for that matter. She was reminded of the months of laziness that dulled her ability when they were attacked on their way to Konohagakure. Naruto was suddenly hit with a kick that sent him back a ways, and she felt a burst of chakra from Madara. She heard some quiet, excited murmurs from the people beside her. She felt a twist in her gut from worry. Fire erupted from the Uchiha's breath, forming a great wall of fire. The heat was so intense that she felt it from the distance. Any darkness was eviscerated from the sudden light. The fire closed the distance incredibly rapid, without seemingly any thought. Naruto pulled 2 kunai out of his pock. And threw one into the air. Her vision of him disappeared and she held her breath, before the fire disappeared, like it was being sucked out of existence. There was a flare of light in the sky, and the sight was that of the sky lighting on fire. There was a lull, silence, as Naruto appeared from the torrent of flame. Staring down the chief of the Uchiha, her gaze wandered to Hashirama, who was looking critically at the scene. Madara crossed his arms, and she couldn't tell what kind of expression he had. His eyes looked over to the crowd that was forming, before he disappeared, a mess of ash and leaves. The accelerated movement technique. Well, he's definitely excited, she heard Hashirama comment. It didn't really look like that to me. Mito replied. He was just testing the waters. He likes to fight, very much so with those who possess strength, Hashirama said. Even I want to spar against him. The acclaimed god of shinobi wanting to fight him too. If Naruto was that powerful, how come he had never appeared before? Oi! Her thoughts disrupted when Naruto called out, making his way over to where they were standing. Didn't know you came to watch Mito. I'll leave you too. I have some duties to attend to, before my brother comes nagging at me, Hashirama replied, before a swirl of leaves blew away. So you two sparred together before? She asked, when Naruto reached her. Yeah, just not really that, intense, I guess I mean that before we did some taijutsu and a bit. Something to prolong the dance, he had said. Prolong the dance? Hey, I don't know, said that would have made it more exciting, a slow build into a climax, or something like that, he said, so. Unding amused. So yeah, like 3 times before, just very light taijutsu for the first time, slowly going faster, so today he decided to use ninjutsu. Hashirama expressed interest in sparring with you too. Really? He did. I don't know why, but I find that guy pretty weird, and I'm pretty sure he thinks the same of me, Naruto said. Both of you hardly interacted, how do you think that? He shrugged. Don't know, just a hunch. Anyway, enough of that, I'm pretty famished, so how about we grab a bite to eat? That sounds nice, I have the day off for today, she replied. As they walked back to the village through the forest, she saw the other shinobi who had come to watch run through the towering trees. Great, it's been like a week since I last talked to you, right? Has it? She replied. Yeah, I've been counting down the days since I would leave, another 5 more days, damn that was fast. She couldn't really discern his tone. Disappointment. Along with her duties, she had spent the free time she had to locate ways of finding the 9 tails. Talks of politics, duties, and organizing made her weary. Mito was in charge that her subordinates followed. Rules, simple etiquette and their own duties. There didn't need to be an incident that would cause tension between the 2 friendly nations. So that left her exhausted at the end of the day. She didn't mean to ignore him, but she was too preoccupied. So, like before, I'm supposed to leave by the end of the week. Is it all planned out? Yeah, Nishi also invited me to a formal party, said something about it, because of how long we'll be gone, he said. A 3-month-long mission is a long-term one, and that's just an estimation. Yeah, and when I leave it will be 5 months left, no trouble remembering that, from how much you remind me, he sighed. Anyways, Nishi said to invite someone, so I thought you might want to come. She swallowed thickly before she could speak. To a formal party? Well yeah, I just said that right. It's all right if you don't, I could always go with Kato. Kato? Who's that? Oh, this woman I know, an Uchiha. I've asked her to come with the mission and she said yes. Just like that? She asked, surprised. It was also an unusual name for a woman. Yeah, she's great to hang around with, since I've met her a couple weeks ago. She felt jealously rear up inside her, it felt unpleasant to experience. She would spend a great amount of time with him for a long duration. I'd like to accompany you. Great, he replied, not quite as ecstatic as she hoped. It's formal, correct? Then we'd have to find the appropriate clothing. When did you say it was? Quote. She wore a slightly expensive formal kimono, drastically feeling less protective than her normal wear. It was made for more formal occasions, just like the one she heading to tonight. Her date, was Naruto. She inspected herself in a mirror, making sure that all was perfect. Her kimono was red, with a great number of flowers decorated on the entirety of it, all varying in colors that meshed well with red. All of varying hues of pink, orange, red, white, yellow. The undergarment worn under the kimono was white, her hair was tied up more intricately and she had handled it carefully. Her sleeves were long and baggy, the sash tied around her waist was a deep red. She had worked diligently on her appearance. She wished her sister was here to witness this, as she was fond of dressing up and helping with others. Soon, she heard a knock on her door. Some nervousness crept inside and she rightly assumed it was Naruto when she answered. His eyes widened when she was seen as she felt her work was rewarded. He smiled warmly. "You look nice." She controlled the heat on her cheeks. "Thank you. You look very well yourself." His appearance wasn't quite as extravagant as her. He had a plain black-colored kimono, with a orange-colored hakama tied around his waist that just ended before his feet. He would get glances, at least for the color that he wore. "Yeah, feels kinda weird, you know." "You look fine," she said. "I know I look fine, I just feel a bit odd." She wondered if he was trying to flirt, but she couldn't ask something like that. Rather, had the courage to ask it. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded. "Great. Come on, I'll show you the place." She followed him to the gate of the Senju compound. She caught a few curious glances sent their way but was otherwise kept to themselves. They walked the streets, and idly talked about a few subjects before they came to a large building that spanned several stories and took a wide amount of the street. "Here it is." As he stepped inside, immediately a number of people were waiting in the lounge. She heard some laughter echo in the halls, before it became more muted and disappeared altogether. "Naruto." A woman walked up to them from the crowd of people. Naruto smiled at the person. "Oh, hey there, Kato." So it was this woman. Her kimono was done up in the Uchiha clan colors. She almost felt her own kimono was far too complicated compared to hers. Thankfully, there were other women dressed similarly to Mito. Solid colors of red, white and black. Her sash was white, kimono above that a black color, and below it a solid red. Her long raven hair was tied up in a rather simple bun. Mito thought that she was pretty. Her large onyx eyes that hid the Sharingan looked at her. "Oh right, this is Kato, and this is Mito," Naruto replied. "Hello. Naruto told me a bit about you," Kato said. Mito bowed slightly. "Good evening. Naruto has done the same. You look pretty great, Kato," the blonde claimed. "Thanks, you too." Before any other words could be said, she heard a voice that belonged to Nishi. Before long all the standing crowd was brought to a stairwell and traversed to the second FL. She couldn't help but think that Kato would be spending a large amount of time close together in the coming months. She immediately felt childish, especially when his life was in danger. The three of them shared a bit of small talk as they were led down the halls and into a large room. It was decorated rather lavishly. Statues of ivory as well as intricate wooden decor were placed around the room. Bonsai trees were placed around on stands and paintings were strewn around the walls. "Wow, guess I was right when I heard this place was expensive," Kato said. "So a venue." She nodded. "Definitely the higher class." She agreed with her. What's more was that there no noise from any other places within the building. So it was likely there was seal placed in each of the rooms. It would make sense for something like it. They were led to a large elaborate table. Names were inscribed, one for Naruto, and herself, although hers were Naruto's guest. All the shinobi were together, those who were partaking in the mission. She sat near the end beside Naruto, with a man across from her. He looked to be shinobi trained with a scar across his cheek. Despite this, he looked oddly at peace, with soft-looking green eyes and long brown hair tied up in a ponytail. The name on the card in front of the man spelled Kazumi. Regardless, he did not seem to pay attention to any of the talking that was occurring around him. A soft hum filled the air from the quiet chatter, and a soft melody accompanied it from a musician that appeared. Some type of stringed instrument, Her knowledge in those arts was very limited. Kato sat beside the man known as Kazumi, but seeing as her seat was placed as Naruto's guest, she assumed he was not hers. "Did you not bring a friend along?" she asked politely. "Nah." She waved it off. "I decided to join last minute just to see the inside of this place." Mito would have thought there might have been more people present, but there couldn't be more than 20 people settled around the grand table. Enough for the occasion not to feel too intimate, but sufficient to not be cluttered and impersonal. The host finally appeared. Nishi sat at the end of the table, right next to them. "Good evening, friends. May I introduce to the shinobi and kunoichi who have graciously accepted my proposal to escort. Myself and scale Mount Myoboku, Naruto Uzumaki, Kato Uchiha, and my shinobi bodyguard Kazumi. Of course, there's Naruto's guest, Mito Uzumaki. I hope you all enjoy this evening." She continued on, but it was names that she couldn't remember with how many there were. It was another 10 minutes before the greetings were finished. Naruto sighed in relief at the end of it all. Then, carts and carts of food was brought in. The fragrance of many different kinds of dishes filled the air. Waiters and waitresses filled the table with plates, bowls and glasses. She could smell the strong scent of alcohol as different brands of bottles were brought out and poured into her glass as well as the many others at the table. "I'm pretty hungry. Hope they have some ramen." "Very unlikely, seeing the quality of venue," Mito replied. The blonde looked at her, his blue eyes bearing into her. "I can always dream." It was amusing, and Kato shared her sentiment with a smile. "Before we drink," Nishi announced, "I'd like to have a toast, a drink for our youth." "Hey, we have to drink right," Naruto whispered in her ear. She nearly shivered, feeling a trail of goosebumps left by his breath. She replied breathlessly, "It's only polite, at least the first glass." As she picked up her glass, everyone joining, she heard the rings and clings of the glasses knocking against one another. The 5 of them, Naruto, Kazumi, Kato, Nishi and herself banged the glasses together, while others did Sam. To youth, Nishi declared. Naruto seemed to find something humorous about this, his brow raised in a wide goofy smile. Nonetheless, they all repeated after her and took a swig of alcohol. She felt a pleasant sensation crawl down her throat and put down the glass. "What do you find so amusing?" she asked. Oh, these 2 shinobi always shouted about youth. The springtime of youth. They also wore just green bodysuits and had bowl cuts." He was smiling, and it was somewhat amusing and slightly surprising, especially their fashion sense if he was telling the truth. They sounded unique. Waiters and waitress appeared beside them. They were given a small piece of paper, with small selections of dishes to choose from, as well as dessert for later. She chuckled from the crestfallen look on Naruto with the lack of selection of ramen, but otherwise grumbled and chose an order. There was idle conversation until the food was quickly served. Naruto looked hard and long at his own food before he actually dared to take a bite out of it. "Gotta say, it's actually pretty good," Naruto mumbled quietly. "Seen the prices?" "I woulda hoped so," Kato replied. "This thing, probably would have you cost 50 ramen bowls." "Say what now? I could have lasted a week with that, more like 2 days." He chuckled. "Well, at least 2 days of food, that's good every time I eat it." "You're saying you might get sick of this?" "Never mind, if it was the same meal then yes. Any normal would," Kato replied. "Not me, at least for ramen, hence, normal." They effortlessly bantered with one another, envy reeled up on how she could do something like that. He was mostly the one who would strike up a conversation while she struggled to do so. Slightly rude, don't you think? A feminine voice to her side. Her attention was brought to Nishi, their host and Naruto's employer. "Pardon." His attention is not focused on his date, but instead on another woman. She swirled her drink her hand before drinking from it. She couldn't necessarily directly defend his actions. It would have been nice, however, if he was solely focused on her. Despite her wishes, it really didn't sound like him. It's who he is, talking with others. I'm fairly certain he will strike up a conversation with your bodyguard soon, or at least the person beside him. Oh, Kazumi. Nishi looked at him, who had his palm rested on his cheek, idly eating and staring off into corners. He isn't much of a conversationalist. I don't think that will stop him. You're the one that knows him after all. She turned her attention to her guard. Kazumi, where is your pet? His eyes turned to her, and he spoke softly. I didn't want to disrupt our guests with him. Nonsense. He's small and hardly a bother. You may fetch him if you desire. There was a small hint of a smile. Thank you. Kazumi stood up, and he was tall, easily 7 feet but also slender. He gave the illusion of lanky, but he was a shinobi, so she knew better. The tall man took a small bow before leaving for whatever pet he had. Nishi turned to her once again. Have you seen him? Longingly staring at whatever piece of nature that resided inside. So he wasn't just staring at nothing, but instead at the bonsai trees and other plant life. I have. Yes, I couldn't have him bring others down with his mood, seeing as this is going splendidly well. She gazed around, people joyously speaking with one another. Laughter rang through the room, and light music gave it a pleasant atmosphere. It's only natural for a host to worry about her guests. May I ask something? Nishi gave her a wave to continue. Your expedition to the mountain. Why do you wish to go there? Simple, just for a sense of adventure. Being the first to scale would also be lovely. Of course, there's also another reason, albeit slightly less significant. Have you heard the rumors? Well, if a noble desired a tailed beast as a pet, then this was harmless. She liked to travel too, and she would have enjoyed this expedition if she wasn't swamped by responsibilities. I haven't no, but what are they? I'm certain at one point you might have thought, if it bears a name, then someone should have scaled it previously. That's how mountains bear their name. Correct. Mito had thought it unusual before, but she hadn't thought much of it. Then, you're saying a community resides there? She looked at Naruto, who had halted talking with Kato, but instead talking to the young man beside him. Joking and laughing with him. So, perhaps it really was possible that he resided there, but what about the 9 tails? Nishi began talking once again, and she listened. Or anything of intelligence, this is old folklore, of century-old texts and stories. People made pilgrimages to scale it, some never returned and many failed to scale it. How had these people heard of such a mountain with the great distance? Why did they aspire to conquer it? Kazumi returned then, interrupting Nishi. His green eyes bright while a red hummingbird flew around him. He looked happy, differing from her initial impression. Nishi made a quick look over the state of the guests before returning to her. You were saying, Mito replied. Of course, well, I've heard different answers, so perhaps the origin is lost, or perhaps is one of these, or all of it. Strength, knowledge, enlightenment, and many other responses I've heard. Then, I've also heard of 2 other places that could do this, but I haven't really researched the other 2. She laughed. Then Mito realized that she had several glasses of alcohol already. She looked around and found that everyone had finished their dinner and were on their dessert. She found cake in front of her. She knew she had eaten but didn't realize she had finished being so preoccupied with Nishi. The one that I found most interesting is to see what your future holds. Certainly sounds so. I would like to know that, despite how childish it might seem, Mito replied. I think people might have different perspectives on that, Kazumi. What are your thoughts? Knowing my future is unimportant to me, as he shared a crumb with the hummingbird as it flew around Hi's hand, bearing a gentle smile. I enjoy it now, Naruto. Kato, as she drew their attention. What do you think about knowing your future? I just hope it isn't so bad, Kato replied simply, shrugging as she took a slice of cake. Mito looked at the person beside her, very curious about his response. She expected a similar response to Kato. Instead, she found a frown. She raised her brow in surprise. I'd hate it. Nishi beat her to the question. Oh, care to enlighten us? Naruto crossed his arms, his eyes growing fierce. If I'd know my future, then wouldn't that mean that things are set in stone? That no matter what I did, everything would turn up that way? Nah, I'd hate to know that, or if it was possible. His blue eyes sparkled, then suddenly, the person beside him grabbed his attention and was laughing moments later. She returned her attention to Nishi. Interesting way of thinking. Honestly, I can't help but now share his sentiment. There's a certain passion when he said it. She stood up from her seat, straightening her outfit. It was a pleasant conversation, Mito, but I now must see to the other guests. Mito understood, and nodded in agreement. It was an interesting conversation. By then, everyone had finished their dessert and the waiters and waitresses began to round up the dishes. Hey Mito, Naruto said. She turned to him. Tell me about some of the weird people you've met. What brought this on? He shrugged. She guessed there didn't need to be a good reason for everything. So, she decided to tell him. She felt a smile tug at her lips. Well, once, I met a person who fell from the sky. He snorted, an amused smirk on his face. You calling me weird? That hurts, you know. Okay then, there was this one person who referred himself in third person. It's me again, isn't it? She laughed, which made him bear a grin. You know, it's been a nice night so far. She nodded in agreement. Truthfully, it was only a passing man. He might have been a comedian of some sort, or a beggar. Well, that's a hell of a lot less interesting now that I know it, he replied, before he finally caught sight of Kazumi sitting across from her. Hey, oh, Kazumi, right. The tall man turned to him, his hummingbird sitting on his shoulder. He nodded before turning his attention to his pet. Does your bird have a name? Tensho. She wondered if he always replied in a gentle and soft manner. He whispered inaudibly to his hummingbird, and it took flight around Naruto. He's my friend, he's free to go wherever he wishes. Cool, you're Nishi's bodyguard, right? Does that make you a shinobi of the leaf? Naruto voiced. In a sense, but the truth is that I'm bound to Nishi's family, rather than the country, Kazumi replied. You don't serve the village's interest? She asked. If Nishi's interests coincide with it, then yes. She has businesses and family here, so it will. Before she could reply, Naruto stepped up to talk. Well, to be honest, I am already kind of getting bored of talking with you. Well, she did say he would try and talk with him and not make friends. However, Kazumi did not seem to take offense. That's all right, he replied, seeming happy with whatever possibility. His hummingbird settled on his finger. She wondered about what subject she could bring up with Naruto. They had talked about plenty of things, but at the moment none could come to mind. His attention was once again brought to the man beside him, who had given him a plate. Oh, Naruto, I just remembered, she voiced. He looked to have a staring contest with whatever foreign appetizer he had been given by the person next to him. Yeah, Hashirama invited us to join him tomorrow. Us, are you? The blonde replied absent-mindedly, fiddling with the appetizer with a mixture of apprehension. I mean, I don't want to interrupt your date. It's not. He invited us, she replied to reassure him, or rather, to herself. He shrugged. Sure, I don't mind, but the morning after that is when I leave. Popping the small appetizer in his mouth, disgust became quickly apparent before he rushed after his glass. She smiled widely at the commotion. Phew, close one, she sighed, before standing up. Excuse me, yo man, that was awful, was one of the last she heard before she couldn't hear him anymore. Feeling refreshed, she found herself outside, second-floor balcony. There was a garden on the ground floor, filled with all manner of plants that she couldn't identify. It was nearing fall, however, so it was a rather dull place to look upon. As none reached full bloom. It was quiet, so her assumption about seals were correct. She slid the door open and the noise seemed to have magnified before she left, or perhaps it was always like this. She found people centered on the open floor, a few more musicians had joined the lone one. The music had turned more jovial and fast-paced, differing from the easy, background style. Naruto walked up to her, an easy smile. "Oh, there you are. Hey Mito, do you want to dance?" She wondered if he was slightly inebriated to even suggest such a thing. She hadn't been paying attention as to how much he drank. On second thought, he likely didn't need to have drank anything to dance. I don't know how to dance," she replied. "So is that a yes or a no?" "Well, do you know how to dance?" "No, at least I don't think I do. Kind of weird for a shinobi to know how to dance, don't you think?" Quote, "Perhaps," she replied. It made sense at least, for the profession and lifestyle of a shinobi and kunoichi. Maybe it wouldn't be too weird. Fighting stances and styles of dance shouldn't be too different, right? Then we are pretty light on our feet. Again, it made sense. She could only smile. "So, dance?" he asked once more. Quote, "We'll make fools of ourselves. What makes you think they'll pay attention to us?" His brow were raised, and she noticed he was very expressive with his face. She still felt hesitant. "Well, I'm pretty sure I don't know how to dance, but I really feel like it." He looked around, and his eye caught Kato enjoying some snacks in the corner. His eyes lit up in recognition, but before he could take a step she spoke. I'll dance with you," she said hastily without much thought. "Great," as he smiled. Regret boiled inside her as he led the way to the dancing crowd. He looked around the couples as they awkwardly stood in the middle of the chaos. Guess we just copy the others. Okay." He felt his hand rest on her waist, and she placed hers on his shoulder, her right hand intertwined with his free hand. Then they imitated the other couples dancing. Or at least they tried to. She thought their movements seemed awkward compared to the others. It wasn't a slow, intimate dance, but just lively enough for it not to be casual. Her movements felt rigid, sloppy, and she felt like a fool. She was about to voice her protest when she looked up at him. Yet, Naruto bore a wide, uncaring, cheery grin. It was infectious, and her current thoughts fizzled away. "See, fun isn't it?" He made her perform a little spin around and she couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing but him and her. "Okay, it is," she confessed. It was very enjoyable. Being held by him was a pleasant feeling. As they twirled around, she falsely led herself to believe that the night would never end. There was a heat inside of her, the possibly worst kind at the moment. The room had his scent. It was intoxicating. She had an incredibly lewd dream, one that was completely unwanted at the very moment. Her eyes flitted open, catching sight of an unfamiliar room. It wasn't hers, but she was on a comfortable beat. She briefly thought about how she got here. Yes, she was in his room, but no, he was not in bed beside her. She was still dressed, if not a slightly disheveled appearance. She attempted to ignore what her body desired, feeling deeply embarrassed. So she contemplated, generally trying to think of anything that would lessen the ache. They had been exhausted when they left, and Naruto had used his Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them to his room. Both being too exhausted to go anywhere, Naruto had graciously given her his bed. It was practically dead silent, if not for Naruto groaning loudly, sitting up from the floor. "Oh fuck, my back is so sore," she heard numerous pops as he cracked his back. His voice was thick with sleep, he sounded sexy. It was an odd to think and embarrassing, it was not what she needed either. Except it was the only thing that could come to mind. She herself felt groggy, her chest felt sore from not removing her bra. Her mouth was like a desert, she really wanted some water. Yes, that was a line of thinking she should focus on. "You suggested it," she replied. Her eyes drifted over to the clock, whose handles didn't even click, hers did, wondered why his didn't. She willed herself to focus on that line of thinking. It was late, very late. "I regret it, that bed has enough room for two, right?" In a very unflirtatious manner. Nonetheless, it gave a reaction. "I'm going back to my room," she replied quickly, standing, and trying to find where she placed her sandals and sash. He continued to speak to her in that husky voice he still possessed. You know, I've been complaining that too little has been happening, but now I feel it's too much, he replied as plopped down on his bed, his voice muffled by the pie. Lo, he was buried in. She remembered his complaints, clearly. Tomorrow morning is when you leave, isn't it? Yeah. He looked over to the clock on the nightstand. Shit, I didn't know it was this late. It did last until morning. Mito replied. She however felt it was time well spent. She did remember the sun was up when they returned here. Despite that, waking up at 4:45 was simply unacceptable. We have to meet Hashirama at 9, if you remember. As she finally located her sandals, one was under the bed and underneath the blanket that Naruto had slept on. Which might have explained his soreness. Yeah, I'll just be lazy for a bit. See you. She really wanted to bathe herself, to relax in the hot water for an unnecessary amount of time. She sighed as the door slid behind, and ignored the other's stares. A casino, huh? Naruto claimed, staring at their supposed destination. Herself, him and Hashirama looked upon the large. Yeah, I haven't been to one in a long while, and this is the first and newly opened casino in the village hidden in the leaves. Hashirama commented. If she wasn't wrong, he looked extremely excited to enter. I could hear the excitement, Naruto replied. What do you think, Mito? I suppose it could be fun. It came out more than a question than she liked. She never gambled, but it might be interesting to try. Good enough for me, and prepared to be amazed, Hashirama said. He led the way inside, and it looked very flourished, new. There was the familiar smell of alcohol and tobacco in the air. They were stopped from going anywhere further inside, but as Hashirama said his name they were given free pass through the line that had formed in the hall. Grumbling was heard as they did. This establishment was created to provide jobs for any of the civilian population. As well as a source of income, of course, the Senju leader replied. They were led through packed areas, before entering climbing up 4 staircases and into a more private setting. Their escort bowed, before opening the door and leaving them. It was significantly more quiet, and the smell less pungent. There was still some people around and about, gambling their money on a wide assortment of games that she couldn't name. Let's start at the bar, the Senju clan leader suggested. Alright, let me just head to the washroom really quick, Naruto replied as he walked away, leaving her alone with Hashirama. They soon found a spot, with room for 4. A waiter came, and Hashirama said he'll pay for the first round. She wasn't indifferent on alcohol, in fact she disliked it. Not on the taste, but from what came of it. It wasn't long for the bartender to make their drinks, as he set them down in front of them. She sipped it. It was sake. So Hashirama, what do you think of the village so far? I've heard that they look to you as their de facto leader. He was embarrassed, a tinge of a blush adorning his cheeks. It was strange to witness. I don't see why. Madara was a large part in creating the village, he even named it. Quote, so, the other villages followed in theme? She asked. He laughed. Unoriginal, don't you think? Iwa, Kiri. The only village that inherently makes sense is Uzushiogakure, seeing as how close our clans once was. It gave her some thought. Yes, the warring states, that escalated highly, didn't it? I honestly think it hadn't reached its apex. If not for the forming of the villages, we might have seen, well, more. She recalled a notice of aid that her grandfather was writing, one that was to be sent to the Senju clan. It was never delivered, because the talks of how the Uchiha and Senju clan had banded together had reached across the elemental nations. Despite the bad blood between them, it was forced to be reckoned with. Mito had no doubt that some clans that had joined with them, only had allied with them to be in the good graces of the Senju and Uchiha. Other clans had joined together to try and rival them, like the other great elemental nations. Then, I suppose you have to be thankful for that mysterious clan, she replied. Silver linings, him. Enough of this though, I think we can make do without heavy topics. Now she had to think of something to talk about. If only it could show itself. Luckily, she was saved by Naruto's timely arrival. Whoa, that wasabi from dinner. He exclaimed. She could have done without that comment, however. He sat down and held his cup. This for me. She gave a nod, and he squinted before giving a noncommittal shrug. So, I hear from Mito that you're traveling to Mount Myoboku. Hashirama asked. It was one of the things they had talked about the day before. Yup, if you've heard of that, then perhaps Shikatsu Forest sounds familiar. Sure does, Katsuyu right. Naruto scratched his head. Whoa, does that mean you know what Mount Myoboku holds? Nah, I don't. Funny how that works. Quote, Shikatsu Forest, was it one of the 3 places that Nishi had spoke about? If so, Hashirama had already traveled to it and met someone named Katsuyu. Quote, Mito. Her attention brought to Naruto handing her drink that he had bought. The glass she held was nearly finished, and both men were on their second glass. She was then brought into conversation. Both were fairly funny people if the jokes they made were of any indication. Alright, so, how about some cards? Hashirama suggested, an excited chuckle escaping from him. You want us to gamble with each other? Naruto asked, which was received by a nod from the other man. That might end up with us hating each other. I'm not talking about high stakes, just a bit of Rio. With the way you're drinking, it might go higher, then you'll start taunting my manliness. She laughed heartily, swirling her drink in her hand. I think it's a good idea, although I don't know how to play. Wing it. Don't be mad, cause I'm feeling lucky, Naruto replied. Actually, I'm always feeling lucky. So it was then when they found themselves at a table, accompanied by other patrons. She held some cards in her hand, just 2, while others were laid out in the table. She didn't have a single clue as to what she was doing. Find pairs, that's what she was told. Bet, call, they might as well be speaking another language. Apparently, they had to flip their cards, when she was told not to reveal them not long ago. What the fuck is this? Hashirama replied, spilling some liquor on his clothing. Which only made him scowl, which didn't seem to match his dark skin. In fact, he looked fierce. He continued to shake his head. I'd like to think I'm pretty good at this sort of thing, so I can understand losing to Naruto, but to a complete rookie. Oh, I won, she asked. She had the decency to look and feel sheepish, a black and white contrast between the other one sitting beside her. Haha, you fucking suck at this, Naruto stated graciously. I thought I won, she asked. It's a tie between you and me, so we split. All these words, terms, it's confusing, as she took what apparently she had won. Maybe you should quit, while you're ahead and all, Naruto replied with a shrug. He took a sip from his glass, and she followed in suit. She had to pace herself, so she decided to follow in with him, as she had noticed he wasn't drinking as much as Hashirama. Or perhaps, another kind of game, Hashirama declared, standing up and collecting what were called chips. I can't lose them all right. Beginner's luck too. Just how many things are there to do in here? She asked. Not enough for one night, was his reply. I don't think nothing will help my pain of losing, I'm a veteran. I don't think that's something to be proud of, Naruto replied. Hashirama ignored him, instead focusing on downing the rest of his drink. I lied, my drink helped a little. She couldn't lie, it was funny. To her at least. Standing up with the others to follow them, she felt unsteady. She didn't know the exact amount of what she drank, but it was definitely the same as Naruto. Following in step, they continued to talk as they went to another game. She laughed, chatted and drank with the 2 men. She was sure that there were plenty of repeated sentences, and some of it began to get hazy. Her face felt odd, mouth sore from smiling all the time. Mito was having a fantastic time. Even if she didn't understand the core fundamentals of the games they played during the start of their gambling spree, she would somehow win, but end up losing her winnings later. Thoughts on how much she had drank went in the back of her mind. The blonde yawned loudly, obnoxiously enough that she could hear it in her state. Well, you know it's pretty late, or early I guess, but I gotta get to. Quote. They were walking, underneath the pretty lights of the stars. There was a hint of light in the distance, orange-colored from the approaching dawn, clashing with the different shades of purple. It was beautiful to look at. Wait, she was in the streets. Wasn't Naruto just saying that he was heading home? Now they were walking closely together, and oftentimes felt him brush against her. She remembered at one moment that he had wrapped an arm around her waist. Before anything else could be done, it was gone. She knew that she was a bit delirious, maybe it didn't happen at all. To be put bluntly, Mito knew she was drunk, if she couldn't remember how they had left the casino. Had they drank even more right before they left? She looked around her, but she didn't see Hashirama anywhere. She guessed it was fine, or it was likely that he stayed behind to play a few more games. She felt the warmth of his body as he staggered against her again. "You keep bumping into me," she muttered. "Mito, you're funny." Laughing in the dark, B meant it lightheartedly, but what did he mean? "You were drunk, more than me," she replied. What's the word? You're concise, but definitely not in the same degree of sophistication as sober Mito," he blew A.R. Asbury, to seemingly even out the uncharacteristic sentence he sputtered. "I am elegant," she sighed. She was like a river, flowing between rocks and curves of earth. The streets, river paths, and miscellaneous objects, boulders. If that made sense. Her pace was as formal as it could be. A classy drunk then, but classy nonetheless, she responded, making sure to keep her head up and about. It was a struggle to do so, especially with how she was feeling. Which was good. From what cause? The alcohol and him being nearby. He chuckled. She always liked that sound. "I drank as much as you and Hashirama," she said. "Did you?" "Surprising considering I drank nothing," he replied, and she stopped and looked at him. Her mind was hazy, and it was an effort trying to form words. "You drank. I saw you," she reiterated, trying to confirm her beliefs. She couldn't have been wrong. That first cup of sake, sure, but the rest was only water and juice. "I got to go somewhere in morning, you know." That realization sobered her a little, if not made her notice a few things, an annoying effort to do while inebriated. He wasn't swaying, and he wasn't bumping into her. In fact, she was doing so, repeatedly. In fact, she was leaning against him at the moment. When did her arm wrap onto his? How long had they been like this? Whatever. It was nice, so she placed her head on his shoulder. He didn't seem to mind. Her state gave her a somewhat indifferent feeling, one that went along with anything, as long as she enjoyed it. And she really did like doing this. She felt a smile grace her lips. It was a very enjoyable evening. It had been a long. She shook her head, gripping his arm tightly. She looked at him, his sapphire-like eyes practically shining from the full moon. His expressive brows rose, before smiling, chuckling. "What?" Mito asked. He shook his head and neglected to respond. She clung to him, but he didn't seem to mind. She felt a weight in her free hand and noticed it was a bottle of sake. Instead of questioning it, she drank from it. Okay, that's enough of drinking." "Hey, well, guess it didn't matter since you drank all of it." He shook the bottle, before throwing it into a nearby trash a good distance away. "Nice throw," she said. "It's not that impressive, we're ninja." It was impressive to me, especially in this state. Don't we have a code about alcohol, women, and gambling? Or something? Yes. Alcohol because you can't fight, well when you're like me. Women because they could be a kunoichi, if you're a womanizer, you're open. Gambling. Money is precious, for the clan. He was smiling. She could even hear it in his voice. That was an amusing thought. "I get the alcohol part, so you're saying if I was womanizer, and seducing every attractive woman I met, one of them could be a kunoichi with a mission to assassinate me?" She nodded. "I can see why you're not the type," he blurted out. "I'm not," she replied. "I can't act. I feel clumsy and stupid." "I noticed. I can tell when you're being genuine. I think you can though." It took her a long while to even process his words. Was he flirting with her? She tried to smile as flirtatiously as she could. How can you even know to do something like that? It could look like just the same as a regular one. Again, suddenly she found that they had entered through a gate. Walking through pathways and opening another door, and another, and again. It was brighter out, the sun peeking from out of the horizon. Early risers were up, and rudely staring at them. How rude. It felt like another blink when she was handed another cup. This time they were inside, the empty and dark kitchen. This isn't alcohol, she mumbled, despite that she had drank it all already. It's water, as her cup was taken and filled with water once again. This old man said it's good for the morning, lessens the hangover he would always say when he awoke. Uzumaki don't get hangovers, she said. Everyone knows that, he laughed. Well, that would have confirmed whether I was one, huh? She giggled, but she finished the water she was given. It was still pretty tasteful. Before she found herself in front of her door, open to her room, she turned around to see him looking at her. She stepped forward and hugged him, her arms wrapped snugly around his waist and face buried in the nape of his neck. It was a wonderful night, thank you, you know. She mumbled, exhaustion rampant within her. There was a warm feeling in her gut from the alcohol she consumed. It was pretty fun, you know, maybe not so much alcohol next time, he replied. Was her only reply. She felt amazingly comfortable, inhaling in his scent. Well, we've been here for a while now and you're surprisingly heavy, she hummed, not paying attention to what he was saying. She was too far gone. You can't seriously walk right into the room and pass out. She tried to form an answer, but she couldn't. All she knew was that she was weightless, and sleep overtook her. He crossed his arms as he inspected the large gate that was the entrance to the village. It was brand new, anything metal looked polished and shined. Now, he didn't see before, as he had came into the village by other means, meaning he was not conscious when he entered. He recognized, and he just knew that it was the same gate. The great difference was that it was new, while the one he knew was worn, and creaked and moaned loudly whenever it opened or closed. It gave him a headache, and he decided to outright ignore it until his memory returned. He wore his cloak with the Mount Myoboku kanji inscribed on the back. He had some other clothing that were sealed in scrolls, mostly for the different terrain that had been tasked for him. Desert, jungle, swamp, forests. He had only 3 hours of sleep before he had to get ready for today. He had went inside Mito's room to say goodbye. He doubted that she had even remembered that tidbit, as the redhead was still likely drunk. She had mumbled incoherently, messily drank the glass of water he had given her, and doused herself in blankets and was snoring a moment later. What are you smiling for? Hearing the familiar sound of Kato's voice. She had her hair in that long dark ponytail, her hair ending just at her waist. She wasn't dressed in the armor that shinobi usually wore. It made sense, seeing as their employer wanted a low-profile escort. Instead, a black form-fitting jacket, with shorts that ended at her knees. Oh, just about drunk Mito yesterday. She strikes as someone who doesn't do the sort of thing. Oh, yeah, definitely, the prim and proper. She can take a joke, it's just kind of funny to think about when she's singing ca. Relisly, and stuff like that, he replied. Called herself classy as she stumbled around. She smiled. You look tired. Didn't have much sleep, but when we stop I'm going to sleep for a long while. She nodded as a group approached from the gate. There's our employer. She nodded at the entrance. There he saw Nishi, only a couple minutes late. She was accompanied by one other shinobi that he had met. Kazumi, he had recalled. There was something odd about his character. Even his appearance. He had this serene look on his face, and even a little red bird was resting on his shoulder. He fed it something that was on his hand as they came close. I'm rather glad there's at least another woman among us, Nishi commented. He looked at Kato, who only replied with a shake of her head. Whatever, it was probably girl stuff. Nishi took out a few envelopes, and handed them to him and Kato. This is a quarter of your work, you'll receive the rest when we return to Konoha regardless of the outcome. All right, so where do we go from here? Naruto asked, pocketing his pay into his bag. We'll go south, until we reach the coast, then we'll catch a carriage to bypass the other smaller nations. I didn't want to get involved with all the problematic political areas I would have to go through to reach safe passage across several nations. It would have been a nightmare. Let's begin with running start, Nishi suddenly stated. He didn't know why he expected a carriage that would carry her. Do you think you can keep up? Kato asked. She smiled. I've had some chakra training, so running is one of the least I can do. Well, you're the boss anyways, Naruto stated. Nishi just merely nodded. This is also a matter of pride for me. I may not keep up with trained soldiers, but I'll do what I can. Okay, so how about we start then? Naruto felt the lick of the splashes of water hit his face. He looked out to the horizon of the ocean. Well, it was pretty boring sight to behold. Especially seeing as it was same damn thing as couple days ago. Sure, it was cool to gaze upon when he first saw it, the chaotic waves, the endless expanse, the occasional creature leaping out of the water, only to pathetically fall back into it. That was it. It was pretty boring after the first few days. The other side, where land could barely be seen, didn't offer a whole lot either. Sometimes, there would another ship that he would catch sight of, or a port, town, or a fishing community. Those would catch his attention for a bit until he got bored again. There was always something he thought wrong whenever he caught sight of boats and other things. It felt like he was going at a snail's pace. However, just like the last few days since he got on the boat, currently he was rubbing the back of Kato, as she emptied the contents of her stomach into the deep blue sea. Oh, I wish I knew about this, she said drearily, breathing heavily as her head was leaning over the ramps of the boat. Nothing would have convinced me to get on one. Seasickness, huh? Gotta be rough. Naruto wondered how often he said it now, since he didn't know what to say to her, or how exactly he could help. The only thing he could offer her was a supportive hand, the occasional water and snacks that she could handle, so he would listen to anything really. Like the waves crashing against the hull, the birds crying in the sky, and Kato's dry heaves. Eventually, as with all the recent ships that passed by, he saw another port in the distance. Yo, Nishi, is that it? She was settled on the deck, along another person on this ship of hers. She sighed, before turning to him. Yes, it is Naruto. Thank goodness, now you can stop whining and I can stop puking, Kato replied. What if there's another place that we have to sail? Please God no, Kato begged. It took a little while before they finally reached the docks, and then finally filing off to plant their feet on land. He supported Kato as they finally got off the boat, keeping behind Nishi as more people followed. Zited the boat. Anything interesting here, Nishi? He voiced, peering around the port. It didn't look to be all that large. He had seen others along the coast that were definitely grander looking. Not particularly, it's just a small settlement with a little to choose from. Perhaps you might find so. Nothing interesting in the merchant's quarters, she suggested. We'll be staying for the night, seeing as it's only a few hours until sundown. Looking around, seeing a small mess of people going about their day, judging from the size from when he was on the boat, he could probably see everything the village had to offer in an hour or so. Nishi then explained where their hotel was located and left them alone. He saw Kazumi wander off, likely to go see some forest and find some quiet. It left him with a sickened Kato, fresh off of a boat, and she looked pretty terrible. You know what'll make? It's ramen, isn't it? She asked. You know me too well. She sighed. I can do that, I guess, but I just want to sleep after. Think you can keep down the food? Maybe. Naruto contemplated, instead of focusing on the general heat that he perpetually felt. There was something odd that he was experiencing, a little thing that he had noticed. Perhaps it was gradually growing, yet, maybe it wasn't and had always been there, festering like a parasite. He vaguely remembered entering the desert, much like a night of dreaming, and watching it wisp away. So his situation involved his memories slowly fading away. Hell, he was forgetting some of the conversations he had with people. Like Shen. Was it Shen? Or Shin? He had talked to him along with Mito and Emi, but he couldn't recall the specifics of what he said. It was just one of the many conversations that had disappeared. It would likely continue to get worse with every passing day. Whatever that was happening to him, it was obviously linked to the weird shit that was going on with him. He felt the sand harshly scratch his face, forcing him to try and cover his eyes and feeling it sting from the hot sand. He might have been seen as a complainer, but by God he wished he was at the sea again. Not only was it pleasant and cool on the boat, it felt nice. At least without Kato's monstrous hurls. Now it was literally hell on earth. He had to cover his feet from the scorching sand, and shield himself from the burning sun. A sunburn would be the worst thing. The winds hardly helped at all, feeling more like a heat wave had hit him instead of a cooling breeze. He let out a dissatisfied grunt when he felt one. His eyes looked over the scalding sands, the dunes like a red sea, the winding sands gave an effect like waves. It was the sands that were a part of the land of wind. They were much further than the territory that they had claimed on the map, however. Yo, Kazumi, where's your bird Tensho? Sometimes Tensho would hover around him or seat himself on his head and peck at it for whatever reason. It was probably the most entertainment he would get. He should have brought a book. The tall man looked at him, sweat on his brow, and replied plainly. Hiding in my clothing, from the sun and the birds in the air. Naruto looked up to find what he was talking about, finding several large birdings circling above in the cloudless sky. They were fairly high up, but they looked to be a large avian. A predator looking for any source of food in the barren land. Fucking birds, you're gonna be real disappointed, he mumbled to himself. Not as quietly as he thought he did as he heard Kato chuckle from behind. Even Nishi bore a smile as they walked. They had been in the sand for several days now, and were walking a calm pace. For once it didn't bother him, as it was a huge bitch to run in this sort of terrain. So how long do we have to walk on this god-forsaken place, Nishi? Well, this desert connects with the land of wind, and it continues on for a significant distance, but we should be out of it in another week. Ah, all right, so any sort of living, instead of bones of animals laying around. There isn't many permanent communities, but we should pass by an oasis, that's where one of them is. Nishi explained. So there are nomads. Kato stated. I'm not sure why would anyone live in such a boring area. He nodded his agreement. Guess he didn't know the reason why they continued this way of living. Maybe he had to live their life. Maybe it was the only way they knew how to live and survive. With the hours going by, the sun settled, and other nightly predators began to surface from the sand or from the crooks and crannies of rocks. It was slightly cold, surprising since it was so hot during the day. They had made the decision to keep going despite the darkness. It's a bit hard to see. Are you three sure we can traverse safely without getting lost? Nishi said idly. I can see fine, he replied. There seems to be something big up ahead though, by that cliff over there. It's a scorpion. Cliff, Nishi replied. Naruto saw her straining her eyes trying to find what he was talking about. Like I was saying, it's just a scorpion. They won't bother us, I think, Kazumi finished. Well, they might be a bit more dangerous if they were any larger. Do they get bigger than my king-size bed? Kato asked, but was only met with a shrug. Seeing as I am the only one who can't see the cliff, I suppose the average ninja has more acute senses, Nishi commented. I never thought about that, Naruto stated. It must be from all the training and stuff. It was times like this when he wanted something exciting to happen, but as usual, nothing did occur that would lull him out of this boredom. He joked that the reason he was forgetting things was because he was lapsing into some sort of coma to spare him of it. He sighed. Yeah, right. It turns out this race against time, quest thing that he was going on was a lot less exciting than he made it out to be. Other than the gradual lapses, that was annoying. So, if I'm correct, do you see that bump in the horizon? That's Mount Myoboku. Kato looked beyond the landscape to see the horizon. It wasn't hard to see, there in the distance surrounded by lines of trees, the mountain that had been ridden on Naruto's back. It looked bigger on the picture, he commented. Apparently he had looked up on some information about it. There was something odd happening to him, that much she knew. At times his gaze would go unfocused, like he was daydreaming. Then he would shake his head after a while and his eyes would blink, and then he would go back to normal. As of lately, it had frequently been happening. Naruto had told her what had occurred to him, about his arrival some months ago and his affliction. In fact, he had told her twice. He was on a countdown. They would arrive at the foot of the mountain in another day or two. Just a few days early than their projected time. Kato thought he was really pushing his luck with what little time he had left. That's because we're still several days left. Those are smaller mountains surrounding it. Damn. Naruto sputtered in amazement. It was definitely massive in size, dwarfing other mountains. It looked significantly wider than the others by a wide margin. The peak was hidden by the clouds, so she couldn't figure out the height. So should we keep going? She suggested. Yes, Nishi replied. Perhaps a run. It has been a while. Apparently everyone else was as restless as him to see this mountain. Without much more encouragement, Naruto set the pace to the non-ninja was comfortable with, so that the distance covered would be much larger than if they just went on a full-out sprint. The landscape was such significant change from the desert. Dull colors were nowhere to be found, or were simply unnoticeable from brighter colors. The weeks spent in the desert made them seem more vibrant. The greens, the blues, purple and reds from flowers and water. Beside her, the long grass was like a sea, greenish in color and swaying wildly from the wind. Its dancing could hide even the most active wildlife within it. Kato heard the quiet roar from a distant waterfall. This place felt alive and wild. They had been staying at the foot of the mountains for a week now. Even Naruto with his clones had some difficulty trying to find a place suitable to climb to a higher peak of Mount Myoboku. It wasn't just forest any longer. It had turned into a sprawling jungle with fierce wildlife and plants. Even now she heard all constant growls or whines from the local wildlife deeper inside. She was taking a break with the blonde, who laid against a large log as he stared open-mouthed in the sky. Kato decided to just lay on it, as it was large enough to be her mattress, just less comfortable. Some tents were set up nearby, along with a place for a fire when it got dark. Which wasn't any more than an hour. Nishi and Kazumi were off exploring a little around, taking last-minute exploration to find anything noteworthy. About the tall lanky man, there was something that seemed to be disturbing him recently. Perhaps he'll explain it, or not. She'd rather he'd not. So, what do you think we'll find up there? Kato asked, other than what Nishi had said before. Naruto shrugged. Frogs. No wait. That's a lie. Toads. Definitely toads. Why toads? Is there a difference between them? No idea. I can think of a similarity between them. Both would probably be pissed if you called them wrongly. Kato nodded at the answer. Made perfect sense really. Haven't met talking toads yet. Maybe I can cross it off my talking creatures list. You keep a list. It's in my head. Caught a talking fish once, and asked me to throw it back in the water. There was a silence, and she knew the next question. Like the back of her hand. You keep a list. Just in my head. Like a cricket, but that one wouldn't shut up. Oh, cool. I met some snakes and slugs. One of them always wanted to eat people. He noticed just as quickly as her when she faintly heard a shift in the woods. Unnatural, despite all the other noise that constantly emanated from the jungle. They both shared a look before launching themselves towards to where Nishi and Kazumi had headed. What is that? As she landed close to this figure in small clearing, it held Nishi by her neck with an arm. It was only a moment until she recognized the clothing the other larger thing was. It had black rough skin, grotesque-looking growths sprouted from its head and left shoulder. It looked from some sort of broken crown. With her Sharingan activated, she noticed that its chakra was similar to Kazumi, confirming that it was him. Only, disfigured, it was something new. This new Kazumi constantly twitched, hands, feet, head and everything else. Kazumi, stop, Nishi choked. Her small hands clutching his large wrist. Even now she was several feet higher, her feet dangling to try and find a hold. Naruto dashed forward, and Kato was forced to follow him to deal with Kazumi's new form. Any techniques couldn't be used without harming Nishi, their contractor. Naruto had reached the duo first, fist cocked to collide with Kazumi's angry face. However, he had a free arm and effortlessly stopped that collision. It left Kato an opportunity to kick his wrist, loosen his grip. It did, however, feel like she had tried kicking reinforced metal. Nonetheless, it did the job as Nishi fell to ground with gasps and choked breaths. Before she could reach her, her eyes caught the predicted movement of their enemy. His fist stood over Nishi to smash Nishi that was clutched on the ground, so Kato dropped in front of her to stop this attack. Kato watched as Kazumi's both arms morphed in a surprising fashion. Where Naruto had met with fists, now stood a shield that launched him away with pure force. The one over her, shaped into a large bludgeoning weapon. With no chance of harming others, she tried to form hand signs to fire a technique. Except, faster than she thought, that massive fist trailed down. She hardly had enough time to attempt to stop this assault. Her hands poised to catch, but she met with overwhelming pure strength. She gasped in pain as her hands and arms stopped it, a leg giving way as she tried to soften the impact. Some of the earth beneath her feet and knee cracked, compressing into the ground as this massive limb hit her back. God, it hurt, at least nothing felt broken. Kato sent a quick glance towards the other woman. Nishi was still safe, looking wild-eyed at her. Kato! Naruto screamed. She looked over to him. With the large appendage still weighing her down, she watched helplessly at the once lanky man called Kazumi S. Hot his other arm towards Kato, grasping her ankle, and she felt herself effortlessly being thrown. The world became a blur for a moment before she heard the thunderous cracks of trees being torn down, finally coming to a stop. Well, this one thing hurt even more than the last one, but she was still conscious. Her back and stomach, pretty much everything hurt actually. Injured definitely, but still able to fight, hopefully. Forcing herself up from the ground, she unraveled a set of branches off of her. She stumbled out from the brush, but it seemed that Naruto stood there. This time, however, he changed much different than earlier, in terms of raw strength. Both Naruto and Kazumi were in a rather one-sided lock. The crazed man had his fists shaking against Naruto's palms, with the blonde himself low. Oking he wasn't putting forth much effort in holding him back. Guess I'll have to force you out of it, huh? Naruto stated. He lowered himself. Wait, he was going to jump. Ow! A headbutt in his face. Kato wasn't sure how to feel, but the towering man let out a pained groan before stumbling back and falling to the ground unconscious. Kazumi's shape reverted to normal, so it wasn't permanent. The black skin turned back to its normal tan shade, as well as the shapes on his head and shoulder that protruded disappeared from view. Now, he looked serene. His pet bird Tensho came landing on his forehead a moment later. She wondered where he had gone off to. You really just did that, didn't you? She asked as she limped closer to him. Naruto turned to him as he rubbed his head. Ow, guy has a hard head, he stated, and she noticed the difference in his eyes. Orange instead of blue, different shaped pupils too before it all returned to normal shade and shape. You're different than earlier, Kato replied, seeing the different look in his eyes and the way he carried himself. Yeah, this is who I am with my memory intact, for a little bit I guess. Naruto gazed over to Nishi, her eyes widened in surprise and a little fear. She tried to soothe her throat, but otherwise looked fine. Weird, it felt like Kazumi had been trying to kill them all. How was she okay? Okay, whatever you say, she replied. Now she had to make sure that she hadn't broke anything. Well, other the stings in her shoulder, she was pretty much fine. She probably dislocated it, her back kind of hurt too. Don't know any medical care, do you? Here, let me help you, Naruto replied. Tell me where it hurts. She told him of the locations, and she felt a sharp pain, before instant relief flooded the area. Like nothing ever happened. Wow, I didn't think, well, I don't know, medical, ninjutsu. existed other than that Hashirama could heal himself. Naruto gave a nod, before looking over to the collapsed form of Kazumi. What happened to him, Nishi? Kato asked, but she didn't get a response. I can answer that, I think, Naruto said. She looked into his cerulean orbs. I noticed this guy can passively absorb natural chakra, much stronger than regular chakra that we have. Except we're pretty high in the mountains near Mount Myoboku, the atmosphere here is different, richer in nature energy because of a specific oil. Why is it different? Nishi suddenly asked, her voice a bit coarse. Yeah, the oil that's here allows someone to sense it and that usually evaporates in other climates. It's pretty much the best thing I can think of. Well, you seem to know you stuff, so I'll take as fact. Even though I never heard of nature energy before, Kato replied. This Naruto shrugged. Still, there was similarities she recognized. Well, I'm gonna return to my shitty memoryless self soon. Yay, he said sarcastically. Kato, please get me to that mountain so the Fukusaku can get me back to the elemental nations. It has to be before the next full moon. The next full moon. That was even sooner than his previous deadline. Huh, you've been here before, Kato said, but otherwise listened to his request. She looked over to Nishi, who looked shocked at this revelation. Naruto sighed, bringing himself to the fallen form of Kazumi and slinging him over his back. Complicated stuff, Kato. Why is this guy so tall anyways? I might as well try and explain a few things to you guys before it happens, but let's go back to the camp first, alright? Come on, Nishi, I'll heal you too. Hopefully I can figure out how to get us to the top. Mito had found a friend in Hashirama, as he had in her. He had commented that it was a bond of mutual responsibilities, because of their roles that they both played to their fellow shinobi and kunoichi. A couple of her childhood friends had applied to this mission, and had served under her. Thankfully they treated her normally out of their research. They had all left last month, and she had been feeling lonely with no companionship. Thankfully, her sister had come to the rescue, arriving yesterday out of the blue. Right now they sat together, sharing a glass of alcohol while playing a game shogi. So, how's it going with Naruto? She blurted out. Mito wondered how long she had held that in. What do you mean? Come on, you two must have gotten pretty close since then. She replied similarly to a whine. Emmy, he's been gone for months now, it's not like we've seen each other. I mean sure, but something must have happened before then. She didn't stand a chance when a smile flared up on her lips. It was obvious that her sister had seen it. Instead of some giggle, or an accusation that she expected, it was a simple tilt of her head and a smile. He invited me to a dinner party, and we danced. The next day we went out with Hashirama to a casino, and I may have drank a lot. Her brow rose in surprise, but otherwise said nothing. Thankfully, I didn't do anything that I would regret. Emmy gave a heavy sigh of exasperation, shaking her head. You make it sound really boring. No wonder I had you read stories to me when I was younger. What? Mito complained as her sister laughed heartily. I mean, I think my favorite part was that we danced together. There, that's more like it. Details, sister, that's the most interesting part. Quote, I feel like the only thing we talk about now is boys. Mito sighed. Yeah, but there's only so much you can talk about how the day went. Talking about depressing stuff isn't so wonderful too. Emmy gave her a look. Would you have become a kunoichi, Emmy? Mito asked. Follow in your footsteps. Well, seems to bring too much on my shoulders. Maybe, I'm not too sure. I was too sick far too often in my childhood, and you're pretty brilliant when it comes to seals, or so I've heard. Mito closed her eyes for a moment, looking for a response. However, when her eyes opened she could not see her sister or the shugi board. Instead, she found whiteness and silence. Her sensing found Emmy in front of her, but this was no genjutsu. No, this was different in its own way. It felt soothing, like she had been brought deep inside of her own spirit. An odd presence surrounded her, one that was not her own. Well, what do you know? Looks like it was anger. How ironic. There was a chuckle that accompanied it. That voice, it was familiar. Her eyes widened, and she looked behind her. There she saw him, clad in the same clothing he last saw him in. Naruto. "Oh, how is this possible?" "Sort of in the flesh," he replied. There it was again, that different way he carried himself. His eyes were fierce, serious. "I'll get down to it. I don't have much time to explain, as my chakra is already fading. So listen closely. Anyways, remember how I said how chakra could live without one for a time? This is it. When I've healed you before a little of my chakra entered yours, but we won't have another chance to talk again until I'm back to normal," he stated, and she knew that it was the true Naruto. "How do I find you?" she replied, immediately on course. He looked around the empty spaces of wherever they were. "That's the tough part. The bad thing is that I left to Mount Myoboku." "Nice lead, by the way. I would have done the same thing. The fox is practically impossible to find, even I'm not entirely sure." She flinched. It was her idea that he should travel there. "We haven't found the top yet, but when I do I should be back quicker than you think. My sense of time is messed up right now. How long has it been since I left to the Mountain?" "For 2 months. So another 2 months for me then, sort of," he thought for a moment. She witnessed what he was talking about. His body literally looked like it was fading. Light passed through him and his feet had already disappeared. "Listen, Mito, I'm pretty sure I'm somewhere in the land of water. That narrows it down. I did think it was near a coast of some sort, but that could have been anywhere in the world." She had tried her best to focus on the smallest bit of chakra from this 9 tails, but that process was agonizing. "Ngly slow." He nodded. "I can't help much more than that, but I have an idea. My time's run out, so listen closely. It'll be risky, but I don't really have a choice. When the next full moon shows itself from now on, that'll be your chance to sense the 9-tailed fox. You'll need to be there before anyone else, so travel around and plant my flying thunder god seals around the land of water to do so. That'll be your only shot. Find me quicker than anyone else." Mito saw yellow orbs appear from him, and his form started to quickly falter. "What does the 9 tails have to do with this?" He smiled. "My other self is forgetting a lot of stuff, Mito. Maybe he'll forget you eventually, but this a team effort. I'll explain when this over. I trust you, Mito." Quote. Then he was gone, and she watched the small golden lights fly into the air. "Mito. Hey Mito." She waved her hand, shaking her out from wherever she was. "What happened there? You kinda spaced out." Quote. Confusion ran amok. "I talked to him, Naruto. You might have lost it, sister, unless it's some sort of weird ninja type things." "The latter, I mean the former." She made a confused face. "You know I always get confused about the former and latter." "It's latter. Close enough, I think. To answer your question, it's the weird ninja type things," Mito explained. "Come on, follow me." She did not wait, as she stood up and went through her door. She assumed Emi followed closely behind. Several people said their salutation to her as she passed by, and she responded with a nod whenever it happened. She crossed the main building, walking through a beaten path to reach the other rooms quicker. "Maybe he'll forget you eventually." Continued to play in her head. Flying Thunder God technique would be vital. Somehow, this 9 tails played a part in all this. Find it, and she would find Naruto. When it revealed itself, she would have to race to it and reach it before anyone else got there. The last full moon had passed, leaving a month before the next one appeared. The 9 tails played a part of this. Was it cooperating with Naruto? That was insanity to think about, nor could she delve into theory at the moment. Mito made a quick pace to Naruto's room, Emi calling out for her to slow down. She only complied when she reached the room he used before he left. Sliding the door open, she went inside. "So is this Naruto's room?" Emi commented, following in after her. Her sister curiously looked around the slightly messy room, eyeing the small amount of interesting objects around. "Yes, but you need to help me find any scrolls laying around. Look over that half while I check over here. It's important." Emi complied with her instruction, although with not the fervor that Mito did. She looked between the blankets, the tables, the drawers, or anywhere a scroll might have fallen. Maybe he'll forget you eventually. She looked under the mattress and behind the furniture, but she could not find a scroll. It wasn't her that she was worried about, she could easily deal with that temporarily. No, it wasn't about her at all. If he could forget names and her or anyone else for that matter, then it wasn't too far-fetched to think he could forget how to do techniques. This entire plan was reliant on him knowing it. I couldn't find anything, Emi declared. Then it's not here. She frowned. He must have taken it with him. All those kunai that he possessed were gone. Then how would she? A spark of remembrance flashed her mind. She pulled up her sleeves. Black seals covered her wrist, the one that he had placed upon her in their spar. It was the only thing she had, and would have to settle for this, and hope that she could learn such a thing in a short time span. She had too. His eyes opened, finding the stars in the sky. He heard the calm flames of a fire beside him, and he saw Kazumi there. His appearance looked ragged, and he looked depressed. Different from the relatively calm appearance he always had. "What's with the face?" he asked, standing up, feeling a bit tender for some reason. He looked around, finding Kato and Nishi sleeping in their bags. Looking restless. His surroundings were different, that slightly disturbed him. It had started to become an experience he wished he stopped having. He remembered speaking with Kato about talking creatures. "You know why. I lost control, I turned into a mindless monster," he replied depressingly. Quote, "It's only thanks to you that I didn't seriously hurt anyone." He was lost, he didn't remember anything as to what he was talking about. He looked over to Kato and Nishi. Nishi looked to have some bruising around her neck, but nothing else. Only looking like they were having an uncomfortable dream. There was only a conclusion was that his other self had interfered. Why again? Why couldn't he just stay? The difference this time was that he didn't remember what had occurred, his transformation, for lack of a better word. When they were on their way to Konoha, and when they attacked, he remembered feeling anger. Such unbearable uselessness, that he could do so much more. It probably had something to do with those emotions, true and raw feelings. Something that can't be replicated in any other lesser circumstance. "So, why did you lose control?" he asked. I don't know. This place feels powerful. It just made me feel stronger, invincible. I just couldn't," he replied. "Then you showed me just how I paled in comparison to you. I'm thankful for you, that no further harm came to Nishi. I would have never forgiven myself if I murdered her." It was a long while as they listened to the sounds of the wilderness. The frogs, the wolves, the chirps of the crickets and the rush of the water. Before the blonde said, "You should sleep, or at least try to, I got watch for now." The tall shinobi gave a solemn nod as he made his way towards his sleeping bag, a distance away from everyone else. He gave a soft sigh, feeling. Well, he didn't know. He looked to his side, finding writing supplies strewn about haphazardly. An open journal lane in the center of it all. There was something written within it already. "Talk to Fukasaku. Convince him to summon you, Naruto, to the elemental nations. Get to Mito, land of water. Be like a princess in distress, just hopefully not entirely like one. Also, there's more written at the back, so don't write here. Show this to the others." He had bought the journal as a precaution, and he starting to use it made it all too real. A fear that had finally come. He got this, when he got to the port town. Now, well, it seemed the other him had written in it already. It told him that larger gaps were being forgotten. At first, he thought he was being forgetful. Now, he knew it wasn't true. Simple stuff, like small conversations forgotten, or ideas and other things. Yet there was some things he had thought about frequently, Mito's sister. He couldn't remember her name, yet he felt fond of her. He couldn't remember her name, but she was a friend. Even Mito, how had they met? He fell from the sky, that much he knew. He couldn't remember his first conversation with her. It would only get worse. He scratched his chin in thought. He was preparing to write. The paper was lightly illuminated by the fire, and even the bright moon helped him. He turned the page, dipping the pen into the ink and the page waiting eagerly to be written upon. You are Naruto. He wrote down the words, the date in the corner. You will never forget, Mito Uzumaki, her sister, Kato Uchiha, Nishi, Kazumi, Hashirama Senju, and the good stuff that is ramen. It brought a quick realization to him. He quickly dug desperately into his bag like his life depended on it, only for him to be immensely disappointed. Ah man, he had no ramen. He gave a heavy sigh, and turned his focus back on the journal he had on his lap and continued jotting down whatever thoughts came to him. All this was only temporary, until he got his memory back at least. He finally made a choice. It wasn't difficult, in fact an easy one. To always remember them, he would return to his former self. Something that had to do with Mount Myoboku, with the 9 tails. With a smile, he picked up the writing utensils and got down to writing. About everyone, about what he was doing, anything really. Mito Uzumaki, an amazing, caring, pretty woman. She likes cinnamon buns, speaks a little complicated but otherwise is fun to be around. You kinda wish she showed you more of herself. Maybe he should have written that last part a bit different. It only made him try and think of her being naked, which was a very good thought. Well, this journal was temporary either way. He looked at the writing that was inscribed on the book. Only 2 days since the other him returned briefly. Anyhow, he was able to get past his anxiety about the lapses in his memory by focusing in on the now. He looked down at his writing, which explained that pathways were like mazes with many sort of caves that had been littered into the mountain, and that he had already tried and failed to scale up the mountain. No wonder his back hurt. He looked around him. The scenery had changed once more. Rocks and crags and those colors associated with gray was seen. It seemed life had died down the further they had made it up. Naruto turned his attention back to his journal. There was something else written at the way back of the journal that was curious. He probably had read it before, and by the date written on the top it was when he transformed. It was written choppily, none of the sentences really connected, like if thoughts were written when it came. Writing this down for myself. Everyone else is asleep. From what I remember from Master Geezer Sage, there's a large maze to get to Mount Myoboku, so it should be pretty impossible or hard to navigate. He said something about the secret path, but the mazes and even the mountain itself is largely unexplored even during my time. I wish I knew the path. Summoning doesn't work but that's expected. Still doesn't mean I'm not pissed. This doesn't help. Still, I know people have made it to the top. How did the toads expect people to make it up here? Will, patience. I don't have the time for this. I've always been reverse summoned to MT Myoboku. Now, but there must be something that would help me get to the top. I've marked a dot on the map towards the direction where Fukusaku is, at least that should help a lot. This is life or death for me. Dying like this would be pretty pathetic after all the trouble I've gotten through. Nature energy, might that be a clue? I don't think I can go into sage mode in my lost self, but maybe he doesn't have to. Sense the energy around, not like chakra inside you, but the one that exists outside. Like the mint flavor in a chocolate and vanilla ice cream, it just enhances the taste. Sounded better in my head. Look at a flower, smell it, be calm, more importantly try to feel it, what's around it. Feel the power around you, the nature. Just don't try to collect it because you'd probably die. If I can't, what about Kazumi and his condition? I tested it out. Yeah, in fact I feel a pull when I tried to find this secret path. I couldn't go any further than that, so I marked the path where I felt this feeling. I can't. That was the last thing that was written, like he had been cut off. They were apparently near the top, but the plate of rock that went over seemed to be impossible to place their climbing gear, and for whatever reason sticking to them with chakra was too. It was like something was preventing it. Again, they reached another place that had several paths, and Nishi made a design on the ground beneath them. Etched into like a bunny. A pretty crappy looking bunny. He looked around, seeing that several were also drawn into the dirt. He followed her, and they walked. And walked. He might have spaced out, or he might have forgotten again. He looked at caves, looking for any sign of a deeper paths. Some didn't go far, but several of them went deep. Then they stopped for lunch after some time. Kazumi and Nishi prepared for lunch, while he and Kato made themselves comfortable. This is probably the longest mission I've been on, makes me miss some actual human contact. Even if it was just watching people go by, the Uchiha commented. Hey Kato, have I shown you this before? He fumbled with pages of his journal, trying to find that particular page. Ah, here it is. She took the journal from him, and took a read of it. No, you never did. I didn't. Shit, he could have sworn he'd done such a thing. This memory was seriously working against him. The only thing now he could do was depend on them and wait. There was some confusion present in her face as she read more of it. Kato seemed to read it several times before she finally talked. You know what, I'm not going to try and make sense of the confusing stuff in here right now. Anyways, your collected self explained that Kazumi was passively being influenced by nature energy. I guess that's his condition, so I assume. Medu could do something similar. Well, he could only remember fragments of Kazumi being turned into something, but he was drawing blanks soon after that. So he briefly turned back. Anything else? You said something about flying, but you weren't sure if you'd last long. However you'd go about that I wouldn't know. Then you said you needed to concentrate on finding your way to Mount Myoboku, so you went quiet and I didn't want to bother you much, so I kinda fell asleep in my boredom. Naruto raised a brow. You fell asleep. Her face flushed red. Yeah, happens. Besides, you didn't say anything for like half an hour as you wrote stuff in that journal. So what's this about? Nishi stated as she came closer. Naruto looked at the progress they were making with the food, seemed chasm. I seem to be handling the rest. Kato decided to give a quick explanation to the new development. Ah, so this notes you made. I had thought you didn't come up with anything. She continued to read the journal she was handed before Kato spoke once again. Yes, he explained a little to me before, but I don't think he expected something like this to happen. Let's just focus on getting him to the mountain, and whoever this Fukasaku is. There's something about a map, if you can call it that, vaguer than any other. Nishi dug into a large pocket, pulling out a slightly worn map that had seen better days. She laid it out across the expanse of the gray-colored earth. That's a map, he commented, seeing the half of the map was merely blank. There was some paths that were drawn that didn't seem far at all. It was mostly the edge of the mountains that were detailed. That's all that's been documented so far. I have been adding to little by little, but that would take too much time. If only I had those photographic cameras, but they are too large and fragile currently. It doesn't matter. Kato cut in. Let's just look to any indication to where this Fukasaku lives. Nishi became obviously excited as they searched for this mark. Yes, but I can't help but know that someone in fact lives in Mount Myoboku. Yeah, and you were in fact his student, despite the oddness in the writing, Kato added. Is that it? Naruto pointed in a blank space. Nishi leaned closer, lightly brushing it to make sure it wasn't some stray piece of dirt. It might be. I thought it was just some defect, so I never paid much mind. Now, to find this starting point. There it is. It isn't too far, thankfully. We might make it there by nightfall after we eat. Great. I've wasted precious time. He sighed. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll get you there. It felt like he was entering an entirely different area. While there was at least some semblances of life in the outer area, this one was absolutely thriving in comparison. Bugs of different sizes flew around, eating one another or landing on plants. One plant in particular seemed to devour an insect. That insect was the size of his fucking leg, and a just plant ate it. So, is this pinnacle of Mount Myoboku? Nishi stated. Wait, we made it? Naruto asked. I swore we just fucking talked about the writings in my journal. Kato turned to him and sighed. Honestly, you've been repeating so many things lately, I just want you out of my life temporarily. It definitely didn't sound like anyone here. He saw everyone look around for the source of the voice, but even looking closely in the surprising clear brush of this jungle didn't reveal it. Large mushrooms plants were planted around, and several toads hopped from place to place. Up here, everyone turned their gazes towards the creature. Shinobi, being caught unaware, guessed this mountain really tore their wills apart. Well, what he thought was a massive boulder was actually a mountainous toad. Holy shit, and it could speak too. Well, what do you know? You were right, Naruto, it was talking. Toads, Kato replied, looking at the behemoth toad. Large, scaly, brown in color. Toads indeed, it's been such a long while since any humans have come here. From the sound of its voice it seemed to be female in nature. Hey ma, says Mount Myoboku on his back. Another, smaller, distant voice was heard. That he couldn't say, but it came from behind them. Naruto looked behind to see an orange toad, lazing around on a mushroom above. I assume you're all here to see the elders. This large toad stated. We were here to see anything for that matter, Nishi replied, slightly intimidated by the large toad. My name is Gamahime, my son is Gamabunta, as the other young one. He tried again to look for the toad named Gamabunta. He wasn't where he sat upon his perch. Instead, however, he felt the impact on top of his own head. Gah, as he fell face first into the dirt. That's future toad boss to you. That hurt, you asshole, Naruto screamed, trying to pull this asshole toad off of his head. It seemed to be sticking itself to him with chakra. Gamabunta, don't treat guests like that, the toad lightly scolded. Gamabunta leapt off of him, landing on the ground in front of him. The orange frog wasn't any larger than his head. But, considering his mother was like a mountain, it wasn't too wild to the imagination to see he would grow to that size. Naruto Uzumaki, he replied, still glaring at Gamabunta, who in turn, was doing the same thing. Kato Uchiha, Nishi, Kazumi, well then, all of you, you may climb onto my back. The elders will no doubt be excited that there are humans present on Myoboku. Nishi made a mention towards him, a silent question to be carried to the top, and he complied. Right, she couldn't do most of the things they could. The others had already made their way to the top of the toad, along with Gamabunta. With Nishi in his arms he clambered onto the toad. With a quick channel to his feet he clambered to the top. Good, I'll be jumping, so keep channeling chakra to your feet so you don't get flown off, Gamahime said. You're gonna have to keep holding me, Naruto. Nishi's grip on him tightened and he flinched from her nails gouging into his skin. Alright, so how long we were in the maze, maybe I'll forget, maybe not, he replied. Alright, I don't. Nishi let out a squeak of surprise when they were suddenly thrusted into the air and her hold on him tightened even more, that he felt like he was being strangled. Don't let go. He couldn't help but laugh. No, I won't. Nishi finally gathered her bearings as she got used to the ride they were taking, other than the repeated tightening. As I was saying, you've already explained the extent of your condition, so it's understandable that you often repeat questions and answers, but I can withstand it, so you can survive. Was I really that annoying? To put it simply, yes. Ow. To answer your question, we were only in the mazes for 3 days. You had some trouble sensing this nature energy, but Kazumi didn't have much trouble with that. Quote, well, that's good, he replied. Gamahime stopped their constant jumping, and Naruto peered over the edge to find shelter strewn all around, as well as entrance to a large mountain. Leading up to it were large statues of toads on the path to it. Large spiked spires were to the south, and even a plethora of toad statues were seen to the north. By the way, welcome to the land of the toads, Gameheim voiced. Yeah, so scram off now, Gamabunta added. He didn't have to say that, he wanted to get away from that little bossy toad as fast he could. He leapt off the mountainous amphibian, landing on the worn, hardened dirt. Naruto let Nishi out of his arm as he looked around the village. There was some smaller houses, as well as much larger ones. Likely not made for humans, however, considering that Toad and humans didn't look at all similar. The doors were oddly made too. Well, it's intelligent life, Nishi commented to no one in particular. He looked up to Gamahime. Giant, talking toads, was that a normal thing? He was just a stranger in a strange land. Not what I was expecting honestly, Kato replied. Toads, giant ones, how much time did he have left? He opened his journal, flipped the pages, all with dates written on the corners. He was just shy of a month and a half. Damn, how is he supposed to get back to Konoha in that time frame? Ah, this is good indeed. Been too long since Shinobi and Kunoichi had climbed our mountain. Naruto's attention was brought to the voice. At first he expected a large toad, but he hadn't heard any earth-shattering arrivals. Instead, it was a smaller one, the size of Gamabunta. Instead, this one looked old, not as old as he thought he would be. That frame of mind likely belonged to his complete self. This toad had a white mohawk, along with 2 stripes of hair on the sides of his head. A brown cape that it wore around its neck and green skin. My name is Fukasaku, one of the elders that reside on Mount Myoboku. He shared a look with everyone with a familiar name that had been burned into his memory, for now. What's up, geezer toad? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the others introduced themselves to him. The old toad eyed with him, a twitch of his eye with the clear disrespect, but otherwise said nothing. Always interesting to see humans arrive, but your arrival does not come at a surprise. Everyone along with him perked up at that admission. They looked at the small frog curiously. Nishi was the first to speak. Out of all the rumors, I never expected Future Sight the one to be true. Ah, so you have heard some rumors then. However, we have been told by the great Lord Elder of 4 arrivals, and one of them being a disruptor. One of us being a disruptor. Sounds kinda cheesy if you ask me, Kato replied. Then there was silence. Naruto then realized that the other 3 people he was with were looking at him. What? Well, none of us are suffering from a unique condition, Nishi commented, while the others nodded in agreement. True I guess, he replied. So, this disruptor, how peculiar, what does that entail? Nishi asked. Naruto peered around. Gamahime was listening out of curiosity, and he saw other abundant toads lazing around on giant leaves or on top of their buildings. I think it would be better if I brought you 4 to the great elder himself, so please, follow me. A prophecy. He frowned, but kept silent. They were trying to help him after all. Either way, this large, older toad sage said that it wasn't exactly accurate. This one was the same size as Gamahime, but even older than the mohawk-wearing toad. His eyes were partly closed and wrinkles were dotted all around him. He sat upon a throne-looking seat, and 2 other toads sat in front, one of them being Fukasaku himself. Yes, you are one of the 2 great renderers that shattered the entire time itself, he explained, and Naruto felt the palpable silence that filled the room as all gazes eyed him. Say what now? He muttered. Ah, perhaps it's too much of an exaggeration. I just mean that the time was heading down a particular path. However, when you decided to appear, it completely made those visions I had disappear completely. So, as I see it, those previous visions are impossible outcomes. Is that a good or a bad thing? He stated. Again, nothing was said. However, he couldn't help but think that he had really proved that destiny was not something that was predetermined. Also, the renderer also sounded much better than the disruptor. I honestly believe it's a good thing. We've seen a glimpse of him with the entirety of his memories and he doesn't seem to be an asshole, Kato interjected, releasing the somewhat tense atmosphere. Memory lost. Fukasaku seemed to contemplate, and ignored the cursing of the Uchiha. Not an asshole, huh? Well, okay. Yes, from what little I've seen, the other Naruto was very kind if not brash, Nishi added. Much better. He was thankful for the vote of confidence. Fukasaku spoke once more. Well, other than that, where is the other one? The other one? Naruto asked. So there was someone else in a situation similar to him, appearing out of fucking nowhere. He lost himself in contemplation, then he was other great renderers. Except none had appeared with him from the sky somewhere. Mito was a sensory type, so it was impossible to hide from her, which meant they were nowhere nearby. It was also likely that they were in the same situation as him. In danger of dying, afflicted with amnesia. Whoever they were likely trying to figure out how to survive too. He couldn't do anything for them, but he had faith they would be okay in the end. I wish I knew, but truthfully the reason I came here is because I thought that I would find help here, he replied. Why is that? The toad asked. He showed them, turning around to let them see the inscribed kanji on his coat. The kanji written on my jacket, it's a bit worn out but it says Mount Myoboku. Not only that, but apparently the real me knew you, as it was written in my journal. Yes, Nishi nodded. Those notes were the only reason why we were able to reach your settlement in quickly, otherwise we would have talked far longer. I'm sorry to say but I have never met you before, Naruto, the old toad replied. Kato decided to join the talks. Yes, except in the journal he referred to you as master, and Naruto said something about nature energy and being reversed summoned to Mount Myoboku. Fukasaku shared a look with who was apparently his wife, but he couldn't remember her name. Other than that she had purple afro hair, and with a similar colored cape. Great Lord Elder, he voiced. It seems to me that Naruto heralded from another dimension, so him and this other one are very powerful shinobi, perhaps you have trained him in this other one. Creating a path towards this other dimension would be a massive feat indeed. Quote, another pregnant, but more comfortable stillness filled the air from this revelation. Naruto could feel the eyes of the other three on him, and he felt slightly uncomfortable. Well then, the large old toad lifted the hush of the room. What is it that you want us to help you with, Naruto? Hold on, let me remind myself. He pulled out the journal, looking through the pages for what exactly he was asking for. He couldn't find it even after a few pages. However, Kato clapped her hands in impatience and spoke for him. Naruto asked me if you can do anything about his memory. Well, that one isn't one he asked, but I might as well say if you can do anything about it. His real request is that if you would send him back to the elemental nations as quickly as possible. Why as quickly as possible, if I may ask? Fukasaku voiced. Again, it was Kato that spoke for him, so apparently he entrusted her with his well-being. He had said that it was a matter of life and death for him, and that he must return to the Hidden Leaf Village before the next full moon. The next full moon? That's more than 3 weeks away, Fukasaku replied, either unconcerned or hopefully unworried. If it was that, then he had a plan that would get him back in time. Please, Kato declared. Stepping forward in front of him, he could hear the hoarseness of her voice. For his sake, he's a dear friend. I would never be able to live with myself. I did not do anything in my power to get him back. He was even more surprised to find Nishi and Kazumi kneeling before the 3 other sages. It was the noble that talked first. Naruto saved my life. However, I'm not asking you out of obligation to him, but as a friend. He may or may not remember the times, but I've come to truly enjoy the time I've spent with him during our travels. It was the tall, lanky bodyguard that talked next, a voice filled with resolve escaped from him. I'm indebted to him, save him if you can. It still meant a lot to Naruto to beg like that for him. The sentiment was still there despite not being as wordy. He couldn't help but feel that his throat had thickened from emotion. He let out a shaky breath from the support he was being given. He even felt sorry for the times he had never knew he had spent with Nishi. Naruto eyed Fukasaku, along with the other 2 sages of Mount Myoboku. You have loyal friends, Naruto. Sadly, there's nothing we can do with your memory, Fukasaku stated. But there's no need for you try, Kato. Even without future sight, I can see that Naruto will be influential in the times to come. All of you vouching and giving earnest pleas for Naruto boy only proves that. So, I'm asking Naruto boy, would you like to become the Toad's first summoner? Naruto sat in small house. it wasn't built for humans, as they weren't able to stand inside. Kuzumi was nearly touching the ceiling even while sitting down. Everyone sat inside and around a small table that none of their legs could go under. All of them were inside the home of Fukasaku and Shima. Yes, that was her name. Their home rather had a homey feel to it. It made him feel at ease. Warm colors of beige was colors of the walls, and some flowers were placed around in ceramic jars. Before they had come here, he was made to sign a contract with the toads, signifying that he was now a summoner. Nishi and Kato had already explained much of things that needed to be explained for him, like where Konoha was located, but also about Mito and where to find her within the city. Well, as much as I like to stay around, but I really must get everything ready for Naruto boy to leave by tonight. Fukasaku replied. He couldn't wait until all of these blew over so that he could finally relax. It couldn't come quicker. But we probably have enough time to welcome you all with a quick feast. So I hope you all enjoy Shima's cooking. Wow, you're doing a whole lot, Naruto commented. Think nothing of it, Naruto boy. I'm sure a few fellows would be glad for a change of pace. It would also look terrible on us for failing our first summoner. Fukasaku then said his farewells as left to complete the duties for his travel back to the elemental nations. He talked idly with the others, as a smell of food cooking filled the interior of the house. He sniffed. Smells like it's gonna be kinda tasty. It smells okay, I suppose, Nishi replied, but her next words were whispered. They're toads. Do you think Shima will create dishes suitable for human consumption? Quote, oh, good question. What do toads eat? Insects. Kato visibly shivered, while Kazumi said nothing, but looked paler than usual. Oh God. Nishi covered her mouth as in disgust. Let's hope not. Lady Shima, do you not mind if we bring some side dishes we have? Kazumi suddenly asked, which was actually surprising that he had talked. No, I don't mind at all. Shima replied from kitchen. Good thinking. You may as well saved our lives, Nishi replied. The blonde looked at everyone else, pale, greenish, sickly looking. Luckily Shima wasn't here to witness this display, as she had to help another toad. Kato looked like she was about to hurl. Even the sounds of regurgitation were heard before she suddenly stuffed herself with several cookies she had brought, saving her from humiliation. The ponytail she wore flayed from side to side as she shook her head in disbelief, mouth filled and all. Kazumi was still as a statue, his head resting into his hands as he looked pale and practically dead. His hummingbird pet Tensho happily dug into the bowl and feasted upon the larva within. Yes, eat more so it looks like I ate, he whispered quietly. The last person Nishi, she hugged herself as laid across the floor. Her long black hair was strewn all over, she mumbled a few things as she ate some sweets. She had puked nearly immediately upon her first bite, but she had luckily disgraced herself from a nearby window, instead of all over their food. Her pride as a noble had been broken, from what her whispers had told him. Naruto himself looked at his own bowl. It was empty. It was actually tasty. What the hell was wrong with him? Naruto, it's ready. The name sounded familiar. Oh right, it was his. His gaze was brought to a small toad, Fukasaku. His hands gripped the book he always carried, bringing it to read. At first he thought it was a novel, one he thought that was titled, A Tale of a Gutsy Shinobi. However, it wasn't that. Instead was a slightly plain, and worn-looking journal. Along inside was his shitty calligraphy writing. Damn, he really was losing it. At least his writing seemed to be more legible the more pages he turned. The latest pages told him to be ready, and to run to like hell to Konohagakure, maybe. What happened here? The old toad asked, looking at the bodies lying about as if they'd been in a battle for their lives. Oh, they're just so full from the tasty food. Sick you see, he laughed at his reasoning. He saw a glare directed at him from Nishi. It seemed to make Fukasaku very happy that he almost felt sorry for lying. Well, I should tell Ma that she should cook more later on, the toad said with a smile. No, Please don't. Kato nearly shouted, before calming herself. I mean, it was just so filling that less would be even better so we won't get sick next time. Ah, well, that's okay too then, Fukasaku replied, unaware of their current condition with a pleased grin. I'll be sure to pass that along. Damn, she got out that with real grace. Naruto had to respect her quick thinking. He supposed he had to get back to the true manner at hand. Anyways, what do I have to do? Nothing. Tomorrow at sunrise is when our messenger arrives at Konoha. He was to arrive before Mito Uzumaki and summon you there. Everyone else seemed to be stirring from their trance they were put in earlier, from the new arrival and the realization the Naruto was leaving in the next dawn of the sun. It's late in the day and you all look exhausted from today's events, so I invite you stay within my home. Don't worry, I have another spare place. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Fukasaku, Nishi replied. She looked somewhat back to normal, other than the estranged hair that had been hastily put back into place. It's no problem. You are all guests within Mount Myoboku, and I'll be telling you what you may ask for tomorrow morning. It's not easy finding your way up here after all. Have a good night all of you, as the sage left his home for privacy. Everyone seemed to have fully recovered, and all were looking at him with some curiosity. The hummingbird landed on his shoulder, lightly pecking at his ear. It was Nishi that spoke first, as she bent forward as if in a prayer and bowed to him. Naruto, it was a pleasure to have your companionship and your protection for this long and arduous journey. I hope that you'll be fine, as I found that I enjoy your friendship. Regardless of your attempted great betrayal before Kato graciously saved us. He couldn't help but laugh, and he hoped he never forgot this moment. He wanted at least one thing to remember on this journey. Hopefully he would retain this when his memory returned. Thanks, sorry I couldn't come back with you, so I suppose it's only right that I get half of it. Why, the expedition was a success. Nah, I kinda feel bad about it. She held out a hand, which halted his protests. I'll take out a quarter, as the most difficult objective is behind us, with you not joining us back, that'll also be cheaper. Nishi seemed fairly adamant on her stance, so he might as well relent. It was probably as good as he was going to get. Sure, it was nice traveling with you, Nishi. Likewise, he turned to Kazumi. He only held out his hand for a shake, which he returned and gave a brisk nod. Thank you once again. Naruto wasn't sure, but he didn't bother questioning it. His gaze turned to the Kato that sat across from him behind the small table that still bore some larvae and other insects. Hope that you'll be well soon, huh? Yeah, me too. It'll work out. She flashed a smile. He wondered if it was the first time that he had doubts about it. Because he felt it now, but he allowed himself to be reassured by her words. Well, I don't think much needs to be said. We'll obviously see other after you leave. He nodded in agreement. Kato was a great friend. He wondered what else he had forgotten on their trip here. Anyways, let's get rid of this food because it's getting me sick again, Kato announced. He let out of sea. Huckle as he grabbed a bowl to dispose of, as everyone else did the same. Mito felt anxious. Dreadful worry filled her. They had another 3.5 weeks until the second full moon would reveal itself. Perhaps she needed another drink for the inevitable close timing they would have. She trusted that he would say he would return sooner than she thought. Not only would they have to plant these seals around the land of water, then they had successfully evade any shinobi. Not doing so would likely say political unrest, and perhaps a war. She could suppress her own chakra, but Naruto would likely be a problem. Since his sudden appearance, she would awake in the morning, distractingly perform her duties, try to sense for the nine tails anywhere in the direction in the land of water, as well as practice for long hours to use his flying thunder god technique. She had been able to recreate the seal, but not take it off. She would then struggle to fall asleep, restlessness would capture her and she would stare at her ceiling until it finally took her. She would awake groggy, exhausted and try to make it through the day. She practically had no social encounters for a long while, as yet another Uzumaki she had known for a significant amount had left for home. Her sister Emmy had left just yesterday. She was saddened that she couldn't talk with her much, but she understood. It was her day off, and she spent her free time lounging in her room. Not exactly, as she currently trying to replicate the seal's properties that made Naruto teleport. Her hair was damp, from the bath she had taken. She had her nightgown on as she studied. Mito was close, she could feel it. There was a faint knock on the door and she lazily stood up from her bed to answer it. However, when she opened it she could not find the person who knocked. Down here, there sat a small green toad with little goggles on and a blue scarf. It was a talking toad. She hadn't met a talking toad before. You are Mito Uzumaki, correct? Yes, I am, she replied, looking curiously at his small dressed toad. Good, mission accomplished, hee, of course. I was asked to summon someone before you, it replied as what looked like a smirk appeared on its face. It went through various hand signs before it slammed his palms to the ground. It felt like a sun had exploded her sensing abilities, and she knew immediately who it was. Oh, hey Mito, missed ya, Naruto declared. Their time in the land of water was eventless. The only trouble was trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. They had to go on boat rides to get to the other islands. Because of that, most of their time was spent on boats. She planted the seals for Naruto's technique as many places as she could. The travel was restless. At first, they had talked much in the first week since his return. However, it had lessened significantly over the course of their travel. Naruto kept more to himself, and the book he held his hands never left his side. Now, she didn't want to speak to him anymore. Mito placed her hand on a large boulder, enough for several people to stand on. A seal formed on the base and she stood back up. She gazed at the midday sea. Islands, which meant more places to place the seals. Especially the larger ones. There was always the sound of rushing water and waves. She was getting sick of it. Mito. She looked behind her. Naruto sat on a rock, looked at islands. His words sounded grave. His eyes spoke resignation, one that did not fit his beautiful eyes. It filled her with such grief. I've been forgetting stuff. I'm not sure how much time passes. Sometimes I see the sun, only to see the moon. It was the same, nearly every other day. Mito couldn't say anything. She felt her throat constrict. He had already said it the other day. She focused on walking forward, because he would forget about this conversation again. Sometimes, I've had a hard time recalling what we were doing, why we are out here. I don't even remember that anymore. I don't understand what you're going through, and I never want to. I just know that I'm doing everything I can to help you. She replied emotionlessly. He followed her shadow. She was exhausted of the conversation with him, it drained her. There was an emptiness that she felt in her chest whenever he talked. I'm not sure how you're not completely gone yet. It's because you're here. Quote. Pardon. Things feel all right when I'm with you, even when I'm not. He let out a laughter that was not appropriate in the slightest. It only served to hurt her. I'm not going to make it, aren't I? Quote. She swallowed thickly. You've placed your faith in me. You've said that everything will be okay, and right now, it's what I need. Because I need to believe in those words right now, to trust you. That everything will be all right. Quote. He looked down at the earth beneath his feet. Sorry, I didn't mean. You're afraid, I don't think I could ever handle it. He smiled. Naruto brought out a journal that never left his side. He quickly wrote a few things down. They had been in the land of water for a while. They had left within the hour when he had arrived at her doorstep. All their gear assembled, he had followed with easy vigor, a grin and total willingness. Now it was different. There were moments when he took in the cool air, the ice-cold droplets hitting his face. The sway of the rocky boat and the stink of fish. He was tired of the smell, sick of it. It was a nice reprieve whenever the journey was off the boat. However, the scent of the sea was always nearby. Then he realized that it wasn't the odor of fish that he hated. Where was he now? The last thing he recalled was that he was walking through a town. the smell of cooked fish and spice still fresh on his mind. He had been hungry, but it seemed that he no longer was. He gazed at the flames, no smoke appeared, which was an odd thing to see. Black drawings and glyphs were placed at the base of the fire. He was in a cave, or rather it was closer to a wide hole in a rocky cliff, large enough to shelter 2 people and small fire. Light poured in from the right, a setting sun lit the thicket of the trees. Or was it dawn? Of course, his memories seemed to have failed him. There were so many gaps that he couldn't quite place. Can't think of times past if they were never there to begin with. Something small and rectangular was felt in his hands and he gazed down to see that he held a book. There was an odd sensation, that he must always keep it on his person. That it could never be let out of sight or he would lose himself completely with whatever affliction that he carried. As he flipped it open, it wasn't a book, but rather a journal that belonged to him. He leaned forward and made sure that the flames properly lit up the writing on the pages. There was a lot, each with varying degrees of detail. Some of the earlier writings were shorter, but as he continued deeper they began to be more vivid and longer. His finger traced underneath the lines of text. The ink blurred so he stopped that. There was a bookmark on one of the pages that he had skimmed through, and he returned to the page to see what it might hold. Mito Uzumaki, an amazing, caring, pretty woman. She likes cinnamon buns, speaking a little complicated but otherwise is fun to be around. You kinda wish she showed you more of herself. She has beautiful red hair, usually tied into some buns. No idea what kind of hairstyle it might but it's looked great on her. Trust me, you'll know her when you see her. Don't forget. Alright, there was a lot written about Mito. Everything they had done together. A chronicle of events and fondness written in him. He flipped through a page, and continued to read before the last line. Don't forget her, is that so much to ask? These words written were his, that much he knew. Now, where was he again? He gazed up at flames, no smoke appeared, which was an odd thing to see. Black drawings and glyphs were placed at the base of the fire. He was in a cave, so it was dark inside. Light poured in from the right, a setting sun lit the thicket of the trees. Or was it dawn? Naruto stared out at the trees. A squirrel was seen bolting from tree to tree, weaving through the branches. The light grew darker with each passing minute. I suppose I'm not that good of a friend, am I? A feminine sigh. Naruto looked opposite of him. A woman with red hair sighed against the rocks. She looked exhausted. Her eyes closed, and took a sip from a steaming cup. She must have always been there, or unless he forgot she was there. He didn't know what she was alluding to. Naruto wondered how many times he had thought that there was something wrong with him. It must have been many. Yeah, I guess so, he replied. She hung her head. I think that was a moment when you're supposed to reassure my confidence. Oh, well, I guess you can't depend on me for that, he chuckled. I suppose, I enjoy that you're here. It's like I still have purpose even when I don't know what that might be. I don't know, everything I try to think of just feels wrong, even the one I just said. A smile formed on her lips. A sad one. Naruto focused on the pages once again. This was his only guide to keeping track of where the hell he was. He flipped through the last pages until he stopped right before it went blank. The land of water. At the bottom of every page there was a number that was underlined. Words beside them signaled to ask Mito. How much longer? He asked. 1 more week, she said quietly. He wondered if he asked that already. He wasn't sure if he could write anything. He expected more light, and when he looked out there was significantly less light than he thought. I'll have to stifle the fire now. Why? So no one sees us. Naruto referred to his journal. He read through the writing. They were looking for the Ninetales. They weren't supposed to be in the land of water. The fire died as she poured a bucket of water over it. There was still no smoke. He leaned back against the small cave and looked outside. Not much to see but a thicket of trees. But he could hear the waves crashing against a distant shore. The sun drew to a close, that left darkness in the land. He could hear the rumblings of a faraway thunderstorm. Soon, He couldn't see the woman leaning against the wall. Then he couldn't see anything at all. He could only hear the slow breathing and the approaching storm. Naruto felt like that was nothing left for him, that he was fucked no matter what he did. What was worse was that he didn't remember the woman at all. When the full moon hung in the sky, when the nine tails flared its chakra, she would have to get there as quickly as possible. The connection between Naruto and the tailed beast was still lost on her. However, it was only her only option at this point. So, there was nothing left to do. Naruto's condition was deteriorating quickly. Mito couldn't think of might happen to him. She didn't want to. Mito gazed up at the darkening sky. The full moon. She had noticed it long ago. 3.5 weeks of constant traveling, all that work would cultivate tonight. The hairs on her neck stood as she paced around the alleyway of a small fishing village. Naruto hadn't explained when exactly the nine tails would show itself, or why exactly, nor had he described as to why the nine tails would do a thing. It was the day of the full moon. So, Mito had reasoned that it can be any time today. They hadn't done much at all, only ready to move as quickly as possible. Most of her thoughts centered around that. It made sense, she had to be there before anyone else arrived. This was the only course now. Naruto sat on the floor, the constant sound of pages being turned. He said nothing anymore, he had wordlessly followed her the past week. Mito hadn't eaten today, her stomach only being filled with flips and anxiousness. She continued to pace around the alleyway. Most of her focus were on her sensory abilities. She wasn't sure if time passed quickly, or it was a slow agonizing crawl. All she knew that Naruto didn't so much as look up, his attention only on the journal he kept. When she felt it, it was like her heart had stopped. Mito immediately halted the nervous pace. She could feel it. It was monumental, tumultuous. Fear struck her heart for a moment. It was distant, the chakra that belonged to the nine-tailed fox. A creature full hatred. Despite that Naruto wasn't a censor, he gazed toward the direction of the buildup in chakra. She had to concentrate on where exactly it was, the approximate location. It was far, down at the southern edges of the country, and they were in the northeast. The power of the beast sent a shiver through her spine, goosebumps trailed up her arms. Everyone within the country, or perhaps the land of fire, would have felt this. It didn't matter if they were sensory shinobi or not. Action sprung to her feet and she quickly reached Naruto. His gaze had a puzzled look to him. "You trust me, right?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. "I've been following you around, haven't I? You make too much sense." She grabbed a hold of his hand. "Let's go save you." She concentrated on the direction of a seal, towards where the nine tails hid. "Yeah, I want to remember you again." Her concentration broke. "I need to focus, please don't say anything more." Quote. Mito closed her eyes and focused again. There it was, one of the seals she planted on a tree. This was still fairly difficult to achieve. The gravity shifted, and she was falling on her side. Her arm extended to soften the small fall. Naruto crashed on his side and groaned. "Sorry," she said. "It's different with another." Still, they traveled a distance in an instant that would have taken an hour. "We'll have to continue to do this until we reach the Ninetails." Quote. All right. It was difficult to even locate the seals. She would stop, grab a part of him, concentrate on the next seal, and teleport there. Rinse, repeat. Sometimes the technique was performed cleanly, they would land upright and on their feet. Other attempts would end up like the first. She could feel her trembling limbs, sweat built on her brow. It was more physically taxing than she thought. It was disorienting after multiple consecutive jumps. Her mastery over the technique wasn't great, she must have been wasting large amounts of chakra. The power of the Ninetails could still be felt. She had to get there as quickly as possible, before anyone else can arrive there. No longer in civilization, the only light came from the moon and any distant villages or towns. Their incandescent light emitting a warm glow in the horizon. There were also the numerous lighthouses. It was darkness, She could barely see the distinguishable features that belonged to Naruto. There was only consuming darkness as she teleported them from seal to seal, only her deep, restrained breathing as she centered her attention on performing the technique. They arrived, or rather as closely as they possibly can. It was like she was seated far too close to the furnace. Crashing waves and howling winds. She could taste the salt in the air and she shivered. It was almost like the earth was violently reacting to the power of the nine tails. Despite the abundance of sound, she could barely see a thing. Only the shimmer of the moon as it reflected off the surface of the ocean. Mito crouched, her hands resting on her thighs as she caught her breath. She had been at it for a while, but the passage of time was lost on her. Her eyes gazed into the darkness towards where the beast lay. She strained her eyes, and saw a silhouette of a large island in the distance. Water walking across with the unruly waves would be impossible. Mito weaved through a few hand signs, her hands formed like she held a ball and pointed into the sky. "Shield your eyes," she said. An encompassing white light erupted from her hands. Despite that her eyes were closed, the technique was powerful enough that it took several moments for her eyes to adjust to the blinding light. The vast chakra being emitted halted. Mito became aware of the intensity of her own heartbeat. She glanced toward Naruto, who gazed at the island with almost childlike curiosity. She focused on the island. The light provided a clear view. It wasn't as far as she initially thought. If she could attach a seal to something that could be thrown, they wouldn't have to swim. Mito dug into her bag and fetched a sealing scroll. She placed her hands over the formula before a windmill shuriken appeared. She placed one of his flying thunder god seals on one of the large blades. She stood up, and unfolded the blade properly and made sure it was secured in place. Her hands tightly grasped the handle as she locked in on her target. The wind was at her back, so now would be a great time to throw. Mito launched herself into the air and with a grunt threw the oversized shuriken at the island. Mito watched it soar in the air until it struck the grass. "Let's go get your memories back." Mito crept into the cave. It was a large cave, the ceiling being another several feet above. Another soft glow of light hanging over her head. The cave was unnatural as it can be, like something had torn a hole through it. Bits of rocky debris littered the cave, and it formed a straight path. Several trails of deep gashes were dug into the unpacked earth. The ground was uneven, making it long to traverse through. That didn't count all the large debris in the way. While the nine tails had halted the flare of its chakra, she could still feel it. It was close, far too close for comfort. She halted and immediately extinguished the light when she saw the cave widen further ahead. It was dark, she couldn't see the beast that lay inside. Did it know that they were here? She didn't dare say a word, she didn't so much as breath loudly. Mito created another light, a much softer glow, like a firefly. Naruto was in front of her, the light was strong enough to distinguish his features. His blue eyes, the blonde hair, those whiskers marks of his. They looked at one another. Naruto then looked to where the nine tails lay. Then he walked forward, and she followed. This was it. When they stepped out of the cavern, she could already feel the movement of something large coming. A large orange-furred hand came into view that wrapped around him, disappearing from view. "Naruto!" Mito yelled. She fired the light into the air, and it grew in intensity. Like a second sun in the air. "Mito Uzumaki." It was a voice that spoke. Imposing, animalistic. It echoed throughout the large cave. A deep chuckle reverberated through the air. The orange visage of the nine-tailed. Large, mountainous. The nine tails' blood-red eye. Focused on her. "To think I would see you again," it said. She was in shock, her gaze locked into the imposing tailed beast. "How do you know my name?" It smiled, its fang bared. "From another time, another life." The fox looked at the hand where it had captured Naruto. "Ah, relax. You always were rigid." She didn't. And why was this beast talking like they were familiar with one another? "You might as well see for yourself," it said. The hand that had Naruto came back down, before a figure dropped its clutches. Naruto landed on his feet. He didn't look at her, but looked at his hands as he squeezed them tightly into a fist several times before he turned them around. Naruto, she stated, stupefied. He gazed up, and the fox moved itself lower, its snout being right behind him, and rested its head on its hand, like it was trying to get comfortable. Naruto was unconcerned about its movement, and didn't bother to glance back. Naruto crossed his arms and frowned at her. Then, he scratched his head as walked backwards at the fox. Mito watched him seat himself beside the paw of the giant orange fox and leaned against it. So many thoughts were going through her head now. What the hell is going on? It was almost like right before her eyes he had transformed into someone else. Gone, the careless aura he carried with him. He looked different. Naruto merely smiled. Hey, quote. Mito looked warily at the nine-tailed fox, who seemed disinterested and regarded her with an eye. Are you okay, Naruto? Yeah, that's my name all right. And yeah, I'm all fine now, Mito. He swept his hand through his golden locks. His brow was furrowed, as if in concentration. Let me just think for a bit. She was still on guard, something he noticed. It was easy to see why. A tailed beast casually laid in front of her. Don't worry, he won't attack you in any way, Naruto said, trying to sound assuring. And even if he did, I won't let him, isn't that right, Kurama? PFTT, shut up you moron, the fox said, as if they were buddies. Despite those words and exchange, she didn't let down her guard in the slightest, her eyes never leaving the giant orange fox. Naruto smiled. He's just mad. It'll probably be a while before I can explain some stuff. Do you remember anything? What did it do to you? She asked. I'm hurt. The fox known as Kurama replied sarcastically. Seeing such a sight, the demon fox acting like, was such a sight to behold. Yup, I remember everything. He looked at his hands as he played with them. Everything we've done together, almost like I was there myself. He looked up at there. No longer was there uncertainty. Confidence was a familiar look, but it looked different. Like he also carried experience with it. Naruto wasn't lying. He didn't talk for a significant amount of time, neither did the fox move or comment. It was such an unusual thing to witness, as he always had something to say, whether it was completely meaningless or not. She seated down on the cold damp floor, facing towards to the duo. Her technique still present in the air, their only source of light. Naruto's expression continually changed, ranging from all sorts of emotions. Mito found herself anxious. What if he had completely changed from the person she knew as? He always seemed detached the 2 times they had met. Now so close to figuring out who exactly Naruto was, and doubts were constantly surfacing. Incredibly hesitant, she focused on the feeling of chakra, her ability to sense it. She was surprised at one thing, not her objective however. The fox's chakra wasn't as malicious as she remembered it, and she would never forget such a dreadful feeling. It also seemed it wasn't trying to hide its chakra anymore. Its chakra also seemed to be surrounding Naruto, carefully hidden, almost linked between them. What could cause such a thing? Hopefully it would answered by him. Her curiosity was at its climax, and she wasn't so focused on that anymore. Merely on the well-being and state of Naruto. Focusing on the blonde, she searched past the chakra surrounding Naruto, like a thin sheet of water. It was even more brilliant than she remembered it. It made her feel warm, safe. The feeling of chakra of a person could change. His seemed to feel significantly brighter. She liked him. It was just really weird. Now she only had to wait. Why did she have to acknowledge these feelings now? Minutes passed, the suspense hanging on every second. It was tortuous. The only sound was the deep rumbling breathing of the fox and the water dripping from within the cave. Naruto let out a large sigh, startling her from the sudden sound in the deep silence of the cave they were in. Man, all this is confusing. He swore. That seemed to be one thing that was still present. And Mito had to agree. His next sentence she didn't even have time to react or to suggest anything. His next words were said nonchalantly. Like, how do I even explain this? So I might as well say it, I'm a time traveler. Quote, excuse me, waiting for clarification. However, it seemed that he was completely serious. That sounds absolutely absurd. Well, it's the truth. Believe me. It took her several moments to answer. You mean, like from novels? Going back into the past and traveling to the future. That kind of time traveler. She said to reassure that she hadn't imagined it. Yes, exactly like that time traveler. Back and forth. Going back was easy, but it turns out going forward is trickier than we thought, he replied. Are you certain? Oh yes, definitely. He found something amusing about it. It was all unbelievable. Why hadn't you told me before? Quote, well, other than having no time to explain. It was too weird to explain. Something like, oh by the way I'm a time traveler goodbye, didn't seem like a great idea. Oh, she replied. It made sense. This was just, all very weird. From where? When? He tapped his chin. He was still expressive. About 80 years in the future. It's also why Kurama knows you too. You were the first Jinchuriki, I'm the third. Quote, Jinchuriki. Yup. Kurama was sealed into you, then in my mom and finally into me. Naruto regarded the fox. It explained the broken seal that was on his stomach. He's not inside me right now, usually that would kill me, blame the time travel. Quote, is that the reason you lost your memories? Mito asked. Yeah, he replied. It might have something to do with my time travel. Physical and spiritual aspects of chakra, along with time and space, type things. Anyways, the spiritual part separated from my physical energy, with most of my memories. I told you, chakra can stay around for a while, but only for a while. So my chakra was fading, and when I was as good as dead it went away completely. Quote, that made sense. So, where were you? He laughed. Funnily enough, inside Kurama, or at least my chakra was. Honestly, I'd rather not think about it much longer, it's the only thing I've thought about since I first came here. Quote, you weren't the one to figure it out. Kurama muttered. She didn't need to know that. Naruto mumbled. Well, she wanted to laugh, but this was still an odd thing. Shock was still present. So, you've tamed the Ninetales. Quote, Naruto smiled. You got that exactly right. Shut up you idiot. The fox yelled, which surprised her. There were several factors, like how the fox reaction were like between two friends, and that it made no movement against Naruto. It might as well be true. Naruto laughed, and sent her a wink. Yes, this was weird situation. Naruto stood up from his seated position. And she realized that she had found herself seated against the stone wall. She wasn't sure when she had done this. He approached. His face became invisible from her technique, which was the only source of light. Naruto sat beside her, giving a comforting smile. You don't mind, right? Quote, he was close, their hips almost touching. No, I don't. She rather liked it. The fox was more like against them now. Despite being an ally to Naruto. This was still a strange predicament. Ah, I'm just kidding around with Kurama. He's my partner. He has been there every step of the way. He smiled. Admittedly not the best influence through the entire time. We've hated each other, but we're partners. I trust him, and he trusts me. Quote, Mito regarded the fox with a careful eye. Though, I wasn't kidding that I tamed him. I beat him in a fight. She looked at the fox, which carried a frown. It gave a little growl of displeasure. He's right. Then it closed its eyes and looked away like it was ashamed of its admission. Mito relaxed. What about the Hyuga woman? Naruto's form went rigid, his voice flat. That's someone who was very important to me. His blue eyes looked icy. There's a reason why we came here, but we're no strangers to pain, aren't we? You're from the warring clans period. They were silent for a while. Naruto sighed. I'm not really sure what else to talk about. Other than, she had to agree. Any other questions had been forgotten by the situation and stress over the past several weeks. She looked at him, a spark of curiosity erupting inside her. Other than what? Quote. He gave an embarrassed smile. His hands went the nape of his neck. Ah, I'm not even sure where to start. It's like everything reset for us. Us. That sounded foreign. Okay. This is enough for me. I'm going to sleep. The fox announced. It moved away, but there wasn't a lot of room for the fox to move around in. There was the loud sweeping of earth as the fox changed its position away from them. She saw the right side of its eye close, as well as its ears. This was very strange. What do you mean by that? She asked, bringing back the conversation. Naruto looked at for a long moment that almost made her feel uncomfortable. Finally, he looked at the fox. Hey, I have all these memories of you. Except, it's kinda like looking through a window. Mine, but not exactly. Someone else was doing my actions, sort of. You're losing me on this. I'm losing myself at it too, he grinned. Let's say. Me, I'm talking about me with no memories. I know you, but it also feels like I don't. That doesn't even count how private you are. There are a few things that I would have done differently. But I'm thankful for that too, otherwise I would have never gotten to know you because I would have left immediately. Quote. Her hand was grasped and he held in between both of his own. She felt her stomach curl, and words seemed hard to form. This was strange. I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind making more memories together. He gave a smile. Is that okay? I would like that. She felt a soft smile curl at her lips. Silence. There was the cerulean of his eyes. Her heart raced. Somehow, everything felt it might shatter. Mito wasn't quite sure when he had edged closer. Or she had, or if they were both responsible. What was certain, was that her lips were on his. It was simple, incredibly brief. Like her mind went blank and this was all there was. That was all that mattered. This was delightful. He leaned back, the kiss ended. Naruto's bangs hid his eyes, and he looked at the fox, then at the incandescent technique that brilliantly shone above. It's been a long 3 weeks, hasn't it? For you at least, there's still some holes from that time. I think I'd rather not remember them. Mito yawned, stressful. That it was. The feeling of the kiss was still fresh. A wave of exhaustion hit her. She placed her pack behind her to lean against a softer surface. It was surprisingly warm inside. It was probably because of the fox itself, whose deep breathing can be heard. Let's get some sleep, and get out of here before people arrive. Naruto did the same as she did. She asked if he was ready and he gave nod. Light in the cavern blinked out of existence. The sounds of breathing, the crashing waves outside. It's almost like things have reset. Quote. Almost. She replied in the darkness. She leaned closer to him, feeling his warmth. You don't mind, right? She could imagine the smile on his face. Nope. This was strange but nice. She couldn't really believe it. Here she was, standing atop a seemingly docile 9-tailed fox. The only source of light was a ray of light through cracks in the cavern. They had woken up not long ago, and Naruto suggested they start moving before Shinobi arrived. Mito felt the fur underneath her feet, some touched her toes on the sandals she wore. The fox willingly followed Naruto's command. What are going to do? She asked. First, we're going to find my best friend. There's another one of you. Yup. Gotta find him, just in case he's in trouble too. Naruto said. He fetched inside his bag and retrieved the kunai that he had. He suddenly turned bright yellow that lit up the inside the cave. It was like he was on fire. She remembered this transformation. Do you want to come along? Of course. He smiled as he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder with this transformation he was in. And then, she turned gold too. She gazed at her hands. Stripes of black and the yellow glow appeared everywhere on her body. It wasn't just that either, it was like her sensory capabilities heightened as well. Mito could even feel her sister from this distance. He was reminded of how close they were to the land of water. I can't seem to sense him. Maybe his chakra is low, or he's far. I'll need to mold some chakra. What if he was in the same state as you were? Quote, "We have a special connection. Even if he lost some of his memories, he'll still feel this." Naruto placed his hands together in a generic seal. He took a deep breath before his chakra skyrocketed. Now, this was scary. His chakra rose to incredible lengths, seemingly going higher with no end in sight. His chakra felt different, and she realized that it was mixed along with the 9 tails. If she made a comparison, it was larger than Hashirama's. Naruto wasn't kidding. With how potent it was, people across the country would be able to sense it. Even now, she felt a distant legion of shinobi. They had stopped at a cluster of towns. Likely as to defend against an angry fox, but the beast wasn't angry. Naruto halted, a concentrated look on his face. He flinched and the chakra he molded disappeared. He looked at a direction. "Wow, that guy is far. We'll start right away." He sent a glance at her. "Hold on to Kurama, would you?" He held his hand out, and a large yellow disc made of chakra was formed. She followed his command. He threw the technique at wall. It cut a large hole through and it continued past before she heard an explosion outside of it. With the kunai, he threw it outside. "Kurama, time to get some fresh air, yeah." Naruto replied. "At least until you get sealed back into me," the fox grunted in approval. The scene changed instantly, from the barely lit cavern to the rising sun and open ocean. Sunlight blinded her, an early morning mist covered the water. The sudden change of scenery disorientated her, and she realized they were over the ever-changing sway of the ocean. Naruto stood there unaffected, winds flicking his hair wildly, his orange eyes locked onto the distance. "Are we flying?" Mito voiced in amazement. She had to yell from how harsh the wind was. "Yup, cool, right, it's spectacular," she voiced, and he gave a wonderful grin. Mito looked at the islands that passed by, the sight of town in the distance. It would be safe to assume that the giant fox flying would be a terrifying sight. Naruto sat down, and she did the same. The wind lessened down some, protected by the fox. A question formed in her mind. "What would you have done if I didn't come here?" "Kurama would have come for my body. Wouldn't be a pretty sight with if Hashirama and Madara were there. He came with a plan for that, but," he winked. "I believed in you though." Quote, Mito smiled. "I wish I heard that last week. We have some time to talk, we'll be flying a while after all." So, they talked. "Where are we?" she asked. In every direction was a sea of giant trees, taller than the fox itself. She gazed at the ground below, a field of grass that swayed with the wind. She could sense someone nearby, which must have been Naruto's friend. They lowered as they neared the person. "No idea," was his response. The flying fox fell from the sky, the ground rumbled beneath the massive weight of the fox. It silently flattened a section of the grass, and Naruto leapt from fox and onto the section. She joined him, and noticed the grass was taller than she was. The fox flattened a trail for them for walk, which confused her because tailed beasts were not like this at all. She noticed that the person they were looked for was already walking this path towards them. "There you are, Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed. "I mean, you remember who I am, right?" The man didn't say anything as he approached. He had long raven hair, it shadowed over one of his eyes. His black clothing looked worn, otherwise, it looked like he had been living in solitude. His eyes glanced over where she stood. He had a fully matured Sharingan. "An Uchiha," he turned his attention to Naruto. "Why wouldn't I?" Sasuke replied. Naruto smiled, his hands hanging around his neck. "It's great to see you after so long. Thought something bad might have happened to you." There was a barely noticeable smile. "It's nice to you too, anyone in fact. I bet. I couldn't sense a person around here at all. Anyways, as I was saying earlier, lost my memories for a long while, so I thought it happened to you too." He gave a more in-depth explanation of the situation he had been in. "Did you? That explains why you didn't come sooner." "Yup. What's wrong with you? You can fly too," Naruto replied. Sasuke's eye glanced at her. Naruto followed his gaze. "Oh right. This is Mito. She helped me get my memories back." This is Sasuke Uchiha, my best friend. Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. He muttered. Wife of the first Hokage. Yep, the very same, Naruto said uncertainly. He stared at Naruto for a moment before he sighed. To answer your question, my chakra has been practically inexistent. I've been unable to utilize my eye powers, but I'm slowly recovering. Quote, oh, Naruto muttered. They were silent for a while. This was a conversation that she was unsure that she could help in. She was just a witness. It's like our problems were opposite. Sasuke spoke. I see, my chakra was on the physical side, while yours was spiritually. He looked at her for a moment. Do you know about the time travel? Naruto told me. He nodded and looked to Naruto. Seeing as you were back home, did you find out the side effects? Quote, Naruto looked at her quizzically, before making up his mind. Since the former leaders of Uchiha and Senju were, well gone, the villages had sprung up years earlier. I can't really say much else since I haven't the entire time there either. Quote, her eyes widened. Are you saying both of you were responsible for the deaths of Hashirama and Madara's fathers? Yes, Sasuke replied. But this has nothing to do with you. We were investigating what effects it had when we returned to our specific time. She didn't know what to feel. Naruto crossed his arms. Didn't even reach a decade. Our test was nothing compared to the real thing. It didn't really work out so well after all. Going forward nearly killed us. I agree. Sasuke gazed into the blue sky for a long moment, before he gave a deep sigh. We'll manage in this time then. I'm tired of this forest. Let's leave when I grab my gear. He left them behind as he disappeared through the path of the large grass. Naruto had a look of concentration as she approached. You killed their parents. We played a part in it, yeah. Sasuke wanted to experiment with the time travel. Since they died anyway. Yeah, I know. Not exactly the best, but the world might as well ended Mito. What we're trying to do is prevent that. Mito took a breath. She trusted him. I understand. Naruto gave a soft smile. We don't really have to do much else honestly. We've already did what we had to do. We can stop a few wars from happening, but that's about it. Sasuke returned a moment later, a scroll in hand. Here, this dropped from your bag. Don't say nothing about it, but it helped pass the time. Quote, Naruto caught the scroll, and quizzical look, it turned into a sad smile. Jiraiya's book. Like it. It was good. Sasuke launched himself on top of the fox who had been silently listening. Naruto followed immediately and she joined them. There was a gloomy ambience to them. Both gazed off into the distance, like they didn't want to look each other. Mito grasped his hand and squeezed. He didn't say anything for a moment. This is what I've been thinking about ever since I came here, all those months. I knew, but I needed to make sure we were on the same page. Were you thinking about leaving? Even after you said those words to me? She asked. He chuckled. My emotions get the better of me. Sorry. It's fine. Quote, Naruto had friends. Family perhaps. The people he knew from his time he wouldn't see again for a long time, if ever. Naruto glanced at her. He squeezed her hand. I don't know what will happen in the future anymore, but I hope it'll be a good one. Quote, it was time to get to know one another better. Mito smiled. I hope so too. Thanks for watching.